some bird I ain't seen in a minute. She's like, Banks, where have you been, honey? What it look like, bitch, getting this money. Buying more clothes, I look nice, right? You be in that fake shit, and I seen yours twice. Your shoes, you weave in your purse. If you're bad, believe that I'm worse. You be online doing mad research, trying to cop some shit she see me in first. Y'all make this way too easy. You can watch me more than your TV. Make sure she see I'm the main bitch on the show like Mo. Y'all can listen.
I give all them competition. They don't even deserve my attention. And she can leave before her entrance. I don't give a fuck about none of y'all bitches. I don't give a fuck about none of y'all bitches.
I wanna get drunk, I'm tryna get lit. I wanna get fucked, I'm tryna get picked. These bitches looking like they wanna get hit. Razor or the taser, take your pick. Feeling outspoken and I'm hoping you speak. Cause my homegirl hoping she could open your cheek. Think twice for you open your beak. Cause you could get buck 50 in your face and be open for weeks. But I breaks no sweat, no key. Bitches always got my name up in their mouths like teeth. Do treat in the chic boutiques. And her shoes and her blouse look cheap. Baby girl hair so brown but her weave look black. Bitches on I mean cause I see mad tracks. Lip gloss caked up and her makeup baked up. Baby girl, you just wake up. Bitches need to get their cake up. But these sluts got nut in the gut and it's so saved up. Real shit, she the Crasdale version. Dust bunnies under rugs like Persian. But because
I am here, and if you poppin' that sick shit, bitch, I'm right here. We be sippin' and trippin', you know mine's clear. I would let you come toast, but we don't like beers, no. Cause I give all them competition. They don't even deserve my attention. And she can leave before her entrance. I don't give a fuck about none of y'all bitches.
Fucking hot. Oh yeah. Sarah's always keeping it sexy. Look at that cleavage. That is one fine piece of ass. Glad she left Dave. She could do so much better. Fox.
I have a theme song. Yep, and here it is. If you haven't heard it, it is my theme song. It's something I created myself called Mr. Right.
My feet, my heart stops to beat. Cause you make me melt away. You're Mr. Right, my Mr. Right, too good.
right, we are here, ready to go.
Hello everyone. Hi. Say hello to me in the chat, please. Hi, Lara's okay. Hi, Gary Cool Boobs. Hi, Ricky Mork. Hi, Gary Cool Boobs. Hi, Lara's okay. Hi, Chapman 101. Is that it? I know there are other people in here. I was just waiting on the delay to catch up. Hi. How are you guys doing tonight? Hi, really good. What is this? Really good bad boy. Hello. Hello. Everybody just press 1 in the chat. Hi, Mad Puppies. How are y'all doing tonight? How are you all doing tonight? We have a big, long show for you tonight. Hey, Laura Frog. Why are you even in here? Breathing wildfire smoke. Oh, no. Hi, Dimension Dave. So, we've got a big, long-ass show tonight. Because we're gonna fucking just go into this Sponheim shit. I'm gonna fucking dig through all of his fucking videos, and it's gonna be very similar. Press 1 if you remember the deep dive I did on Zachary Michael's breakup. It's gonna be similar to that, where we're just gonna go through these videos and sort through everything so we can get the full picture of what happened here. And last night, I did end up finding some more information, which was specifically that Sarah left on July the 1st, okay? But before we get into this, hit the like button. Make sure you subscribe to the channel if you're new. If you're getting too many ads, I am live streaming on Kick, and there's no ads over there. I'm not implying anything. I'm just saying you could check out my Kick channel. It's kick.com/worst of the internet. If you are on Kick, feel free to subscribe. Helps out the channel a lot. And if you are on YouTube, like I said, hit the like button, click the join button, and become a member. We have a super chat goal up for today. Oh, and as always, my Ko-Fi is pinned in the description. Feel free to pay me. Put a link in there, and I'll actually probably check it out, just because I need distractions. Which brings me to the super chat goal. So I set up a super chat goal. Every 5 super chats, we're gonna segue and take a look at Sponheim's Slop cooking channel. Hold on, let me find the channel for you first. Who knows what'll pop up on YouTube? David Sponheim. So he's got a David Sponheim YouTube channel where all of his slop cooking is up, okay? So 5 super chats, and we will segue, do some slop cooking, and then get back into the live streams, okay? Because like I said, I need a distraction. I need to distract, and I mean, there's a lot of fucking cooking videos here, and allegedly they're all terrible. Hey, Jake Hudson, how you doing? So we're going to get into this, and we're going to start off by rewinding back to June the 29th, okay? Because on June the 29th, David is talking about Sarah, and even says later in the stream, Sarah says hey to everyone. So I can only assume that Sarah was there on June the 29th. Now, what I also found out that was interesting when I looked at Dave's archive is that he's, let's see, June the 29th. Where is it? Summer Show 9. So if you look, and it's hard to tell because he's not naming the days, but like Conspiracy Monday, and then this was on Wednesday. And so what I figured out was Dave was streaming 3 days a week, and he was talking as if he was already on vacation. Now, what that ultimately means, I don't know. But he was streaming about 3 days a week. After Sarah left, I guess now he has all this free time, and that would be why he's now streaming 7 days a We'll get into it, and you'll see how on June the 29th, you know, everything seems fine. Then fast forward to July the 1st, and like all of a sudden Dave has all this free time to stream all he wants, okay? So let's start. Now, we're only going to watch a few minutes of this particular live stream. The rest of them we're probably going to watch in full. She left on Canada Day. Oh my god. You know when...
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to Rumble.
You would know when Canada Day was.
I came in a little late tonight. I've been doing the show for about an hour and 40 minutes, and it's been great. I'm really enjoying my vacation. Thank you guys for putting up with this.
See, I've really been enjoying my vacation.
Shortened schedule, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 6 to 12. If I hit the road, it'll be 6 to 9 because I have a Starlink system that will be able to broadcast anywhere. And we'll have a 3-hour show. It turns out that for $50 a month, I'm able to squeeze maybe 12 shows in, 3 hours a piece. So that'll be good and stay within the 1 month mark. I can also use Motel high-speed internet to transmit. That's a possibility. So doing the show from the road is definitely viable.
So yeah, they set up a Starlink plan, and they were going to do the show on the road.
Thanks to Sarah, she helped me connect to the plan. Here we are, doing the ultimate, watching weird videos that you guys submit. Thank you very much. Taking a retro look back at me in 2013. That's, I've been doing this a long time. I must tell you.
Now, what I didn't know is that you could submit videos to him. This one's new to me.
Our solutions have started because the countdown has ended. Yeah, that was the end of the countdown to economic collapse, which I did for 3 years. Countdown to economic collapse predicted a lot of things that we're seeing in our government.
I counted down for 3 years, and the economy still hasn't collapsed.
In our economy right now, but we're doing pretty well. The Dow Jones went up today. Yeah, it actually increased. The big loser is gold, down to $57 an ounce, and gold tipped under 4,000. So, yeah, but the Dow continues to grow despite the baffling nature of our economy. 306 points up. So either there's a lot of hope that our economy is going to grow, or people are profit taking right now just to get in there and then sell tomorrow. Hard to say. But gold's price has gone down over 100. Right. Down, silver's down to 57 at the lowest point in a while, and then gold is down 121 down to 39.60. Bitcoin is definitely, I know I did this earlier, but I just want to recap. Bitcoin is down up 262 points $262 right now, but it's still under 60,000, which is a big dip from where.
He's picky about who he takes videos from now. I know a few people who would slip gay porn or horse videos in.
People buy in. So many
Hey,
people
Claire's boy.
Will it continue to drop? All right, so that's a lot of early morning trading. This line represents yesterday's drop. So in the early morning before the bell tolled, somebody dropped all this value only to gain it back. So it's very strange. All right.
Okay, now he's about to do this Indian street food video. I probably should forewarn everybody, some of this is going to be a bit insensitive, just to be clear. Okay, that music cannot be real. That cannot be actual music. Somebody had to have done that.
When you think about all the food that we're watching from India is probably a lot healthier than fast food with all the food enhancers, and ironically, you're probably looking at pretty healthy food, even though it looks like shit. Oh, your stocks went down after Friday and you felt ill about it? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. You're taking the stock market too seriously. Yeah, Sarah says hello to everybody, by the way. We've been hanging out, enjoying the vacation time. We got into Grey's Anatomy's final season, 22.
Okay, so Sarah says hello, everybody. We've been hanging out. We've been watching Grey's Anatomy during our vacation.
He keeps saying that's the end of the series, and he keeps coming back for another season. So we're watching Grey's Anatomy, having fun with that.
So I think that's pretty much it. I just wanted to play like the first 5 minutes. We are going to become. Yeah, because here's the thing. I've been kind of like getting transcripts on Rumble is kind of hard, and I've been searching through them. He only mentioned Sarah like 4 times, okay? But then we fast forward to July the 1st, and he mentions Sarah 61 motherfucking times, okay? So, like I said, June the 29th, everything's all hunky dory. 2 days later, on July the 1st, here we go. Is Sarah here? I hope she does. Listen, I will interview Sarah in a heartbeat. The interviews keep popping off lately.
Okay, hey everybody, welcome to the show. This is officially Wasteful Wednesday, but it could be anything to you. Yeah, it's kind of
Wasteful
an interesting
Wednesday.
time we're living in. Like Confucius says, may you live in strange times or interesting times. We definitely are.
So this, by the way, this image is going to be up for a while. 5G smart meters and Wi-Fi. Sheeple magazine. Who is this? Cool Cat. This is David Sponheim, a person that's been running for president since 2008. His wife recently left him.
You find out today, you're finding out your
And we're about to find out why.
CT results. Good. Well, I was telling people in the show that the issues that we bring up in the show are unique to the internet because I have no producers telling me what to say, and no one's censoring the show except YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, all of the Jewish-controlled media. Every one of them is trying to stop this show. And what I've done is to keep the show active all these years so that we can begin the process of building a third party and stopping this terrible takeover of our country. So even right now, I'm using blocking filters to stop the DDoS attacks from my show, which go on all the time. I'm getting them from Sweden right now.
Also, last night when I was watching, his internet kept going out, and he kept saying he's getting DDoS. He's like, you keep DDoSing me, I'm just going to stream longer. I was like, Dave,
Yeah, so
just get
there's
a new
lot of
IP.
things happening in that regard. Daily attacks, nonstop. But I'll be opening up the chat as soon as I gain control of the signal. Now I've got options to do the show on another computer if I have to, if this continues to. Remember, these people want to stop this in the worst way. And I couldn't understand why they wanted to stop.
See, I think he did this on purpose. Come back, Dave. Wait, what happened? I've noticed this keeps happening where he's muted. But maybe this was the DDoS attack. Maybe that's what happened.
Okay, bear in mind I'm getting attacked right now, so I'm going to go to a backup VPN.
Yeah.
Right there.
Backup VPN. Funny enough, the only threat he's ever really encountered on the road was never a DDoS. It was that time he was streaming from a Starbucks, and we found out which one in Northern Cali it was. Let me guess, somebody called. Hurry up, Dave. Hey, Samster, how you been? Uh-oh. Blank Space, thank you for the $2 super chat. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I don't know why I can't heart from here. There we go.
Thank you. Getting back into the show. Thank you. Thanks for coming in, everybody. Welcome to the Wasteful Wednesday summer show number 9. I've been contemplating ending my vacation soon and getting back into the show on a regular basis because the problems in the world are so pending that I almost feel like we need a daily show. So I'm considering that. I'm not going to make that decision yet, but coming up, I probably will consider it. So bear that in mind. The amount of resistance I'm getting right now on the internet is enough to keep me going and doubling up on my efforts, but not the 24/7 show. That's the thing that exhausted me. So.
Okay, so before this is where I got confused. Before this, Dave was doing a 24/7 show. Then he switched, I guess, quote, went on vacation, switched to 3 days a week. And now he, instead of doing 24/7, he's doing 7 days a week.
No one needs that kind of stress.
But he's not stressed out by the internet, people.
I know I haven't been on vacation.
Or the 5G waves.
The thing is, I've been doing the show 3 days a week, which is a big savings for me in terms of the time I spent. Bear in mind, I'm the only person in the world that's done the show as long as I've done daily without any interruptions and with a regular schedule. 7 years ago, I took a vacation and it was great. Did it Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 6 to 9, worked out great. But this summer, there's a lot of new factors involved, which are complicating the possibilities of the summer vacation. So I didn't expect them to be the problems that I've been facing, but I'm definitely facing some issues that are challenging. So, and I'll be more explicit about these things as time goes on. But right now, I'm just kind of piecing together what.
So he's doing that thing that we often see where it's like, there's this thing I want to talk about, but I'm not going to talk about it right now.
What could be getting the show back up 7 days a week, 6 to 12. But we'll start with tonight, and we'll go to Friday, and we'll see where that goes. And then I may have a full month of vacation time under my bit. The issues are, like I said, I'm not going to give you specific things that are happening, other than I'm dealing with a lot of stress, and none of it I caused. It's actually out of my control.
Of course. It's never Dave's fault.
Yeah. So I'm able to cope with stress pretty well, but the kind of stress I'm experiencing almost never, ever happens in the world. Most people, I'm going to cast 6 to 12 every day, probably by the end of my 30-day vacation. Because I started this vacation on June 9th. I may be ending it on July 9th and starting the regular show again. The possibility of going back east on a road trip with the gas prices and the instability and the shortages coming, not a smart move. So I'm one of these guys that likes to hunker down in tough times. I don't like to be on the road hanging out to dry.
Yeah, now all of a sudden it's about hunkering down.
So I'd rather be on the road with full support and low prices and gas than with no concern about the future, than being on the road with, am I going to get enough gas to go down the road? So I looked at all kinds of possible configurations to my plan for the summer, and none of them seemed to make sense. So staying put actually makes sense. Sometimes sheltering in place is the smartest thing. Now, I know I've been talking about this trip for some time, and I really wanted to take it, but the circumstances around my life right now are a little bit too unstable to focus on a trip right now, especially with the economy messing up. So you're hunkering down with no grocery money. Wow, didn't that guy who makes rent give you $1,200 in U.S. currency every month? You're not making enough money at the hotel? Well, maybe you should go to the grocery, the back door. The back of the grocery has a dumpster.
Freak again. Hi,
hang out at the dumpster. Just an idea. Just thought I'd throw that out there. But as you know, I love the show, and it's actually not a problem for me to do the show 6 hours a day, every day. But the part of the problem is with the 24/7 show, it grew to 3:30 in the morning, and I was getting worn out. I was getting tired.
Yes. So Sarah wouldn't take the RV until about 2 weeks after this, but it's coming.
Yeah, you can live on rice and beans and things like that. Absolutely. But yeah, if you have no money to advance, you better just sit tight and eat rice cakes. It's true.
Sit tight and eat rice cakes.
But what I'm going through, most people in the world have never even imagined. So, yeah, some things are happening that just are out of my control. I've never done anything to trigger those things, but right now the circumstances you're like, okay, if the world settles down, great. If not, I'm just going to hang out and be your host every night. Well, it could be a lot of things, but I don't want to talk about what they are because it just brings stress to myself. So by avoiding what the stressors are in my life right now, I avoid the stress. But nothing is my fault. I've done nothing wrong. I've been a very solid, supportive person,
I've done nothing
I do the
wrong
best I
here.
can with the people around me. No, it wouldn't help to talk because what I'm dealing with is it's like hard to even imagine. Yeah, so most people don't even go through this kind of thing in their life. But hey, it happens. I know.
Most people don't go through this kind of thing in their life. I feel like most people have dealt with a breakup before. I could be wrong on the statistics here.
How to handle stress, but I don't know how to handle things that are out of my control. So I'm just what I do is, hey, let it go, let it play out, see what happens, and just go from there. I'm good to just hang out here forever. I have such a nice place and a nice life. I can just relax.
Hey, Val.
I don't need to plan trips. Not when the world is as chaotic as it is right now.
Oh, Val, thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. Thanks so much.
But we don't normally hear about the dangers of 5G radiation when we're in our mainstream media shows. They don't talk.
You know what I find funny about this is because Dave was talking yesterday about setting up because I guess Sarah's only paying the internet through the end of September. We'll get to that eventually, but Sarah's only paying the internet to the end of September. So he's going to have to set something up. And for a second, I was like, oh, yeah, he could just get one of those, T-Mobile routers like Michelle has. And I'm like, oh, wait, he hates 5G. But then I thought about it, and I was like, but you're using Starlink. So satellites are fine, but 5G is the problem.
Talk about this stuff. They don't talk about a lot of things because they don't want us to know that they're literally creating a death ray with these 5G towers. These 6G
A death
towers.
ray.
Yeah, so we don't need to ignore this. We can talk about it. You can mention that 5G is dangerous to others. Sarah uses her cell phone all the time, and
this is where it starts.
It has reached a point where she'll wake up in the morning and she has her cell phone. She's reading on the cell phone. It's like an addiction, and she just has to be on that cell phone. And we recently had to put barriers between me and her because she would be sitting there in the cell phone. I'd be waking up from cell phone radiation, literally hitting my head. I'm just like, so we put a barrier up and between the.
So does he not have any Wi-Fi in the house, or is he only on 2.4?
the two beds, and it's like that helps. But really, if a person's going to be on that cell phone all the time, it's not going to be safe for the people around you. So.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. He said something about a barrier here. Hold on.
Just has to be on that cell phone, and we recently had to put barriers between me and her because she would be sitting there in the cell phone. I'd be waking up from cell phone radiation, literally blobbing.
And I assume he's talking about in the RV.
Hitting my head. I'm just like,
hey, Patricia.
So we put a barrier up and between the two beds, and it's like that helps. But really, if a person's going to be on that cell phone
a barrier between the two beds
the time.
That's why I'm saying this is so confusing to me, because I thought she was living in a shed, and then, it's all very convoluted. But what I do know is Sarah decided a couple of years ago, I don't want to be any part of this show.
It's not going to be safe for the people around you. So I reached the point where I just can't be around this constant.
Dave's going to have to wrap himself in a Faraday bag.
His cell phone. Yeah, it's kind of over the top. It's reached new proportions. Okay, let me see what I had yesterday.
No, he's going to spill it all in just a minute. Hi, Inyat.
Oh, it's almost unbelievable how much cell phone time people are putting in. Sarah, in particular, has put in way too many cell phone hours. and literally
If
holding
you're a
the screen,
native or fluent English-speaking expat living in Japan,
literally holding the screen right up next to her head, and she doesn't listen to what I say or recommend. So she doesn't believe a lot of things that are dangerous to her. She, as you know, Sarah took the vaccine, and she's having I believe Sarah's having a kind of a tough time right now because she not only took the vaccine, but she seems to be having some issues with her body chemistry that have affected her life. And I'm just backing off. I've been through this before with her, and that's kind of the biggest stress in my life is she's kind of really unhappy. And I didn't do
She's unhappy because she took the vaccine.
anything to
Hi,
trigger.
Rojo.
So what I saw today was kind of over the top. She ate about 150 grams of sugar.
Now he'll explain that later, but apparently Sarah made a sugar cookie, and he's like, she just ate 150 grams of sugar. Oh my god!
And I went out on the road with her, and we were traveling. I decided to go with her to town, and we were traveling to her dentist to get her dentist assessment. Yeah, and she was having what appears to be some mental issues on the highway. And luckily, she avoided hitting two cars with my help. That's what I'm talking about, stress.
With my help, she avoided hitting two cars.
So here we were making a left turn, simple left turn, and I had to literally say, stop.
Stop.
And she was going to hit a car head on, a truck going about 30 miles an hour head on, and another car too. And I prevented it from happening. Yeah, so strike one up for Dave.
See, it's like only he would retell this story and be like, yeah, good on me.
Then her condition is so whacked out because, as you know, she suffers from severe hyperthyroidism. Her condition was so whacked out that, yeah, you probably didn't know, but you do know now. She suffers from severe hyperthyroidism, and the thing about hyperthyroidism is they don't want to get treated because they like the highs that they get on.
Now, does anyone here have hyperthyroidism and can help me understand what the fuck he's saying? They get high off of hyperthyroidism?
Yeah, it was good awareness on my part, but she kind of enjoys that lift. You know, like when she went on our trip to Alaska, which I encouraged her to take a trip, she saw God. It's like, wow, okay. So, and she had this godly experience, was just so great for her, and I was actually joyous for her. But now she's gone into the deep lows. She went from the high 2 weeks ago down to the deep lows. So I suggested she take a trip, not right now, but I suggested she take a trip to see her friend, which she's doing. And she just decided to take a trip. She said, I'm bolting out of here. So she took a trip anyway against my advice.
So basically, after they got home from nearly getting in an accident, Sarah, for whatever reason, I'm sure there was no fight that Dave is leaving out here, but she decided, I'm up, I'm out of here. Bye, I'm bolting out of here.
I said, I care. I said, you need to get a blood checkup. She doesn't care. Yeah, so she's not really...
More than likely, she was just testy or probably, like, fucked up after almost hitting a fucking car. And he's like, oh, you're hyperthyroidism. You need a blood test. Hyperthyroidism. What is wrong with you? You're hyperthyroidism. And, like, I can just imagine. What kills me is he just has no self-awareness, that he's just, like, an insufferable pain in the ass to deal with.
Proactive about her health right now, and that has led her to this thyroid storm. In my opinion, I'm not a doctor, but I saw it before when we were much younger, 20 years ago, and the same kind of thing happened. And I said, well, you just need space. I get it. And I'm very even tempered when it comes to talking to Sarah, because she doesn't like anyone criticizing her or arguing with her. And for the past many months, I've been incredibly patient, and but as I saw her condition get worse and worse, I said, you need to get a checkup. Well, today I took her to Walgreens, and her doctor
He was gonna say the doctor, the Walgreens, and her doctor.
slated not to check up on her thyroid. They wanted everything tested, $1,200 worth of blood tests, and she refused to pay it. And I said, okay, well, let's get her to set up just 3 blood tests for you, which
Hey,
check your
Rand,
thyroid, because that's what we really need to do, not pay $1,200.
Oh, I
because she didn't
posted
want
on
to pay
my
$1,200
I posted that on my community tab. If you didn't see it, Red Knife.
for blood tests. So that's where we're at. She went to see her friend, and it's just not a good time for me. I've been the victim of a person with hyperthyroidism, and it's
He is the victim of a person with hyperthyroidism. Like, he actually fucking said that.
perhaps one of the worst times in my life, not the best times in my life, because the person that I love and care for is refusing to get treatment and refuses to do anything except take a ride. I even made dinner and she didn't want dinner, so I said, okay, just take a ride. But she went through about 150 grams of sugar today. She just kept eating the sugar cookies she made. And she actually burned the sugar cookie the other day in the oven. It's like, okay, I got you. Yep. So
Okay, I gotcha. So she burned the sugar cookie in the oven, and she just kept eating it all day long.
she decided to just hit that
Also, why is Sarah making one cookie at a time?
sugar cookie today, and wow, she had a thyroid storm like I've never seen before, and she refuses to get treated. So I said, well, you're on your own. Good luck driving.
So is it something like sugar and hyperthyroidism don't mix well? Justice for thyroid abuse survivors.
But yeah, she nearly hit 2 cars head on today. Luckily, we avoided the accident, and she's okay. Thank God I was there. Because had I not been there, she might have just been so stressed out she could have made the same moves without me saying stop. I mean, really, that's all I said was stop.
Oh no, he definitely
But
doesn't.
yeah,
have a
it's been
job.
very stressful with her milk.
That's the thing that I said. I'm a little bit like, I'm getting less concerned the more I look into this, but like, I am slightly concerned about Dave because Sarah was the breadwinner. She was the only one bringing money into the house. She was paying him rent, allegedly to live in a shed. And yeah, this whole thing is fucking wild. Like, because like I said, Sarah apparently was the one paying the bills too, and he only has internet till the end of September. What he's going to do after that, I'm not totally sure. Maybe he's got some retirement fund or something. I don't know.
Down. So that's what I didn't want to talk about, but I'll tell you anyway. That's where I'm at. So she's just having this reaction because of her disease, and there's nothing I can do. All I can do is not. I've never said a bad word to Sarah in my entire life, ever.
Never.
I've raised my voice a couple times. I admit that, but she said I don't like people to raise their voice, so I stopped raising my voice. But I've been extremely nice through this whole process, and honestly, she's like a different person when she's under this condition. She's completely a different person. It's like I don't even know her. So I'm going through a lot because I love her dearly, and I worry about her, but there's nothing I can do to help her if she doesn't want to seek treatment herself. But it's in the nature of the hyperthyroid person who suffers from this disease to never want to seek treatment. That's one of the symptoms. Refuse treatment. That's what they do. And as you know, many people like...
I don't know if that's real. Thyroid disorders affect blood sugar control. Okay, that makes sense.
God has some issues.
Like, I know nothing about the thyroid. I don't even know where the thyroid is.
You're on a better medication now. You feel a little bit better. Oh, this is way worse than menopause, but it could be the beginning of menopause. You're right. She's at that age.
Oh my God.
She's worse than that. Crying and laughing. That's just, yeah.
Yeah, he's treating it exactly. He's treating it like it's bipolar disorder, but like, and I'm not saying she has bipolar disorder, but like, she could easily just be depressed from dealing with this insufferable asshole all these years.
Well, that's what Sarah... I saw a woman do it too with menopause, but Sarah's in a worse kid situation really when you talk about emotionally. So it could be menopause, yeah. But I told her I don't hey, I'm not going to say anything
I screenshot
to
those.
tell you what I think because it's really of no yeah, thank you, U.S. man. It's of no consequence whatever I say. Kind of like when I tried to talk her out of the vaccine. We went through a pretty tough time 5 years ago with COVID, and I had to try to talk her out of the vaccine. She refused to listen to me, and then she took the vaccine, even though she could have taken an exemption, and she didn't want to even tell me she could take an exemption. So she
Dave, maybe she wanted to take the vaccine. Did that ever occur to you?
kept that from me. Her school district would have allowed an exemption. She refused, and she took the two vaccines instead. So now here we are 5 years later, just like
Also, yes, for those of you that don't know, Sarah was working as a school teacher.
Luc Montagnier predicted, the vaccine will affect people well into the future. So we could be dealing with a vax reaction too, or menopause, or her health care maybe, all I wanted to do is get a blood test for the thyroid issues. And I just want to see her get some treatment because I know that the medication she was on for years that she decided to run out of really helped her.
That she decided to run out of. If the doctor wanted $1,200 for blood tests, I'm just a hunch. I don't think she decided to run out of it. She probably couldn't afford ongoing fucking medication for it.
But she doesn't want to take that medication. She refuses to think that she even has the problem. And she resents that whenever I say that she has the issue. So you're just,
Now, one thing I could see is that he was so fucking annoying about it that she was like, fuck it, I'm not even treating this just to piss him off.
saying that. You always say that. It's like, I'm probably one of the only people in the world who could handle this up to this point. But now I'm being tested to the limit. It's like, okay.
Oh,
right,
poor Dave.
tested to the limit. I'll do
Dave is the real hero here. He can put up with so much.
whatever I can to help appease the situation. Because like I said, I did nothing to cause this. She decided to have 150 grams of sugar today and it went through the roof.
So the sugar cookie, that's what did this relationship, a 30-year relationship over a goddamn sugar cookie. Val, thank you for the $2 super chat. Wody for Prez 2028. I really want to ask Dave why he hasn't filed for 2028 yet. Okay? This man has been running for president for fucking 20 years. And I know goddamn sure, I know this motherfucker is not going to sit out 2028.
Your ex had a thyroid rage? Exactly. Well, I'm prepared for whatever comes my way future-wise. I'm more than willing to just hang out and do the show every day because I don't have a lot of financial needs and I can pretty much relax.
Dave said he needs 7,000 in donations before he files. Oh, that can't be right. Hi, freaking.
There's no reason to hit the road when a
Milk
person's
could've
going
saved
through that. So I said, we better not take trips right now because you're going through something. It's not normal. And she literally, in her mind, she blames me for everything. She sees me as the horrible person in her life, that somehow I'm the reason. And oftentimes people blame other people for their own problems. But she even said in her rage moment when she left today, yeah, she blames me for keeping her down and not giving her freedoms, and I've given her ample freedoms. Not that I should give her freedom; she has freedom. I've actually said to her, take trips. She took a trip to Disney 2 years ago. She took a trip just recently to Alaska with her friend. She spent 2 months with her family, and then she came home from her family trip when her sister died. And then she just said, I'm not going to do this show anymore. Yeah. It's like.
So apparently after her sister died, Sarah came to God and was like, I'm not doing this show anymore.
You don't like
it? Might have been the overuse of blackface, but who knows? Wafters, thank you for the $1.99 super chat. Idea, furry boy band called Menopause. Oh my god.
The show, okay, I understand.
hate you,
we had her down to
Wafters.
1 hour a night, and I said everyone will be disappointed, but I don't want to do the show anymore. I said, okay. I suggest.
Have you seen the article that Rolling Stone did on Dave? I knew there was a Rolling Stone article about Dave. I don't know that I've actually read it. We could try to find it though.
Potassium iodide today. I said it helps with hormone problems.
But yes, Rolling Stone did an article on Dave Sponheim because they were just doing an article, I think, on third-party candidates. what was that?
She wouldn't even take it.
What the fuck was that?
I don't want to do the show anymore. I said, okay. I suggested potassium iodide today. I said it helps with hormone problems. She wouldn't even take it. It's like potassium iodide might help you. No. Okay. Well, please do.
Potassium iodide.
Tell your friends the truth that I'm not trying to. I've never said anything bad to her, and she's been extremely unhappy. So I said, take a trip to your friends. Maybe they.
Rojo, thank you for the one kick. I appreciate it.
But she really needs treatment, and without the treatment, she can't really calm down and have a normal life again. The Vax is terrible poison. The Vax is absolutely the worst thing that they ever created. Wow, so the creatine is really pushing your body, huh? Wow, that's amazing.
That's the video. If you posted a link, it won't let you post links in here, but I will mod you, Mad Puppies. Because we might be coming up on a distraction hour here in a minute.
The disabled kids epidemic is getting retarded. Let's take a look at that video. Well, when you're messing with things like that, be careful because your hormones can affect your mind.
Okay, post it now.
And that's exactly what's happening to Sarah. She's having a hormonal rush. And eating that sugar today, I didn't even see her pound down a half a cookie. This big, 150 grams of sugar, this big, huge cookie she made.
This big, huge.
It's like, whoa.
Why did she make one giant cookie? I don't understand.
Now I know that, and I said, I even said, don't drive. It's unsafe to drive, but she's driving anyway. And yeah, she nearly crashed into 2 cars today.
Oh my God. Can I even
Thank
play
God I was
this?
there. 5G was the dress rehearsal. 6G is the kill switch. Let's do that one first. And then we'll get to the
Mad
other.
Puppies. I appreciate it.
It could be thyroid related, but her thyroid was already trashed 25 years ago. She's had hyperthyroidism and she refuses to get treated. Yeah, I was going to even give her potassium in her drink today, but she doesn't want to listen to anything.
You were going to slip potassium in her drink when she wasn't looking?
Plus, people are being beamed by energy. She literally woke up. I woke up today with her glued to the cell phone. Like every morning, she's up at 3 hours, and I'm trying to sleep, and I had to put a barrier between us because the cell phone goes right into my brain while I'm sleeping. It's like, oh my God.
The cell phone goes into my brain.
But yeah, her levels are through the roof. She should have gone with a blood test today, but it was $1,200. She didn't want to spend it. But her insurance covers it. That's what's so weird. She doesn't want to spend any money, even though...
Wait, if her insurance covers it, why did they want $1,200 to do blood tests? That doesn't make sense.
She has full insurance. It's like she's not thinking clearly. If she wanted to, if they wanted to charge $1,200, she'd have a small copay. She'd pay 15% on her pharmaceuticals and her blood test. It's like, I don't know. It's just she doesn't seem to be making good decisions. So
I do not understand at all then why the insurance wouldn't have covered the blood test.
She could be controlled by 5G. Anyway, she's going through unhappy.
Yeah, somehow, Ani, you're right. Somehow this is still Trump is still a better choice than this.
Happiness. So I'm hoping that she gets the necessary blood test and sees her real endocrinologist, who's up there where she's going to be, right where she is. So she can get someone to get her I said, you can go to your endocrinologist directly and pay out of pocket. They'll give you treatment. You don't need to get a referral. Just go there directly and talk to them about your situation. Seriously. But she doesn't want to listen to anything I say, so I'm not getting angry. I'm just trying to deal with this logically. But I'm sad. It really hurts me to see her entire personality change. Really hurts me. For real. But hey, I'm kind of like, okay, well, I've got a great show. We're going to keep doing the show. I'll do the show tonight. I'm going to take tomorrow off. We'll do the show Friday. I'll probably take the weekend off, and by Monday, I might start a regular 7-day schedule again. Because the trip at this point, with the price of gas going up and her not really being able to travel, is kind of a no-go. Why even get on the road?
Yeah, that's the only thing that makes sense is that they went to the Minute Clinic and the Walgreens doctor wasn't covered for whatever reason.
I can't get her on anything, man. I honestly can't. I don't even know if this is a vax reaction or just she just hit 150 grams of sugar today, but she's definitely having a terrible reaction. And I feel for her, but does she care about me? Not at all. Complete different personality from the woman I've known all these years. Yeah, it's a new schedule, but we're going to go with this schedule up until Monday, and we'll see what happens on Monday.
There are Walgreens that have like Minute Clinics in them.
Sad. And the fact that she refuses to acknowledge that she is having a problem is really weird. Yeah. No hot flashes. That's why I don't think it's menopause. I think it's the sugar reaction, and her thyroid levels are it's called a thyroid storm. So I'm doing everything I can to mitigate that.
Let's go distraction. Thank you, Claris boy. I appreciate it.
I've been doing it. We got her on ashwagandha tea. Her holistic doctor wants to get her on ashwagandha tea.
What holistic doctor are we talking about?
Honestly, the woman's just not proactive enough. The woman it should be an endocrinologist seeing right now. So I urge her to just go directly to the endocrinologist and pay out of pocket and just do whatever she can to get her meds under control. Because this whole thing, she said, this has never happened. I said, yeah, it happened 15 years ago. Or no, 20 years ago. The same thing happened. I went through this crisis with her, but never this bad.
Wody, Google thyroid storm? Why?
It's never been this bad. So, yeah, it's very, very unhappy for me to experience it, but oh well.
All right. Thyroid storm, also known as thyroidic crisis, is a rare, acute, and life-threatening complication of hyperthyroidism characterized by a sudden, severe hypermetabolic state resulting from excessive release of thyroid hormones. It's a medical emergency that can lead to cardiac arrest, heart failure, and multi-organ failure. I'm sorry I'm laughing at how morbid this is, but it's like, yeah, like this is clearly, her being moody is not the same as a thyroid storm, clearly. If this is a goddamn, you're having cardiac arrest and heart failure and multi-organ failure. Holy shit.
I've got a lot of things going for me.
And he thinks her being pissy and wanting to drive off with the lesbian is fucking a thyroid storm.
And I don't need to let her situation drag me down. Yeah, the mood changes have been through the roof. When she arrived, she said she saw God on her trip. It's like,
okay,
wow, that's a terrific experience. You had and incredible.
Did you believe her, Dave? I'm curious.
Then she made all these loving statements to me and
eating cookies.
And then all of a sudden, whoa, complete different person. Night and day, Jekyll and Hyde. I've seen this in her about 20 years ago, and I haven't seen anything like it since because she was on medication. Going off meds for a lot of people who are permanently damaged with their thyroid can be very devastating.
Or could the meds be just making her complacent enough for you?
I become the devil, simply because I don't believe exactly like she does. See, I don't believe that Jesus Christ is my Lord and Savior.
Nah, don't be out of the loop. He's a very niche person. Like, if you search for David Sponheim on Kiwi Farms, there's like 4 mentions because, like, he's not that relevant, I guess is the best way. Like, he was relevant he was semi-relevant like back in 2016, around that election. He was semi-relevant in 2008, but it was just mostly, you know, the public laughing at him. But he was never a lolcow, I guess, in the traditional sense.
Because I experienced God way before Jesus. And that's kind of a, yeah.
Right, she would be in the ER if she was having a true thyroid storm. It's definitely not a slow progression crisis. You don't just have it long term and go about your daily life, right?
That's exactly what the meds do. They give you an emotional
Hey, Prophet.
numbing experience. But the God issue definitely inflamed things too. She actually accused me. She said, "You don't believe in God." And I've always believed in God. And just because I don't believe in Jesus Christ as my Lord and Savior, I mean, how many Jews feel the same way? You know, there's a lot of people that feel that way.
Yeah, he has something about, like, I'm a Christian, but I don't believe Jesus was God or some shit like that.
I see.
Wait, wasn't it, or maybe it was AJ was arguing about this the other day?
Jesus as a kind of a brother that I didn't have. I don't put him on a pedestal, and I don't believe in idolatry.
Yes, there's an Encyclopedia Dramatica article about him, but there's not anything on Kiwi Farms. Just like Fancy, there's an Encyclopedia Dramatica article on her, but there's nothing about her on the farms, really.
I believe you.
Although I haven't checked lately for Fancy. Hey, Rudolph.
Yeah, exactly. It's similar to the woman you were talking to. Exactly.
Did you hear about when David got attacked but with the directed energy weapon? This sounds familiar, but please remind me.
So I don't engage in idolatry, but if people want to do it, if it's a pathway to God, I mean, I don't have a problem with it. I'm not like a Jewish person who believes they should be, you know, they should be persecuted for believing in Jesus. I don't. But they want to make everyone else believe in Jesus. And it's like, how is that any different than any other religion that tries to control your mind? All right, let's get into it. I keep saying let's get into it, but I don't get into it.
That's what he claimed, but it looked like the shingles. To this day, he claims it was a directed energy weapon. Was that when he was, like, putting all the shit on his face? Like, because I saw a couple clips of him, like, putting, like, look like hydrocortisone on his face. He was putting some cream on his face, and he was all, like, scabbed up. So that sounds like shingles.
In a nutshell. Not a lot to talk about beyond that. I mean,
so certainly you're not going to talk about that for the remaining fucking 5 hours of this, right?
I've got a ton of concern.
He had a Faraday kit made up, mask and all.
That I can't resolve, and she doesn't want me to resolve them. So, you know, guys like to fix things. I can't fix this. Women like to talk, but guys like to find solutions. But at this point, I just throw my hands up and say, hey, go visit your friend. Have fun, you know, but drive safely. She's not safe to drive. She nearly crashed into 2 cars today. I literally saved the day. It would have been 2 major head-on collisions the way she was driving. And I said, you're not safe to drive. And she doesn't care. She just bolted out of here. It's like, okay, good luck. I'll pray for you.
Yep, just bolted out on July 1st.
Just because I don't think that Jesus is my Lord and Savior makes me a person who doesn't believe in God in the eyes of Christians. It's like, when did Christians start judging people so much? Because Jesus didn't want you to judge people.
When did Christians start judging people so much? Are you joking?
And he also deferred to his father in every way.
Yeah, technically, I should clarify. They were never, just like Shani and Rev, they were never actually married, but they were together for fucking 30 years and never got married. And I remember one of the clips we watched, I think on the last stream, he even said, you know, I thought this could turn into a marriage. And it's like, when? 30 years?
God the Father. But yet somehow Christians have become the most judgmental people on earth. Okay, I'm being attacked again. I'm going to have to change VPNs.
Oh, God. DDoS attack. He doesn't seem to realize that changing VPNs doesn't really matter if they have your, like, home IP address. Yep, living in sin. That's probably why Sarah when she found Jesus, had to bolt on out of here. Dave, come back. All right, so now we're into the reaction part. I'll speed them up a little bit, and we may skip through. We're gonna be doing a lot. We're gonna be here a while, people. Okay, so hit the like button.
It can actually affect the calcium-gated ion channels in your body, okay? And if you know anything about chemistry or biochemistry, these sodium-calcium ion channels are responsible for literally everything in your body.
Sodium calcium ion channel.
Neurotransmitter release, hormone transcription, gene transcription, literally.
I'm telling you, this is going to get very confusing and very wild after a few of
The
these.
action potential of your nervous system, muscle contraction, anything you can think that has to do with the body at an electric level is involved with these channels, okay? So once they roll this shit out, they can quite literally do whatever they want to our bodies if we're not protecting ourselves.
Yeah, that means that you may need to get some of these things. These metal fabric wraps you can get for $20 at Amazon. I wear this
Metal
over my lap,
fabric.
and it gives me protection from radiation during the show.
Oh my god, I was joking about the Faraday fucking sleeping bag, sir. That was a joke.
I also wear my vest when I can. Right now I'm just kind of under the shielded radiation barriers, which I keep up.
Yeah, he never says anything when the video's playing. He just lets the video play and just makes some comments after.
All the time during the show. After being hit by radiation, very much like the Havana syndrome, I felt like I had to protect myself in the studio here. But yeah, these are death rays. They're deploying death rays, and they're doing it right under our nose, and our government officials are so bought off that they don't even care.
Mandó a militarizar de Diosdado Cabello. Miren aquí por qué.
Stacks of $100 bills everywhere. Watch as civilians and first responders and others pull wads and suitcases full of American $100 bills from the collapsed buildings. Cash is turning up in huge amounts across the rubble. People are asking this, is this why Colectivo leader Caballero was reportedly demanding American
Wait, is this in where is this? In Cuba? What?
teams go in a different direction?
What buildings?
They're going to find cash.
¿Qué razón mandó a militarizar automáticamente La Guaira, señores? Porque estos videos de estas caletas, que incluso se está pudriendo hasta dinero de tanto tiempo que tiene, dinero guardado y no sabe ni cómo sacarlo. Dólares, señores. Empezaron ya a verse estas caletas que ustedes están viendo ahí, de repletas de dólares. Millones de dólares, señores. Y el pueblo muriendo de hambre. Y este charlatán sin vergüenza.
So here you've been paying your taxes and being
I mean, I wouldn't be filming this. I'd just take the money and leave.
good citizens. I've never drawn $1 from the government, by the way. Me personally, I've never even drawn a penny from the government. But I see this government throwing money away in foreign areas. Just look.
Now, hold on. Did Dave refuse the stimulus checks back in 2020? I'm curious.
Recklessly, which is an example of a complete breakdown of our system. And the politicians we've been electing have been completely in the back pocket of the Zionist elites who control the world and who want to take even more control over the world. We're fighting a battle for our future. If you're wondering, if you're just tuning into the show right now, and maybe this is your first time watching the show, I've been dedicated to stopping the Zionist globalists for at least a decade of the 17 years that I've been doing this. I just intrinsically know that we need a third party. I just know that. There's no way around it. We're not going to get honesty from our two parties that we have right now.
And this is the one thing that I will agree with Dave on, is that you're never going to see anything change in this country if you keep electing Democrats and Republicans. That's the one thing I'll agree with him on.
And the people that I'm being attacked by every day in the show are the ones that really don't want this message to get out. They're doing everything they can to stop it.
Oh no, Sarah probably got his because she claimed him as a dependent. Oh no.
Right now they're scrambling to find my VPN location, and I may have to switch VPNs again. Now I've got Starlink waiting to start up to go to another channel. I'm willing to do that if I have to. So yeah, it's just almost unbelievable. I take it that whole video is all translatable. Yeah, there's people gathering to get money. Their money is everywhere. Is this USAID money? That's the question.
donde se encuentran las caletas y están protegiendo toda la fortuna de Diosdado Cabello, porque él sabe que su cabeza está a punto de caer y ya hay indicios claros.
Ay, 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 ay. Ay, 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 ay. Okay, at this tiny prison in Greenland, literally the edge
Dave, don't do that.
of the world, there are only 12 inmates, 1 Palestinian and 11 Algerians. It must be Islamophobia and definitely nothing to do with the disproportionately high crime rate.
In prison بيعملوا لي باي باي 20 واحد بالكتير قاعدين جوه. I'm from Egypt. عربي انت عربي؟ بتعمل ايه هنا؟ والله محبوس. هذا محبوس ليه؟
والله عندي قضية صار شيء معاي وانحبست هون والله.
اوه
صار لي ساكن هون سنتين.
والسجن حلو؟
الحمد لله.
تقدر تطلع ولا لا؟
لا والله ما بقدر.
وانت كنت عايش هنا من زمان؟
عايش بنوك.
بنوك؟
صار لي سنتين بنوك.
وايه اللي جابك هنا؟
والله الامور.
يلا الله يعينك. فاضل لك كام سنة؟
والله ما بعرف، يمكن اطلع هلا ب6 شهور ان شاء الله.
ان شاء الله ان شاء الله. الله يعينك. اسمك ايه؟
ركان.
Why is he nodding along like he has any idea what's being said in this video?
احمد من فين في فلسطين؟
انا عايش بالدنمارك.
حبيبي.
Hey Rodney, good to see you.
السجن السجن بتاعهم لقيت واحد فلسطيني. People in prison بيعملوا لي باي باي.
Okay, I don't really see the humor in anyone in Antarctica right now or in Greenland. I don't see the humor in this, but whatever. Apparently somebody found some humor in it. German MEP Christine Anderson argues that the Western governments have completely betrayed their own citizens, using manufactured crises from the COVID scam to the climate change hoax to impose control under the guise of public interest. I totally agree with her.
Anderson argues that Western governments have completely betrayed their own citizens, using manufactured crises, from the COVID scam to the climate change hoax, to impose control under the guise of public interest.
Is there a love and a hate for politics that you maybe have accrued over the years?
Well, let's start with the hate. Yes, there are things that I hate about politics, and that is simply, excuse me, and that is simply that the ones we have trusted and voted to look out for our interests, to serve us, the citizens, that they would be capable of completely selling us down the river. And they're still doing that. And once again, the gaslighting that is going on, which I already saw, remember when I was, 11, 12 years old, watching this propaganda show from Eastern Germany, I suddenly saw the same thing. I mean, they're, under the disguise or under the pretense of doing something, in our best interest, while in reality, what they're actually doing is trying to establish to control us. And you see that with every single program that is now being advocated for by, the talking heads, whether with the whole COVID madness, the COVID scam, really. You saw it there. It's the same thing going on with this climate hoax, climate change hoax, which is a complete hoax. I mean, carbon dioxide is not a poisonous gas. It is actually required to sustain life on our planet. And it's just a fallacy. It's completely false to say that the carbon dioxide drives temperature. It's the other way around, right? The temperature rises, and then as a response to that, carbon dioxide rises. So carbon dioxide is not the driver of climate change. It's a complete hoax. So please don't believe that anymore. Or take the transgender madness, right? And, it's just the lying that is going on, the gaslighting, the manipulation. And on top of all of that, if you don't buy into their lies and their gaslighting, you're being scolded, you are being, admonished like you're a little stupid kid that doesn't even know what you're talking about. And that's how they treat citizens at this point, as naughty little children who need to be told what's good for them.
Wait, do we know what Sarah's new closeted lesbian man looks like?
And if they don't realize that, they get punished. I mean, the lawfare we are seeing going on pretty much in every single Western democracy. In the UK, it's just completely nuts over there, And this is also going on in Germany, where my home state.
Canadian Ghislaine Maxwell. No, I can't. I totally fucking see that.
The media post, right? You have
Dave, say something.
The secret state police knocking on your door at 6 a.m. in the morning. So we're now.
Sarah has a new look. Can I post a link? Yeah, let me mod you first, and then you can post.
I have this phrase over here. You need to have a bathrobe ready, right, at any given time. So this is what I really hate.
I'll mod Rendelf too, but y'all don't be offended if I take away mods later, okay? Just don't do anything.
Oh yeah, it's intense in the UK. I mean, if anyone says anything bad against a Pakistani person or a Muslim, you go to jail. You can't call them a name. I mean, you know the name Paki is considered a slur in England. If you call somebody that, you go to jail.
Wait, is it? I thought Paki was literally just short for Pakistani. I really had no clue that it would have been that it's an actual slur.
There's no freedom of speech there at all. At least in America.
What do you call Pakistanis, I guess?
We have freedom of speech. We can call each other names. Blacks call whites whitey, cracker. It happens all the time. But we have a country that should be resistant to this. But now that the government under Trump has caved into Zionists, it's weird. It's like they'll do whatever the Jews tell them to do. Why? Jewish people occupy 1.2%, 1.7% of our U.S. population. Yet they control 99% of government through whatever means, whether it's...
Now, goddamn it, Rodney. What is this? This is Sarah's new look.
Covet means like blackmail, bribery, threats.
Worth it.
8 students in a typical classroom now have some kind of disability. In 2019, the percentage of children with a disability was just under 20%. Now it is 27%. And only 2.2% of that are children with an actual physical disability. The rest are socioeconomic disorders and potentially COVID-related mental health issues. But yet our government forced children to learn remotely for almost 2 years. Last year, over 1 million kids received some kind of education.
This video is titled "The Disabled Kids Epidemic is Getting Retarded."
Adjustment also doesn't need to be a medical diagnosis in order for schools to receive disability loading from the government. And that disability...
This is why, like, Rumble and all the conspiracy shit on Rumble is just fucking wild to me.
Loading from the government is over $5 billion per year. The biggest percentage of disabilities in the classroom come from a type of socio-emotional disorder, which is ADHD or autism, or this new one I just learned, oppositional defiance disorder. Sorry, but what the fuck is oppositional defiance disorder? Vindictiveness and defiance against authority. So a defiant kid is considered a disabled kid. Okay, you do you. Let me point this one out. A teacher in Queensland
That is definitely garbage's disorder.
and said that 10 of 26 of their students had ADHD, plus another 5 to 6 students having signs of ADHD. Bear in mind, the signs of ADHD is distraction or disorganization or task avoidance. Teacher quit teaching because 22 of the 24 kids in their class had ADHD or autism. But we absolutely aren't overdiagnosing kids, are we? Are we medicating kids to avoid disciplining kids? Because if we are creeping into a space where majority of children have ADHD, that is fucked. Particularly when the signs of ADHD is a kid who just needs to get their head pulled in.
I don't know if that's exactly how ADHD works.
Well, she's got some practical statements that are true. A lot of kids now have permissive parents that let them get away with anything. So when they get to school, they create a huge crisis for the teachers because they've never had any punishment at all. And the teachers, like in my state of Washington, their hands are tied. They can't stop. They can't even suspend a kid nowadays. If a kid throws a rock through the window in school, you don't get suspended anymore. Seriously.
What? You don't get suspended for fucking vandalizing the school? Why? Why wouldn't you get suspended for something like that?
Flight reportedly hits a drone at 3,000 feet during an approach to land at JFK. This happened 2 days ago, or 1 day ago. Okay. Let me read the chat first. So to bring you guys up to speed, my vacation is probably going to be truncated due to the gas prices and the personal issues I'm dealing with. Sarah's had a reaction to her thyroid problems, and I didn't expect this to happen now, but...
See, this is where it starts, where it's like between every video, Sarah, thyroid.
She thought she managed it holistically, but she needs full-on endocrinology help. And I said, you need to see an endocrinologist. It's been putting me through the ringer the past 2 weeks. So my vacation of the past 2 weeks is more like been living hell. And I did not react to her problems because when you react, it gets worse. So yeah, but ADHD and ADD and ODD, all of these things are going to be a problem for 85% of the kids coming up, probably due to environmental factors. And that wasn't discussed in that last video. Environmental factors play a big part in why kids are having problems.
Environmental factors like what? 5G?
Learning, cognitive disorders, etc. And no one's really addressing those issues. includes 5G radiation, the vaccine, you name it. The food they eat in the morning.
Sarah's COVID shedding killed Dave's cat? No, you guys keep coming in here and telling me these insane fucking stories, and I haven't kept up with Dave in years.
But I did recommend that she see her doctor, get her blood tested, and I hope she has some solutions from that. So let's play the video.
100,000 missing children in Venezuela? That cannot be a real number.
And go from there. I can only keep doing the show. That's what I do. That's what I like to do. I retired many years ago, but hey, I want her to get treatment. And I said, hey, go visit your friend for a few days, see how you feel.
Yeah, for sure.
We'll go from there. But she is really, really a different person. And I never, ever even imagined this person.
Shoot me an email and we'll set up a time.
In my life. I mean, she's not the woman I fell in love with. She's turned into something completely different. So I told her, I said, I'm here for you. If you have any issues, I'm always here. And she's having issues. So hopefully she'll get treatment and we can get past all this. But man, I've been going through emotional hell the past 2 weeks. It's so weird. It's like she'll cuddle up with me and put her head on my shoulder, and then a few hours later she'll hate me for no reason. Maybe something I did back 25 years ago. She'll hate me for that.
No, Dave, it's her thyroid. It's not you.
And I didn't do anything back 25 years ago. But she just, it's like,
you didn't do anything?
How much she hates.
You didn't do a blackface 25 years ago?
So you really don't need to worry about, about all this stuff, because I'm not going to trigger her. I refuse. I've learned the hard way not to give her any contradictions, no criticism. I've never said a bad word to her, yet I don't even raise my voice anymore. I did raise my voice a couple times in the past, but I never said any bad words. It's like, gee, I can't win. I don't. This is one of these mental disorders that is hormonal related, and I can't win. It's a losing battle. So hopefully she'll get treatment. Hopefully she'll arrive safely at her friend's house tonight and start to calm down. But I said, do whatever you have.
Like, this is Dave's way of coping. She didn't leave me. Her hormones did.
To do just, and I just want her to get better. But honestly, I have to cancel my trip for the summer. There's no way I can hit the road with all this other thing going on with the Trumps and the instability happening. I wanted to go, but I can't see going anywhere. So the 7-day show will probably come up starting Monday. I'll probably get back on the 7-day show, 6 to 12. So tonight we do 6 to 12. We're gonna take a break tomorrow, do Friday night, and then take a weekend off. I'm gonna kind of like gather myself, and then we'll get back to a 7-day show. It's just amazing how her issues can totally throw my life into chaos.
Oh, you're so brave you made it today, Dave.
Of missing children. There is a large number of missing children in Venezuela following the major earthquake, and people on the ground are sounding the alarm that something nefarious is going on.
Disturbing thing that's going on is that apparently they are taking traumatized and orphaned children to use for child trafficking.
And parents that are looking for their children and being interviewed by the news are telling some strange stories.
We also have one of the people who's quite affected. I would like you to first give me your first and last name, please.
I am Noraima Perez, a waitress at the Camurive Clinic, and I am here affected because my 4 children are missing. My daughter Aranza Lopez was taken out alive, but they took her out with a last name that is not hers. Aranza Vergara appears in Social Security. I have looked for her in all the hospitals in Caracas, and she does not appear where they transferred her either.
And if you're like me and you're questioning whether or not this clip is real because the woman being interviewed has an Indian accent, I asked Rock and the footage appears to be authentic, and what she is saying is that her daughter's name was changed to something else. And now she's completely missing from the system. People online are also reporting very strange listings on Vinted, like this one, a 3-year-old pizza rabbit for $6,300, which is very reminiscent to what was happening on Wayfair several years ago. The organization
Sky's Berta, thank you for rejoining for 7 months in a row. I appreciate it.
Save the Children is on the ground and also asking for donations. The same organization that Hillary Clinton has a long and rich history with. She's advocated for the organization, she's raised money for the organization, and she's also collabed with the organization through the Clinton Foundation. Any claims that she used this organization to traffic children is just a conspiracy theory that started in 2020 along with Pizzagate. And we know how that turned out. The reason I'm sharing
Astrid better get on this ASAP. She's too busy calling me a predator.
this information is because there's still 100,000 children in Venezuela missing and an additional 600.
How she's going to tie all of this to being related to me, I'd love to see. But
80,000 children that need family reunification. So if they're
Ben Chickens, thank you for rejoining for 20 months in a row. I appreciate it. Charlie Kink takeover. Too soon.
Is evil at
Too
play here?
soon.
It's important that we shed light on what's going on in hopes that it stops. If you see a listing like this on Vinted, Wayfair, Pinterest, or any other app, report it immediately. Praying for all the people in Venezuela that have been affected by this earthquake, and especially the children. As always, let me know what you think about all of this down below. There is a large...
Okay, so many of these attacks on countries like Venezuela could be tectonic weapons. And I've even suggested we use a tectonic weapon against the Iranian mountain range to knock out their missile defense system. And I would think that would work very well, but I don't think we should use tectonic weapons on innocent civilians like they did in Venezuela, hypothetically, allegedly. Grabbing the kids when they get out in a disaster is what they do. It's not uncommon for like the Haitian earthquake that we know had possible tectonic weapons used against them. They just went after all kinds of people, taking kids into trafficking and everything. So the powers that be seem to want to traffic children at a rapid rate. And whenever you see this happening, it's definitely a sign that our society is completely upside down. Well, maybe the kids died in the earthquake. I mean, God forbid, but 100,000 kids missing? It could be worse. I mean, maybe they didn't die and they're being kidnapped and tortured. I mean, we don't know. But the reality is most of these situations are being ignored by the vast culture that we live in. When I talk about this, nobody seems to care. You guys probably care because you watch me every night that I'm on, but most people just kind of like, oh, I don't believe it. So they're living in a state of denial that kids are being taken away. It's terrible corruption. So we're sitting on a mountain of corruption in America that is clearly obvious by the cover-ups that are going on. But worse than that, we've got toxicity issues that keep getting worse and no one ever cleans them up. Back in the 60s, I thought we would be banning a lot of pesticides and herbicides after DDT, but we didn't ban any. The Democrats never stepped up. After Robert F. Kennedy was killed, they never stepped up on the environment. Now they're pitching some bullshit about greenhouse gas, or just like MEP Christine Anderson was saying, they're creating false flags or scams to push their agenda. Climate change. If anything, what they're doing is causing the climate change using weaponized carbon known as graphene oxide, which can alter the weather. It's a primary component in weather modification.
Is this the chemtrail bullshit? Because that's not real.
So, not just solar flares. They can cause earthquakes, but they've got methods by which they can create an earthquake in the world. Black Rose is Anita. She's basically came in.
Well, if they have the ability to just create earthquakes, and they want to kill us all, why don't they just do it?
She's waiting on her test results today. Yeah, that's Anita. Hubby died 2 years ago.
That's what I was saying last time. His teeth didn't used to be this jacked up.
Anita's husband, David, passed away. But she did send me 3 of his shirts. I have them in my closet that I kept.
Dave, why? Why?
And I kept some of her ties that she sent.
Why are you keeping a dead man's clothes?
And I appreciate that, Anita. Oh, 5 years ago? Wow, time flies. Wow, Anita, I forgot. Thank you. Well, the reality is we're all going to be facing some weird times. So I'm telling everybody to shelter in place, hunker down, get supplies of food, prepare for the worst. And you can always be prepared. I can't send anyone anything, Cal. Yeah, at this point, I'm barely able to function. But thank you.
I'm barely able to function.
7 people watching entertainment at Trump's Great American State Fair. One of them.
Hi, Allura, truthful. How are you doing?
A PR disaster. The MAGA movement is dead. Look at this. This is amazing. People are just not jiving to Donald Trump anymore.
There are literally 7 people watching this entertainment Great American State Fair. One of them is asleep. Is this in DC? This can't be like real.
What a disaster.
Yeah, Mr. Chris right now.
Wow. Well, Trump didn't pull it off, and I guess Corey Feldman isn't going to be the stage act anymore. So it was everything you could never want in America. Well, you guys have to understand, many people in the show like the show as much as I do. And
actually, how could that be real, considering that this is literally on July the 1st, not the 4th?
That's why you're here. So I'm not changing any of that. But I'm not going to put on some fake event to pretend like the 250th anniversary is some great achievement. It's a disaster. Our country's never been more out of control with spending and corruption and the two parties. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah, but that's what people were saying in 1976, and they at least still managed to figure it out.
Now, I can pretty much handle almost any kind of adversity without getting pissed off. You probably remember when I was swatted in the house here. I I did it so calmly that it was over in 10 minutes, and I went on my merry way and went back in the show. But I was traumatized, and I was able to get through it because I have a very calm demeanor in tough, stressful times. And right now, it's a tough, stressful time with Sarah just bolting to her friends. And
that is straight cope. Like, I'm aware that swatting is ridiculous and like it definitely can be traumatizing, but like at the same fucking time, like, oh, but I was so brave. I came back and I finished the show.
Trying to relax, and I said, well, do whatever you can. I have never said a bad word to her at all, and she's just freaking out about all kinds of things. And she ate about 150 grams of sugar today against my advice and just went off the rocker.
I mean, there's got to be something going on if you like actually give this guy like money to run for president every 4 years.
So nearly hit 2 cars in traffic. We averted a terrible accident. I was sitting next to her and I said, stop, because she was completely out of control. Her emotions are like
calm down,
on a trigger. They're like all over the place. And I honestly don't even know who she is anymore. I've reached a point where like, okay, well, I'm not reacting to any of it. I'm not getting angry. I'm just totally going, I understand. I seriously think you need to get your blood checked. Seriously. You've fallen out with Stephanie? Well, if she's not nice to you, she's not a good friend. Yeah. And when they're not the same person, you have to like give them space. So because I love Sarah tremendously, I'm not letting this deeply affect me, although it has already deeply affected me in many ways. But I'm just going to let her have her space and get some treatment. If she can get an endocrinologist to treat her, that'd be great. Because she was fine for a decade with medication. But the unique thing about hyperthyroidism is when they don't get their medication, they resent being medicated. So they stop medicating. A lot of people do that. Many people stop their medication because they like the high that they feel when they're really, really riding high. I mean, she literally said she saw God at the Alaskan trip.
I'm just like, is it like he's making hyperthyroidism sound like a fucking drug that I want to take? Like, why?
She said she saw God. It's like, well, that was epic. And then all of a sudden, this whole world started collapsing around me. It's like, oh my God. Well, I don't know if you saw God. You may have seen Satan. I mean, posing as God. Yeah, the reality is she needs to get her space, and I respect that. I'm going to give her whatever she needs to get calm and get comfortable. And if it's the end for us as Sarah and I, yeah, Sarah, if it's the end for us, it's devastating for me. I can't even tell you how upset I am because it's like I'm still kind of compartmentalizing it. But if she doesn't want to continue in this relationship, I respect her space. I don't have a problem with her being herself in another area. I just worry about her. Well, that's the problem. I mean, she thinks I worry too much about her. She may, with medication, she may turn around, but I can't really afford to go on a trip with someone who's this unstable. So I'm canceling my trip. The motorhome we bought, I'm actually thinking of giving her the motorhome, and she's agreed to the possibility I'll keep the trailer. She really is pissed about everything. She's just so unhappy, and I don't want her to be unhappy. I said, well, sure, I'll sign the motorhome over to you. You'll have a place to go, and I'll keep the trailer. So she's willing to do that. So I'm more than willing to go to DMV with her and write everything over. And she can have her motorhome and I'll have my trailer. She shouldn't be driving at all. I told her I don't think she should be on the road right now, but I hope and pray that she'll safely get to her friend, and her friend can talk her into getting a medical checkup. But she's having a thyroid storm, and it's not pretty. No, not going to go on the road trip after all. It turns out that too much is going on with instability with Sarah's illness, and then the gas prices being so high, and I guess we're gonna have shortages in a couple of days.
Nothing drives a chick out like measuring her sugar intake. No, for real. Like, that's what I mean. Is like, he's such a condescending prick. I could absolutely see a scenario where she's like, I don't want to get treated for hyperthyroidism because you're an insufferable fucking prick about it. Like, you're a fucking asshole about it day in, day out. Everything I do is hyperthyroidism. Like, fuck you. I'm not getting fucking treated for this shit.
Shortages are coming. So if Trump can't resolve this, I'm not going to go run around driving around the country with unpredictable gas prices. It's not worth it. Well, believe me, I'm sure that a lot of things could be good, but nothing holistic can solve her problem with this massive sugar spike she did today. She needs full-on medication from a doctor. Holistic solutions are not going to cut it. She doesn't seem to understand the nature of her disease, that when she has lots of sugar and she's feeling emotional, it gets way worse. She's so unhappy. Yes, I think so. Yeah, I think so. I think my vacation will have lasted 30 days, because I may get right back to a regular schedule of 6 to 12. So 30 days will be probably the vacation period, not 2.5 months. I wanted to get on the road a couple of days ago or 2 weeks ago, and I had suggested that she get an implant in her tooth. Yeah, she could be menopausal too. I'm not ruling that out. But I suggested she get an implant in her tooth, and she didn't check out that she had to see her doctor after 3 weeks or 2 weeks. And when she saw her doctor today,
wait, is this why she went to the dentist? Is because you wanted her to get an implant?
She nearly crashed into 2 cars. So, and then I even let her drive. I said she could drive back just to show that you're capable. You drive back, and she drove back home okay. But so I think she's okay on the highway up to a point, but she really shouldn't be driving in this.
Hey, I am this guy. They met when she was 20, plus 27 years together. 47 is menopause. I feel like that sounds early for menopause. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know menopause. Okay, I have a penis, so I don't know enough about this. What do you want to bet that? Also, I'm gay, so. What do you want to bet that Dave canceled his vacation because he piggybacks on Sarah's insurance?
There's no way to put your foot down on this.
Now
you can't put your foot down on a person who's unstable emotionally. You can't tell them what to do.
Oh, so perimenopause does start in late 40s? Okay.
I have a lot of experience in this matter, and she would never have found a person nicer than me to have in her life than I've been. I've never used a bad word to her at all, yet she's called me names. So, yeah, I mean, she's called me names, and I don't, I don't engage in name calling, and I've never said anything to trigger her. I don't even criticize her, but she seems to think that I'm the reason she's so unhappy. So that's all in her head. It's all in her head. It's all kinds of things she's blowing up in her head. So I'm disappointed too. Well, we can have more time together this way.
Ricky, you know that argument only works when it's sage.
24 moments Donald Trump told the world that nobody was better at him doing it than he himself. Boy, does this guy need a reality check. Yeah, Trump is a classic megalomaniacal narcissist.
Failing teeth, depression, unstable blood sugar, poor sex drive, all menopause symptoms. I guess maybe, but even still, like, it just, I don't know. You try living with David Sponheim for 27 years and see if it doesn't drive you insane.
Well, I'm not going to say the name she calls me, but...
like, I'm stuck on the most logical explanation is that Dave is just an asshole.
They're not pleasant, And like I said, I don't react to any of these things. I never call her names, and she's been handled with kid gloves, as they say. I've been one of the nicest guys that she could ever have in her life, and she's just really, really very unhappy. So it's all hyperthyroidism related. I'm convinced of it. Now, I'm not a doctor, so I can't get her blood levels and checks, but she doesn't have a decent doctor. She needs to go directly to her endocrinologist, probably tomorrow. But whatever, I'm not going to even deal with it, because as far as she's concerned, she doesn't want to be here. So I got it. I said, okay, go visit your friend. But honestly, I wouldn't have really recommended her be on the highway. She nearly crashed into 2 cars today. And they weren't just slight crashes. They could have been head-on collisions with a truck and then a car on top of it. But I said, stop. A flat out stop. Just emphatically stop. And she stopped her car, and the truck and the other car went right by her. But she was about ready to drive right into him. With me, I would have been crashed. I would have been wasted. I would have...
See it. I would have been crashed. I would have been wasted. I would have died.
Been in a hospital right now.
I would have been in a hospital.
She left for 2 days.
Not Sarah, the one that was driving. It would have been me.
She's welcome to come back. If she wants to stay away forever, that's something I'll deal with later. Right now, I'm not trying to process that emotionally, because I do love her, and I've said, hey, I'll do anything for you. But I even begged her to reconsider, but she just hates me for some reason, because it's her disease.
Gray divorce commonly caused by exhausted menopausal woman who can no longer deal with the male nar. What?
He's saying I'm the problem. What happens is when they're hypervigilant, and it started when she went on her Alaska trip, and she had lots of fun. She saw God. Suddenly God turned into the devil in my mind. But she came back, and suddenly all of these things were all my fault, and I did nothing to start them.
Oh, narc. Yeah, no, he's definitely a narc.
Well, I need to think of my health too. And I said, you know, I really have to, I'm going through the ringer here emotionally, and you just keep taking me down. She doesn't, when she looks at me, there's no feeling at all. It's like total sociopathy. I'm taking it as calmly as I can. I handle stress really well, but I'm compartmentalizing. I'm kind of holding down a lot of the anger I have. I've always been holding my anger down because I don't want her to get upset. I've never wanted to trigger her. So I've been walking around on eggshells for years now, knowing that she could very well be triggered, but she doesn't want to get medication, so it's on her. And she resents it when I say she has hyperthyroidism, which is a disease she's been diagnosed with.
Right. So you annoyed her with this so fucking much that she was like, fuck you, I'm not even dealing with this.
Resents that. So I can't win there either. So I'm in a lose-lose situation right now. And the good thing is I'm pretty secure here. I have a wonderful life. And I'm not going to stop her, yeah. I told her, enjoy your time with your friend, and we'll see where this goes. But yeah, I literally am going to let it go. And it saddens me because I put so much into this relationship, and to see her mentally spin out of control. It could be menopause, like you say, but I don't know what it is. But all I know is she needs to see a doctor about this.
I just, like, imagine, you need to see a doctor about why you left me. Like, really? You need to go see a doctor and tell him, oh, I left my husband, something must be wrong with me. I left my partner, sorry.
Supposedly your best friend, she didn't wish you well or concern her during the heat wave.
I want to see this dude versus G-Man in a debate on religion and politics. That would be fucking great.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. You know, people who are not caring about you, you shouldn't really make a big part of your life. We all know what fair weather friends are, and you can't really expect anything out of a fair weather friend.
Sounds like OJ.
Yeah, I know you broke up with her a few days ago. I'm sorry that happened. But, you know, I'm at the point where I didn't even recognize her today. I didn't even recognize her. She's like a different person. Don't ever say that, especially considering all the crap that you said to her. You know that triggers her. She's not a lesbian. Don't respond to Cal Worthington. He doesn't understand. That's bullshit to say that to her. Just triggers her.
And what if she was,
okay,
Dave?
Here's Trump bragging about all his greatness, and this is what a megalomaniacal narcissist does.
Nobody can do it like that. Honestly.
Nobody's stronger than me.
Nobody has better toys than I do.
There's nobody bigger or better at the military than I am.
Nobody loves the Bible more than I do.
Nobody builds walls better than me.
Nobody's better to people with disabilities than me. Nobody's fighting for the veterans like I'm fighting for the veterans.
There's nobody that's done so much for equality as I have.
There's nobody more pro-Israel than I am. There's nobody more conservative than me.
There is nobody that respects women more than I do. Nobody would be tougher on ISIS than Donald Trump.
There's nobody's ever had crowds like Trump has had.
There's nobody that understands the horror of nuclear better than me. And nobody even understands it but me. It's called devaluation. The sale of the uranium that nobody knows what it means. I know what it means.
Nobody knows more about trade than me.
Nobody knows the game better than I do.
Nobody in the history of this country has ever known so much about infrastructure as Donald Trump. I know the H-1B. I know the H-2B. Nobody knows it better than me.
Nobody knows politicians better than I do.
Nobody knows more about taxes than I do. Nobody knows more about debt than I do.
Nobody knows the system better than me, which is why I alone can fix it.
Nobody can do it.
So for a politician to continually brag about things that he hasn't really done and frame everything like he's the best thing on earth.
Like you?
You're listening to a classic car salesman. Nobody will find a better car than this. This is the best car ever. Hands down, your family will love it. And we're the best deal.
Oh man, am I getting a fucking, am I getting a goddamn content ID for a Vice video? Give me a break.
Because we can check your car to make sure it's safe.
I am
Everything's gonna be
disputing
good
the
on your
fuck
car.
out of
I mean,
that.
all these car salesman techniques. He uses that times 10. He's on steroids when it comes to convincing people what a great guy is. And frankly, that's a sales technique that doesn't really amount to much in the long run. You end up buying a car, getting ripped off, and finding out it has 5 recalls and it's a lemon. That's what happens. Here's the biggest scam on earth, Spaghetti Joe. You work for 40 years, 8 hours a day, and after 40 years, you're still broke. How is that not a scam? Exactly. Most people keep spending money recklessly. Well, not really, Andy. It's a kind of it's an uplifting day for me because I get to stay and do the show. Yeah, I'm not on the vacation till July 9th. I'm going to do 30 days of the vacation time, and then I'm going to consider going back to 7 days a week. That's where I'm at. Truly. Because there's enough news to power up a 7-day-a-week show, 6 hours a day. Okay.
Well, and also you now have a lot of free time on your hands, right, Dave?
Mood changes during perimenopause. Let's take a look. This could be menopause for her, but thank you. I do have a sense of rest. I got my sleeping pattern down to 12:30 or 1 o'clock.
No, I kind of agree, Allura. He's really, I mean, because that's the thing. His fucking 30 goddamn fucking videos of him looping about this over and over again. Like, if anyone needs to talk to a doctor, it's David.
To about 8 o'clock. So I get
no, he streams like 9. So for him, because he's on the West Coast, he streams like 6 p.m. to midnight. So for us, it's like, or if you're on the East Coast, it's 9 p.m. to 3 a.m. But yeah, he's streaming every fucking day now.
Hours, which I was getting 6 before. Yeah, so the RV is going to be hers. I'm giving her the RV.
And also on one of the nights that I was in there, he said something about I'm using the stream as my therapy. And I'm like, that is not a good idea.
So she can have independence. Yeah, that's what I said. I agreed to that. And I'm keeping the trailer. Yeah, so I'm amenable to that if she wants. Because I don't want her to feel like she has no place to go. This way she can have the RV and not have to get a hotel or a motel but she has her friends right now. Her friend's fairly supportive in every way, so I trust her friend will help her get some medical treatment. But just could be menopausal. I don't know. But it came out of the blue for me because I said, go take the vacation to Alaska, and she did. And she came back saying she saw God. And I knew something was wrong with that. There's like when you...
So Hussey said he's looking for a man? Oh, man, I don't even know if I'd make Hussey put up with this one.
See God. It's like, okay, right.
In Menopause Society. I sit on the board of trustees, and I am joined by another former menopause expert and president.
Oh, and now he's going to play a menopause video?
Of the North American Menopause Society, Dr. Pauline Mackey.
Tell
everybody who you are and what you do.
Hi, I'm Pauline Mackey, professor of psychiatry,
Hi,
psychology, and obstetrics and gynecology at the University of Illinois at Chicago.
No, mood changes during perimenopause.
And our work focuses on the psychological symptoms of the menopause, particularly mood and mental abilities, thinking, memory, attention.
So if I'm a midlife woman, perimenopause, anywhere from my mid-40s onwards, experiencing some mood changes, why is it important for us as women to recognize that maybe this is because of what's happening in our life and maybe this is different or hormonally related? Is it important for us to know anything specifically?
I think information is power. And I think it's important that women understand how hormonal transitions in their life affect how they feel, affect their moods. Most women are aware when they get pregnant that there's a possibility that they may experience depressive symptoms that can disrupt their lives in significant ways. I don't think most women know about this with respect to the menopause, so it's important to raise awareness that it is perfectly normal for women to experience a worsening of mood during the menopausal transition. In fact, we know that as women transition from being premenopausal, from having regular periods, to the time in their lives where their periods become more irregular, that at that perimenopause, the onset of that is associated with a worsening of mood. Women need to know when they need to seek help for that worsening of mood.
So that's exactly the question. So if I'm a woman, I'm feeling more agitated and having periods of feeling a little unhappy, when do I begin to recognize that maybe this is because of the hormonal...
Go ahead, Dave, pause it.
...hormonal changes?
Well, I've seen hormonal rage, and I definitely think that Sarah could be going through it. I've seen it firsthand. I had an aunt that melted at the end of a dinner. We had all had a nice dinner. She just starts crying out of the blue and laying on the carpet and stamping her feet and screaming.
What?
For not just a few minutes, for like 30, 40 minutes, they had to calm her down and finally take her home and get her medical.
Dave, I don't believe this story at all.
Psychiatric help. So I've seen full menopause meltdowns right before my very eyes. And I think Sarah's having a thyroid storm. And she's just decided I'm the guy who she hates. There's nothing I can say that can defend myself or even make her feel better. I'm super nice. I've kept my voice very calm, and I've gotten her through this time period. But the past 2 weeks have been, frankly, hell. She's put me on an emotional roller coaster. First, she has her head next to my shoulders, and she's sleeping next to me and showing love. The next minute, she hates me and she resents me for everything in her life. Like, what? Yeah, it's too ups and downs. There's just no way, and I can't go on a road trip with that kind of instability. Okay, I'm blocking the.
Oh my God. What's your point? Thank you for the $1.99 super chat. I don't know what slop cooking is, but I'll take it. It means it's time for a break. Thank you so much for reaching the goal. All right, so first of all, Mad Puppy sent this to me a little bit ago, if I can find it. So they did a Rolling Stone article on Dave, and I hope I don't get flagged for this one. They did a Rolling Stone article on Dave. You can get the full story here, but of course it's fucking paywalled. So they did a piece on meet the bizarre fringe candidates running for president, and this was for the 2016 election.
At this time, my brain communicators would like to speak of the science. Jiji mama jaja 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 babu jiji za jaja babu.
What?
You can look at me, you don't have to look at the camera.
Hell, I'd rather look at you.
I'm on my 7th election. I've been on the ballot 6 times.
I'm an independent, average citizen, candidate running for president of the United States.
The government I've got now is full of traitors, and they've been traitors for some time.
I told y'all every time, and there's Dave. Every time you get like all these hundreds of people filing to run for president, you only hear about 2 of them.
We're going to talk about how I'm going to lead the country to greater happiness.
Cutting the fat off of the pig called government.
And declare that I put my faith in God, my family, and my community, not in government.
Bang, I got you. No, bang, I got you.
I present ideas inspired by Gandhi and Einstein.
To legalize medical marijuana and also to get rid of the drug war.
You judge a man by the
What's so fringe about that?
content of his character instead of the color of his costume.
Zing 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 zing.
Maybe God is trying to tell you something.
We dropped those atom bombs on him, and it was all so Yankee. We surrender.
Putting someone in that office that believes in that flag, believes in that Bible, believes in that gun.
He's the Prince of Darkness.
Yeah, this pretty much is like an LNC convention.
And I've been inspired by the Lord Jesus to save all of you from the depths of doom and apocalypse.
And I'm not going to allow these minority groups to keep pushing their agenda.
Jing 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 jing. Ah bee ba boo ja ja.
Education with a chess club. I would plant those orange trees along the freeway because in a disaster you have that food to eat.
Everybody, Jews, Polish people, Irish, Italians.
And bring an open
Not the
Winfrey here
Poles.
to actually build jobs.
Religious jokes and black jokes.
And also have my own designer clothing label. I want to start a clothing factory here.
Don't think I'm crazy, because I'm not.
Jing zing da 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 da. Ma zi ma loo.
They're gonna have to run for president, voiceless. Yeah, so that was the Rolling Stone they did on David, the piece they did. I shouldn't say on David, but you know, he was in it. And if you watch my original video essay, there were a lot of articles when Ralph Northam had the whole blackface scandal, and like I was fucking shocked. It seemed like every fucking article was about it mentioned David Sponheim in it, because they're like, oh, like other people have done blackface, and they're and every article had some mention of David Sponheim doing blackface, as if like he was somehow a viable candidate. All right, so here's the slop cooking. Now, back in 2020, when the pandemic was going, Dave started doing a bunch of cooking streams, and they'd call it the Sponheim Slop Hour. So let's find something, I would say, relatively short here and see if we can get I'm looking for something under 30 minutes, preferably. Hard to find. Turkey Primavera.
And if
my feelings start to pressure you. It's alright.
Show. Okay, hi. But today I had a troll in the room, and I
fucking shit. All right, hold on.
We've got a lovely dinner set up for you tonight. Hello. It seems like the camera needs to be updated here. Let's get to that. There we go, original. All right, yeah, let's take a look at what we got today.
Why is V8 an ingredient in turkey primavera?
Nice little ensemble.
Tell me the V8 is not going in there.
Yeah, I'm David Sponheim, and welcome to our show. Yeah. Today we're going to be making something kind of special. If I can just get that to you here. There we go. Welcome to David's Kitchen, and happy St. Patrick's Day. I don't have any green, but I've got greenery, if that's good enough for you. I'm opening up the chat rooms. Yeah.
I do love that every time he was doing these cooking shows, he was always in the white shirt and shit.
To our show here. We are broadcasting as well on the backup network, so this past show will be in the past show section at Cool Rock. If you check out the past shows, you'll be able to catch this section of the show. Well, what's on the menu tonight is something I have, it's a go-to meal that I've been looking forward to making. A turkey. Turkey is definitely part of the deal. Turkey primavera. All right. Let's get a different color here. Okay, turkey primavera coming at you. No, not
turkey primavera.
Primavera. Yeah. Now, primavera was a type of Italian dish that came out in the 70s.
No, exactly. And he's been a lot more testy especially the last year or two.
Many people don't realize that it's got so much potential because you're using vegetables in your refrigerator that you would love to use, and you want to use them in a pasta dish, and you want a very low cost upfront cost. So I'm going to give you a breakdown on what the costs are for these things. It's this dinner is $8, and it will feed 4 people comfortably. So, and I think I should put a little shadow behind that. Let me do that. Oh, somebody's calling. All right. Hello.
Can I answer the phone in all this?
That's weird. Okay, it was just a typical telemarketer. Yeah, so the ingredients are not cheap. No, if you really want to go the distance, you're going to have to, make an investment here. You can get this type of a bottle that's not organic. This is organic, but you can get something similar to that for about $1. You can get this item for $1 on sale.
Why is there V8 on the table?
Which is a non-GMO.
Bad Wolf, thank you so much for rejoining for 5 months in a row. I appreciate it.
Rotini. I'm going to be mixing half of that with half of this, which is a whole wheat organic non-GMO rotini. Mixing a little bit of the spelt or the wheat, the whole wheat, in with the pasta gives you more fiber. So that would be equivalent of $2 on a low budget or $4 on a high budget. Being top quality ingredients. Yeah, let's meal planning ahead of time is the key. Yeah, it is. And I've had these peppers in the refrigerator. I got these 2 for $1, so that's $5. And I got this for $2, but you can typically get it for for 3. I bought it on sale for $2, but typically you can find these for 3, and they're very good. They're you can actually see it. No hormones, no artificial ingredients, no added steroids. So you may want to look for that brand. This is a Butterball, which I didn't expect Butterball to have such good ingredients, but they're trying to appeal to a better market. Now I've got water on the stove here. I'm going to get that warmed up on level 3. I'm going to be making the rotini over there, and this I'm going to get on level 3 here, just to get the pan started. Make sure everything's out of it. There we go. I'm keeping my pans pretty clean now. I'm working on constantly keeping my stainless steel pretty nice. It's essential to keep things in shape. Like I had to just replace this nut here on this handle here. I had to go to Ace Hardware, and had to get a locking washer for it. And it was giving me a problem. It was kind of like loosening
I'm sorry, those pans look cheap as fuck, Dave. What the hell are you preserving?
up on me. I said, they make lock washers, so I just made it. I like old stainless steel stuff. I do. Hang on just a second. Are you getting...
Also, why is there like 5 jars of peanut butter over here?
Are you getting everything here? Okay, great. While that's heating up, I'm going to take a quick break. I'll be right back.
Out of low-grade dog food. Where are you going, Dave? Come back.
Yeah. So what I did was I layered all the chopped vegetables, the onions. I put the onions at the bottom with the yellow pepper, and then I put the turkey on top of that, and then I put the red pepper on top of that, and I put the zucchini on top of that. And right now it's all just cooking into its own self. It's just creating its own steamy environment. Meanwhile, I'm going to give the pasta a shake. I just put the pasta in the water. There we go. Give it a little stir.
Dave, half this fucking camera is covered up by this camera, and you're only using like a quarter of this camera. Can you crop it or something?
Okay.
Does Dave still make content? Yes. He's probably going to be live tonight. I'm not ready to snipe him yet. I kind of want to go through at least some of these streams. I kind of want to go through all of them just because now I really want to, I'm hooked on this subject now. But I kind of want to go through some streams before I start sniping him directly. But yes, he still is on Vaughn Live.
Yeah, and then just keep that at level 3.
I'm a softie. I feel for his loss, but he really needs to get over Sarah. It will take time. Meantime, he talks shit about her. Not classy at all. That's what I'm saying is initially I felt bad for him. Then I start hearing all of these crazy stories. And so my empathy is running low at this point. But at the same fucking time, it's not like Sarah won't find out that he's talking shit about her.
Let it kind of cook. It's going to take about 13 to 14 minutes for the rotini. Meanwhile, the pasta is ready to start, the sauce is ready to start breaking up. So take a spatula or something and kind of just stick your item into the meat and break the meat up. By pressing into the meat, you want to break the meat up around the vegetables. Okay, good. And yeah.
Why didn't you break the meat up before you put the vegetables in there?
And then the vegetables just, don't worry about those. They'll make their own heat and they'll get cooked thoroughly. You're almost...
Callie coming for Wodie's wig. What? Why? Dropping Wodie's video on Zachary and Michael or something. What are you talking about?
The point where you're ready to add your sauce, but not quite. Your turkey's done.
Listen, I understand Callie's doing her shit. I want nothing to do with that.
But your vegetables are not al dente yet, so you want to get them al dente before you actually... Yeah, just give it a few, stabs there with that, and there you go. I like using wood.
What is this video format and why is the quality from 2004? It's from 2020 and Dave is just, doesn't seem to feel any need to upgrade his cameras, I guess. Callie was talking about you. Why? Go snipey for a sec? What? I'm not sniping Callie. Y'all are not going to do this, okay? I am on a different subject entirely. Girl World can go fuck itself as far as I'm concerned. Just let me know. Exactly. It's a trap. Don't fall for it.
Good with stainless steel. That's my favorite.
They are Listen. If Dave's right about anything, he's right about the fact that this is the deep state trying to distract you from David Sponheim.
I almost purchased some new wood cookware at Ross for Less the other day.
My history with Callie, I don't know Callie. I've never interacted with her for a fucking second. No, it's okay. Let me know what the fuck she's saying, but I'm just saying I've never interacted with her in my life.
Now, things you want to avoid when you're preparing a meal is you want to avoid any stickers or things on the peppers. Make sure those are pulled off. Make sure there's no seeds in the meal. Unless, of course, you're making a ratatouille with eggplant, then I guess that's okay. I wouldn't recommend it. All right. Now today we're going to be using the marinara sauce, but like I said, you could be replaced with a container of tomato sauce.
No, they're good. They're good.
Or a can of tomato sauce.
We're fresh off Girl World drama here.
They make them for $1 at the dollar store. And the pasta is generally $1.
She just likes a video you did or something about Zachary and Michael. That's so funny because I opened the stream up talking about that. Like when Zachary Michael, so I never covered the dog shit, like the whole dog stuff that FFG is going on about. I never covered any of that because I'm not a fucking veterinarian. I don't fucking know. But when Zachary Michael went through his breakup, I went like 12 hours per stream watching all of his Twitch VODs because I was just so curious if the Redditors were exaggerating or not. And so that's kind of the same thing I'm doing here, which is why you're not going to fucking distract me, Callie.
The meat item is going to be about $2 to $3, especially if you get the turkey that I got, which is just a roll of turkey. Yeah. You know, I don't need to compete. Cooking is, to me, a joy. I know that a lot of people do those cook-offs, and it ruins it because they're all under time. Of course, I'm under time here. I have only 20 minutes to make a meal. 20 or 30 minutes. But today I had a troll in the room and I paused the show and I didn't start the record until I was already into the dinner. So you get the idea. I basically chopped up 2 peppers, an onion, and zucchini and threw it all in there with turkey. That's basically it right there. Now, I think we're there. We're going to go ahead and add the tomato sauce. So I'm going to use the rest of this marinara sauce. Actually, it's a brand new container, but I bought it past due. So normally this would be like $3.99. I got it for 99 cents. So that's just going straight in there. And it has plenty of salt.
Dave, you did not buy this expired.
You don't have to add salt to this meal. I know now why the reason why they excess these because the tops were too glued on, you know, so people didn't want them. Yeah, I've had a few problems.
Pickle, that's one fucking tornado I am not stepping anywhere near.
So that, give your pasta another stir. Go ahead and just go right in the side, cut along the side, and then lift the flap. And then just go.
What I do wonder, because Zachary Michael will probably respond to it, I'm wondering if he'll recognize my voice.
Right in there with it. Okay, right on top. Nice. And you probably noticed I had some V8 juice here. I'm going to use one of these small cans of the low sodium V8 juice and add it to the Primavera.
No!
Essentially spreading the dinner out a little bit.
Oh, come on.
I'm just going to put...
You're going to thin the fucking dinner out with V8.
But this is also good for camping, you know. If you're out there on the road and you want to make a...
No, it's good for camping.
Quick spaghetti sauce. It's actually not...
Oh, well, thank you then, I guess.
Not bad.
But still, I want nothing to do with that fucking tornado.
Vegetable blend. No, it is not organic, but it is low sodium if you get the low sodium brand. So I'm just going to put that on top too.
That's what I'm saying. Okay, so I can't I'm sorry, and you can pipe up and tell me I'm an asshole if it was you. Somebody had suggested that I do like a low-cal cooking show or whatever, and like they're not wrong. It would kind of be fun to compare some of these videos to Jack or to Amberlynn or King Cobra.
Keep it all at level 6.
Because I feel like I can't get over the fucking V8. The one thing with Dave is I wonder if his cooking was that bad or if it was just the fucking horrible camera quality and the terrible color grading that made everything look horrible.
Right.
Dave, stir it.
Kind of wanted some of that water in here. I'm going to put some of that water in there. And yes, that's going back in the pasta water. I'm trying to get every little bit of it out.
And no concern about pouring hot water into a plastic container? You don't worry about microplastics, Dave?
Out of there. All right, cool. Okay, so if you are cooking and you have a lot of hair,
well, thank you for this.
You want to make sure you wear like a scarf, because I know you ladies think it's kind of cool to have a lot of hair, but it's not cool, you know, if you're hovering over your dinner and somebody gets like a large strand of hair in it.
Yeah, basically, Dave is retired. I caught in one of these streams, one of these cooking videos, where he says, you know, I basically retired in 2008, and so this is what he's doing in his fucking retirement age. And Sarah was living there basically paying rent and paying the utilities. So, like, she was working as a school teacher. He's just doing this forever presidential campaign.
That would be a problem, don't you think? Hair, beautiful hair, long shiny hair. Let me see if this is recyclable. So many things are not recyclable in this world.
What did he do for a
Almost
living? I'm
impossible
not
to see
sure.
the recycling things on some of these things.
For some reason, I want to see say radio DJ or a radio host, but like that could be just me like mixing him up with Jack.
Pasta's looking good. I like the mix. God, it's just, where is it? I'm gonna say no. It's not. If it was obvious, I see something, but I think it's like a 5 on there. My recycler only takes 1 and 2. Oh well. Let's try. And of course, these are not recyclable either.
Nice try.
It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood.
God, Dave, I thought your carbon footprint was 0. I thought you were better than Greta Thunberg.
A beautiful day for neighbor. Hey, neighbor. All right, so I think we're getting close. I didn't need...
Yeah, but that's what Dave's saying now, is she was using him for low rent. And it's like, look at all the money she saved living with
this
me.
After all, but I'm ready to buy it, use it whenever I have to. I'm going to make some garlic to add to this mix. And we're going to top it all off with some Mexican cheese. In case you're listening to
Mexican cheese in a primavera? That can't be right.
Radio. Whoa. All right, let's do this the simple way. Give it a little slammeroonie. Just a little... Oh, wow, that's squirted out.
I don't know. I don't know much about pre-Dave.
Wow, a cute little clove that just came out of there.
I don't even know that much about current day Dave. I feel like everyone keeps telling me things, and I'm like, you're fucking kidding.
I bought this from
Spain.
Yeah, I go to Spain for my garlic. At least that's what they said the week before I bought it, so I'm assuming it was from Spain. I try to buy less from China. I don't buy the garlic from China. Seriously, I just don't trust it. I don't trust Chinese vegetables at all. Okay, let's go ahead and...
don't trust Chinese vegetables.
Mince that up with the back of the knife. Couple big...
Oh, and this was the other thing I do remember from his cooking streams. It seems like the only knife that he has is a giant fucking meat cleaver. And he cuts everything with the same knife.
Cloves. And throw that in with a primavera and give it a spin with your spatula.
I will invite Dave on panel. Like I said, I'm just trying to kind of catch up to whatever's going on, and I probably will invite him on. I don't think he will. He already hates me.
Okay, going over here. Whoa.
He thinks that video I made about him is like some deep state propaganda.
Nice. It'd be great if I had there we go. It's roaring. The boiling is roiling. Roaring boil. Now mix everything up with a good shuffle.
Like that's why I know Dave, was because he was doing a call-in show around the same time like that mine was blowing up, and that's what I remember him from, and he was funny.
There you go. Make sure you don't have any big pieces of turkey in there. You want to spread that out. It'll break up very easily and very quickly. Oh, this is nice. Roaring.
No big pieces of turkey, but those giant ass fucking zucchini.
Boil.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Keep it going. You'll get the beautiful glass bowl. I'll be serving this in.
It's a Primavera storm. Hi, Rachel.
Sarah picked up some shredded cheese. It'll be perfect for this.
Not in the glass bowl.
If you are just having Parmesan, that's fine too, you know. Parmesan is okay, but she picked up this Mexican blend from Wisconsin. So I'm going to use some of it for the dinner. It's going to be good.
Authentic Mexican blend from Wisconsin.
Give the pasta a good shuffle. We're almost done, and you can almost cover up the pasta. And turn it down to a simmer. Turn both of them down to simmer at this point. Now, garlic is one of those things that you can have plenty of. It's not going to hurt you to have more garlic in the dinner. So, as a topper, you can always finish the dinner off with more garlic. I'm going to actually do that. Happy St. Patty's Day. Hope you guys are enjoying your spirits. Many of you are drinking on this day. I guess it's a big popular drinking day. I myself am going to just do my one beer I pulled out called Purist, which is made from, it's the only organic beer on the market. Yeah, Purist. You ever see it there? Yeah, I'll show it to you. I showed it to people in the earlier time because I wasn't recording, but here I'm recording. It's the clean
What?
lager, organic beer, 3 gram
Clean beer.
carbohydrates, 95 calories. It's called a New
Press 1 if you're a purist drinker.
Belgium, the Purist. That's an awesome brand. I'm really liking it. Yeah, I don't drink, so what do I know? You guys who are drinking the IPAs probably are like, no, that's not good enough. Has to be 12% minimum for them to drink it. I know somebody like that. Well, I should say I knew somebody like that because I don't talk to the person anymore. It's just, you know, what's the point? Well, the thing is, when you get to that point where you're drinking all the time, you don't really have any room for people around you. It just, you know, doesn't work. Yeah, this garlic's kind of a problem because it wants to really be planted. Whenever you break it off, it breaks into other smaller ones, ready to, you know, with little things on them. I prefer elephant garlic. That stuff is easy to work with. Or shallots. Shallots are good. Shallots are a cross between onion and garlic taste. Shallots are. But hey, when you got garlic, use it. Okay, we'll get a little bit more garlic taste in there. The garlic is important. Here's a little trick. Whenever you're working with garlic, if you run water over a knife, and you put your hand on the knife, like this, and you rub your fingers on the knife, the stainless steel part of the knife, the garlic smell completely disappears. Completely. It's a little trick. There's something about the stainless steel that pulls the garlic smell away from anything you would normally be smelling.
Are you joking? Cammy?
On your fingers, so yeah, you can use it with a table knife.
Cammy, that can't be real.
Yeah. So there's a little bit more of nutrition in the V8 juice, you know. Okay. You know, I do a lot of recycling, and one of the ways I save money, and we saved $10,000 in 20 years, doing our own recycling. I don't do a garbage pickup at my home. I canceled it in 2000, so we recycle most everything we can, and anything we can't, you know, can go into a small garbage container in a public park where, of course, I pay taxes, so I'm not going to concern myself about that. But my carbon footprint is pretty low in lieu of that. Yeah, if you can avoid throwing things out, it would be great. I have kind of a thing about plastic where when you buy things and you don't know what to do with it. There's just no recycling centers out there for a lot of this stuff. Okay, so we're going to go over another hit of garlic in the Primavera sauce. So I'm going to go ahead and put that in there and give it another spin. There it is. Just kind of rotate the garlic in there, like so. You got your nice simmer going? Okay, perfect. Okay, the pasta is ready to go. And pull the pasta out of the water, pour it in the sink here. I'm going to put some water going down with it. Okay. It fills up the container pretty well. So.
Oh my God, you're not wrong about this, apparently. Okay. No, yeah, I probably shouldn't even say anything.
Yeah, and then I put the water right back in the container, and then I shuffle it through again to get everything out. All right, cool. Now that goes directly into the glass bowl for serving. Like so. And I'm going to throw a little cheese directly on the pasta. So you're welcome to do that. Take a little of this cheese blend here. Just kind of put it right there on top of that. Turning both burners off. I then take Primavera sauce and I go right on top of the pasta like this. There you go. Voila.
Yeah.
Look at that. Perfect.
All right, so look. Now I'm fucking distracted. Congratulations, Cammy. You won. Allegedly, okay, there was something with Perez Hilton self-harming on a TikTok stream, like within the past hour. And I'm hearing it's extremely graphic, so I don't recommend anyone go look for it, okay? That's what I'm hearing. I don't have any information about it. That's all I know. That's all I know, because I searched to see if this was real, okay? Now, I'm going back to yell at Dave about putting hot things in a glass bowl.
To the glass bowl for serving.
No, don't put hot shit in a glass bowl.
And I'm going to throw a little cheese directly on
it's gonna
the pasta. So you're welcome to do that. Take a little of this cheese blend here. Just kind of put it right there on top of that.
Also, why are we putting dry pasta, then cold cheese, and then you're going to dump the slop on top?
Turning both burners off. I then take the Primavera sauce and I go right on top of the pasta like this.
Oh my God.
There you go. Voila. Look at that. Perfect. Take your spatula.
Are those giant chunks from the pepper?
And go down into it a little bit.
They are. I think those giant chunks are the red bell pepper.
Kind of push it in like that. Shift it around in the pasta shells at the bottom. And then when you serve, go to the bottom of the bowl to serve out of, and you'll have a nice, really nice, healthy spoonful of really good food. Look at that.
Bitch, all of that pasta is sitting at the bottom dry as fuck.
Beautiful. Wow. You notice that garlic didn't have much time to cook. Well, that's because it's going to cook right in the hot container right here. So,
girl, I went on an elimination diet one time. Never again with ground turkey.
Let me get a cover for that.
Never again.
Okay, we're just going to cover it up. And, I'm going to put a little more cheese on top. So I'm going to top it with cheese. Like so. And that'll melt right down for the meal. You can serve it with Parmesan as well. Everybody can have a shake if they want, you know. Whatever you want to do.
I was about to say, he's not about to flip this over on the fucking plate, is he?
All right. Hey, that concludes my quick version of the Turkey Primavera. Right. Enjoy. Have a good one. Nobody will complain, I assure you. Oh, there's one secret ingredient that you can always add to this meal. And I highly recommend a mild hot sauce. And you can put that in after you serve it. You know, some people are allergic to hot sauce. You can actually serve it with a little hot sauce, too. All right? That's right. Okay, man. Thanks for coming in, and hang in there. I'll be in the other room in about 5 minutes.
All right. Yeah, Mr. Right. An elimination diet is basically when you're having digestive issues and you're trying to figure out what the trigger is. So you only eat like ground turkey and like occasional vegetables, but you keep your diet like as bland as possible just so you can identify what's causing the problem. Long story short, I learned nothing from it. And I ate a lot of ground turkey, which got very exhausting after a while. So back to Dave. He is watching a video about perimenopause because he thinks that's what Sarah's issue is.
Actual feed right now.
I'll reset the goal.
I'm getting pretty good at this, bouncing around on my server here. But I also have a backup plan. I've got the Starlink system, so I can go to that if I have a problem. No, it's not good. And I told her you shouldn't be on the road because she nearly hit 2 cars today, 1 car and a truck. And luckily we avoided a collision. And I just finished off the details on her car too. So her car is looking really nice, and hey, go for it. But I fixed her car up really nice. I put new stickers on it, and it looks nice.
No, Perez Hilton, not Paris Hilton.
I'm just happy that she's got a car and she's got independence. And I told her, I said, I'm glad to give you this new motorhome we just bought to give you more independence, because she really just wants independence. I said, you know, whatever you want, I'd be willing to do that. And she signed the trailer over to me in the truck. And frankly, I'd rather have a trailer and a truck than I would a motorhome. When we first got the trailer and truck,
does Dave even drive?
10 years ago, we were going to use it, and she didn't feel comfortable driving it. You know, I've had a lot of experience pulling trailers, and all my life, and it's not that big a deal. But she didn't feel comfortable driving it. But she liked this RV. She thought this is really nice, and so I said, "Well, it's your RV. You know, it'll be a beautiful thing for her." But I love her dearly, and I don't want her to, you know, leave me. But if she has to leave me, if that's what she wants to do, I can't stop her. I'm not here to control her life, and I feel that, you know, I'm doing the best I can under the circumstances. So.
Or maybe this is something more, and is it something that I should actually pursue because so many of my other friends feel the same way too? It tends to normalize it and minimize it.
So the changes in mood during the menopausal transition, the depressive symptoms, it's important to recognize when those changes co-occur with the onset of menopausal symptoms like hot flashes and night sweats. And most women will sense that when they wake up at night because of sweating, and their sleep is disrupted or possibly even extended, it may go too long, it may go too short, that the next day there is this worsening of mood. Research shows that that significantly affects a woman's quality of life, particularly if these symptoms are persistent. It's important that a woman know that she has options for preventing that cascade of events that can contribute to this decrease in her overall well-being. And in that case, she needs to describe that to her provider and consider therapies that can treat the initial cause of the sleep disruption and the mood, and then she can see whether or not her mood is improved.
So are there any things that I can ask myself that will help me to decide whether or not this is the night sweats and the lack of sleeping that just has me really sort of short-tempered and unhappy, or there's really something more significant going on that I'm not really paying attention to?
It's important that women know that sometimes it can be the menopausal symptoms that trigger these events, these feelings of lower mood. Sometimes it's other things in a woman's life that can trigger it. Children leaving the home, children coming back to the home, partnerships and marriages being disrupted, coming to terms with getting older. Also, both can take place. One can have a little bit of the menopausal symptoms and plus a little realization that getting older is more difficult than one would think.
But if a woman is experiencing, I don't want to do this, I don't have any interest,
yes,
that's something more.
Right. So if a woman says, I've lost interest in the things that give me pleasure, I don't like to spend time with my friends as much anymore, I find that I'm at home more and I want to be alone, for example. If it disrupts social quality of life, if it's disrupting relationships, if it's disrupting work-related quality of life, then it's important to seek help.
Now, one last question. For women, there are options for therapy, cognitive behavioral therapy, but if there's something a woman wants to do on her own, yoga, meditate, exercise, will that make a difference?
We gathered a panel of experts to review all of the clinical trials to address this question, and there was only one lifestyle intervention that appeared to benefit depressive symptoms, and that was
yes,
physical activity and exercise. Indeed, most women don't know that even for people with depression, physical activity in randomized trials, in the best quality scientific designs we have, has effects that are sometimes as great as antidepressants. Now, that doesn't mean that a woman should do that in lieu of taking an antidepressant, but physical activity we know changes the chemicals in the brain to promote better feelings of well-being. And so exercise is a very good thing to do. If anxiety accompanies the depression, which happens very often, then yoga, meditation, that can help. Neither of those, however, are recommended when the depressive symptoms or the anxiety symptoms are so severe that they disrupt a woman's ability to function in her life. There, it's really important to get treatment.
Such important messaging. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you.
Okay, so I've often said this, I wouldn't want to be a woman. You women have gone through a lot just to be a woman. Way more than most men realize. Menopause is probably worse than menstrual periods. Menstrual periods your whole life, that's got to be
congratulations, woman.
Constant frustration. I can only imagine. Having a child, bearing a child, giving birth to a child, the pain women go through. But if this is a menopause reaction Sarah's having, I would understand that too.
Starting yoga tomorrow. Now listen, I do recommend meditation though.
Hi there, secret username. I was just giving people.
I don't know shit about yoga. That shit doesn't make any sense. What is the difference between yoga and stretching?
Well, update. I have to cancel my trip right now because she's having some sort of reaction. Her disease of hyperthyroidism kicked in after her trip to Alaska, and she's having some sort of a reaction. I told her to, get something like medicine or something. Talk to a doctor, get a full blood test, and Today we were going to go to a blood test, but her doctor ordered so many tests that it would cost $1,200, and Sarah freaked out. Even though she's got full medical, she didn't want to do it. I said, okay, you make the decisions here, but even that, I'm super nice in every way, but even that wasn't enough.
I still don't understand how it would have cost $1,200 if her insurance was covering it.
She still hates me for some reason, and I've done nothing to cause this hate. She decides that I'm the reason why she hasn't had as much fun as she had on her trip or something. I don't know. But yeah, it's been a long roller coaster of an emotional hell for me. And this 2 weeks of vacation has been more like 2 weeks of hell for me. But I've been trying to get my sleeping pattern under control, but it's been difficult. But I go to bed a lot earlier now. You're free. Israel and Lebanon signed a peace agreement for the first time in 43 years, 2 days. But then Israel responded by dropping thermal bombs on Lebanese villages, killing many. Talk about Israel not playing along and Trump not getting Israel on the same page. Our priority diplomatically should be to get our allies in line, not to kind of deal with Iran. If we aren't a unified force.
Laura Frog, why are you even in here? One's called yoga and the other's called stretching.
Force making a deal with Iran, then Trump is mismanaging this time period, and we're not getting any solution.
Yeah, what the hell is what's the difference? Okay, what's the difference between yoga and Pilates?
That's what's happening. So they're bombing again. Israel's bombing villages in Lebanon. They were using phosphorus weapons last week. Terrible. Okay, here's the story of oil prices riding on their final escape of oil.
In waterborne vessels that were waiting to get out of this. Well, they were sitting in storage in waterborne vessels.
Dave was showing us real-time footage of Sarah's her thyroid storm.
Vessels that were waiting to get out of the strait. In about 5 to 8 days, that oil is going to be gone. Now what do you do? Now what do the traders do in negotiating, trying to buy oil? Is there a chance by the middle of July, by the third week of July, the traders out there trying to look for all the oil they can buy and control physical barrels to get to their ultimate customer? Is there going to be enough? Or is there going to be that 8 to 10 to 12 million barrels a day in shortages?
Oh, you haven't caught him changing his toupee out yet.
Supply that'll be recognized in 3 to 4 weeks, and you have a real whiplash on that pendulum effect from too far oversold, just covering their losses on tradable accounts, to a true physical barrel requirement between supply and demand. I think we're going to see a much, much higher price for oil around July the 15th, July the 20th, because of what I just described. That's the oil that was sitting.
That's another factor into my canceled trip plan. Yeah, I cannot possibly take a trip across country when the price of gas is going to keep going up and may even have shortages. No way. I'm content right where I am. I've got enough gas for my lawnmower, so I'm good. I can mow my grass for the next 5 or 6 years. Actually, more like 10 years. I've got enough gas to mow my grass, so I don't really have to worry. I can plant vegetables, and I have water, and I can desalinate water where I live. I'm literally living in a bug-out location.
The fact that he's saying I can plant vegetables implies to me that he hasn't already been doing this.
So the area that I live in northern Washington actually was one of the few places that the Indians could live in one place. Normally Indians would have to migrate from place to place to get their berries and what.
The Indians or the Native Americans?
Whatever. But in here they lived right here. Yeah. So I kind of have a Native American background. I have an ancestor who was a Native American. So I kind of feel at one with the Native Americans in this area too. Yeah, so I'm kind of in a good place. And spending my time in the garden really helps make me feel good. So I don't mind growing food too. But bottom line is everyone should start thinking of possible solutions to their needs, whether you stock up on long-term supplies like oatmeal and spaghetti and refried beans that are really stable in the can, Vienna sausages, tuna fish. I don't know. Sarah's going through I believe, a thyroid storm. She's having a thyroid reaction, and she just spiked about 150 grams of sugar today, and she just flipped.
How did he go from tuna? No, I don't know. Sarah's having a thyroid storm.
Yeah. And I was like, I've done nothing to trigger this. So I'm just hanging in there. I love her very much, but I can't possibly. I told her, I said, you put me through the ringer this past week. Really, I've been through the ringer. It hasn't been a vacation when you think about it. It's been more like a. Chemtrails are falling on my head. Okay.
Chemtrails are falling on my head, Dave?
I'll play that in a bit.
No.
Well, the reality is I'm not going to in any way try to control her. She's free to, visit her friends and try to work this out. I think she needs a blood test and some medication. I said that from the beginning. I think the nanoworms in Sarah's COVID vaccine could be activated. I'm not ruling that out, man. Yeah, she even said she doesn't think I believe in God because I don't believe that Jesus is my Lord and Savior. God is. She gained a little weight recently, yeah, but not too much. Luckily, the Alaska trip was she had the best time of her life. And 2 years earlier, she went to Disney World and had the best time of her life. So every time she goes out, she has the best time of her life. It gets better and better. So maybe she's coming home to me. It was like, yeah, I don't really, want to hang out with Dave and watch Grey's Anatomy, even though it's a great show. And we were watching the final series of this 22 seasons. Yeah, but that's not enough. It doesn't keep her here. So she wants to really have a great time every time she goes out. So I'm not going to hold her back. I'm sorry to hear it too, and I haven't really processed this emotionally. But yeah, she's really going through some tough times. So I'd say pray for her, but she found God and talked to God. And so I don't think we need to pray for too much. She seems to think God is in her life now. Yeah. Well, the reality is you can't possibly have the best time of your life. She wonders why she didn't have all these great times when she was younger, and she blames me for that. So she had a great time 2 years ago, and the best time of her life, quote, and then recently had the best time of her life over the last time, even better. And it's just getting better and better. And every time she has the best times of her life, my personal life is fragmenting. 38. I can't have a normal conversation.
Hold on. Dave and Roy Moore go to the mall? What is this? Y'all go check out Rodney's channel, by the way. I was telling Bali because I looked at Rodney's channel, and he's got a bunch of videos about Sam F. And the only reason I know about this guy, I think it's Sam F. But the only reason I know about this guy is because of Bali. Like, she's the only person I've ever seen actually, like, react to him. Now I can't find any of them. There it is. Sam F. No, that's not him. There's clips scattered around. They're down here, right? No, there's another one. There's two. Okay. Either way. All right, what is this?
She was 20 when we met. And we have a very beautiful relationship. And you're just jealous.
You're just jealous.
Yeah, but it's just me, or has the current First Lady not been seen for a long time? Well, we haven't seen any reveals of the fake Melania lately. But we haven't seen Melania lately. You've got a good point. She may have had a few instances where she got a bruise or something, and she can't be seen for a while until the bruises heal. Oh, maybe that's Rodney, the attention hog. Let's see. Nope. Yes, can I help you? Yes, go ahead. This is Dave. Can I help you, sir?
Rodney here from Jerusalem. How's it going?
Rodney, yeah. How's the wine there? Are you drinking some of the finer wines they have in Jerusalem?
We're pretty fucked up too. We've been drinking wine. We've been doing a little booger sugar. Things are getting weird. You know what I mean? We're just wrapping up the trip, so we're going out with a bang.
Well, you enjoy the government taxpayer dollars before you're prosecuted, okay?
No, I mean, hey, I thank you and all your chatters, but none of you people work for a living, so, you're not exactly covering the freight.
Excuse me, but some of us have invested heavily in Bitcoin, so you may want to back off there, buddy. There's a few self-made millionaires in our room right now, okay? Pal, you didn't invest.
Dave has a kingdom of potatoes.
Dave?
What?
Oh, I was wondering, can we get down to the real issues here? Brass tacks.
Go ahead. Brass tacks, go ahead.
What is it about Trump that just makes you so insecure? What is it that
Well, for one, he stole my ideas. I'm not insecure. I'm telling you, this man stole my ideas and needs to answer to why he took intellectual property that I had. I'd like to know that. Hey, Roy Moore, how are you? Have you had any new relationships with young ladies in the mall?
Oh my God.
Anything cooking?
I don't think that's the real
Going
Roy
to any
Moore.
Girl Scout meetings, Roy? Well, it's perfectly normal for a man of your age to go to Girl Scout meetings. Okay. There's nothing to talk about. The guy just calls up and tries to demoralize me. I'm not insecure about Trump. I'm angry that he stole ideas of mine. Lots of them.
Like
the 1,000-mile fence, the mobile medical units, the seawater pipeline.
Okay, all right, hold on. I don't remember him ever talking about the fence, or maybe he did talk about the building a wall. Maybe Dave talked about building a wall. I don't remember it. Or the mobile medical units does not sound familiar to me. But when did Trump start doing the seawater pipeline?
You name it. Oh, God. Here we go again. More Jerusalem attention hogging.
Jerusalem
okay, go ahead. What's your question?
Hawking. Oh, my God.
Anybody, I think we got disconnected.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not insecure about Trump. I have no insecurities about Trump. That's an outrageous allegation you're making.
I wanted to ask you about a story I read on Politico where they were talking about Roy Moore and his defeat, and he actually attributed his loss to your support. I wondered what you thought about that, if you had a comment.
No, he never supported me, and I never supported him, so... Trump supported Roy Moore. Are you trying to revise history? Oh, well, of course, you're in Jerusalem. I forgot. You're trying to revise history. All right, sure. Whatever you want. Sure, you believe it.
Hey, Dave, you got any big plans for the weekend, or are you just going to sit there and pontificate?
Well, I'm working on my book, for one. I'm writing my life story about how I've been abused by people like you. It's wonderful. It's not. I'm not going to title it "I Am a Victim," but I was thinking of calling it "I Am a Victim," but I don't know.
How many books are you getting?
I Am a Victim. What a title!
Right until you get one of them published.
Well, I've already published one, so I can publish any one I want.
Oh, the Nord Stream pipeline?
Yeah, it's published. It's Amazon.com. I published it.
By the way, if anybody's looking for any autographed copies of Hybrid Capitalism.
This is why we mute you, man, because you're trying to solicit things.
Yeah, but the Nord Stream pipeline is for fucking natural gas.
Online. Okay, hear what the International Firefighter Association said about cell towers, RF, and microwave frequencies. Unbelievable.
ISP industry, telecommunications industry. Wow, Comcast, Verizon, AT&T, and others spread their money far and wide to influence your government. So these bills contradict everything now President Trump promised the American people. Yes,
So Dave is unironically using the TTS things that the news articles give you.
sea is part of the swamp that needs
Unbelievable.
to be drained. Now, Washington, D.C. needs
Wait, why
to be
didn't it
drained.
mod you?
Yeah, well, drain the whole swamp, including this Pajat Paish. I don't even know.
I'm trying to mod you, Ricky, and it's not letting me. Let's see if that worked. Oh, there we go. It worked. Thank you, Rodney.
She can't communicate. She doesn't even tell me what's on her mind. She just sits there and stews and just comes up. I said, you're gunny sacking. Anything that happens, you're gunny sacking. That's a classic case of gunny sacking. And everything that happens, she holds it in and hates me for it. It's like, just confront it. If there's a problem, and every time she wants freedom, I always say, go right ahead, take a trip. No problem. I've never held her back, ever. But she blames me somehow for that. For maybe in the early days when we first met, that she wasn't out having the best time of her life then. That's kind of how it is in her mind, I guess. I can't take an RV trip with a person this unstable, but I said, if you want the RV, it's yours. And she's willing to trade pink slips. We're like, I'm going to take control of the trailer and the truck, which I want.
Hold on. Is that maybe what happened, was that he canceled the trip and that's what got her pissed off?
And
like, he was like, you're driving erratically. I can't take a trip with you.
You can have the RV. I'm not that.
It's entirely possible.
But she loves the idea of having autonomous living. So if she needs a place to live, she'll have it. I'm very amenable to whatever she wants to do. But we're not married, so I'm not holding her to any specific requirement, and we're not partners in the state of Washington. Yeah, we're not in any way in a partnership. I've never sought benefits from her or vice versa. So we have separate income assets. So, hey, I wish her that she gets her medical thing under control and safely drives so that she doesn't drive in the mood she was in, because she nearly crashed 2 cars today. It was wild. I was like, I did everything I could to help her get through that. I said, sure. I didn't try to take over the driving after the incident. I said, sure, you can keep driving. You know, I don't want to take away your freedom and autonomy. She has clothes here. Yeah, she'll be coming back if she has to pick stuff up. What I envision her doing is getting some treatment and realizing that she's just been in a terrible way and calming down and saying, I'm sorry. And me accepting her apology. That's what I envision. That's in my ideal world. But She knows.
No, yeah, Kate. Earlier in this, he says, "I'm a victim of hyperthyroidism."
There's something wrong. Intrinsically, she knows it. She just doesn't want to admit it. She doesn't have to put out a statement to.
It's wild. Why can't you understand why? Why is there not a shred? The woman left him, and there's not a shred of self-reflection of like, maybe I did something wrong here.
No. She may be left. She's going through a thyroid. I believe she's going through a thyroid storm. She has hyperthyroidism, and it could be mixed with menopause. We don't know, but yeah, she almost wrecked a truck and a car. We almost got into a full-on head-on. I would have been in the hospital today with severe head injuries. It was unbelievable. I'm lucky to escape my near-death experience today. In my condition, I'm doing amazingly well considering I didn't get crash. I feel very, very thankful God protected me. But she claimed I didn't believe in God because I don't believe Jesus is my Lord and Savior. I believe Jesus is the Son of God, and was more like a brother to me. Yeah, it's like I see Jesus as more as the brother I never had. We don't know, Andy. I mean, it could be anyone. Because I'm a person that loves one woman right now, I can't even imagine. I still love Sarah. I don't have any hatred toward her, and I really feel like she just needs to get treatment, and she'll be right back to a normal plan. I even said, I'm not holding anything against you. Feel free to come back. I don't want to make you feel, because she doesn't want to be controlled. I said, go visit your friend and have some good times, but we're canceling our trip. We even planned a small trip locally recently. I told her to cancel that too. So she's getting her money back for a space she rented for our RV. We were going to kind of like do a trial run, but no, I told her, I said, I can't possibly travel with you unless you're dealing with this hormonal issue. You don't want to take this kind of stuff on the road. That's the last thing you want to do. So that's why.
No possibility, Dave, that you could drive?
And that's why there's a way of which you can actually appease the situation by giving in. And I said, I'm not going to keep you from driving, but I do recommend that you don't drive because you nearly crashed the car today. So hopefully, God willing, she'll be safe. She'll get home. She'll get to her location with her friend, and they can talk about all the things happening in her life. She is raging. Thyroid storm is rapidly affecting her. I would recommend medical treatment. I seriously would. She never took drugs. No. Sarah has a hyperthyroidism. Look it up. It's a pretty debilitating disease. Well, I'm not going to say she went nuts. I'm not a psychiatrist. She went into a deep emotional depression, and I couldn't help her. So she needs to get some medical treatment and maybe visit her friend, and hopefully she'll do better. Nope, she's not doing trivia. She's all over the place. She wanted to have dinner, then she wanted to bolt and take off, and I said, well, what about trivia? Yeah, well, definitely she has turned materialistic in the recent times that we've been talking. After she saw God, she told me she was really greedy.
Yeah, I feel like Dave's leaving out big chunks of this story.
It's like, okay. And I said, well, God says that the love of money is the root of all evil. So
of course he said, what about trivia? Because the only thing he can think about is himself.
I mean, you may want to rethink the greed part of your experience with God, I'm hoping she doesn't break down. I just hope that she gets some medical treatment and then starts to feel better. Whatever she wants to do is on her. I'm willing to sign over the RV to her, and she's going to sign the trailer and the truck over to me. She agreed to that. So I'll take full ownership of a trailer and truck, thank you. And that gives me what I want, which is a secondary home if I need one. And she can take the RV. I'm totally cool with it. I have a trailer and a truck I bought when the swatting occurred. I haven't been able to travel with it. They're like in mint condition. I just put a new roof on the trailer. But it is absolutely impeccable, the work that I did on both vehicles. The RV is in mint condition for its age, and she'll feel very comfortable in it. I'm happy.
Wait, why did he feel the need to get a trailer because he got swatted?
That she has a place to go if she wants it. I want her to feel free. And in her condition, no one wants to be told that.
Especially if the trailer never went anywhere.
No one wants to be told what to do. And I backed off entirely. I've been very kind to her. I've never said a bad word.
No, I think they got the RV later because the swatting was like, well, shit, I'm not sure when the swatting was. Probably 2012. It was I don't know. The swatting was like a while back. So as to when, I don't know. Let me see if
I
I can
almost
find when
wanted
he
to go
got
to
swatted.
Vegas myself. I was gonna. This is one of the plans. She was gonna stay here, and
The RV I think is recent.
I was gonna like take a trip down to LA and visit my friend and go to Vegas. And my friend has an Audi R8. He wants me to ride it. It's a $250,000 car. I thought that would be fun. And I'd go to Vegas from there and visit family. And I was gonna take a trip.
All right, hold on. So this video about Sponheim got swatted from 10
So I went
years
outside
ago.
and I immediately saw.
2015. Okay. Yeah, I think the RV is more recent than 2015.
But and then we thought, well, why don't we take a trial trip in the RV? So we set that up. Had to cancel that too. She absolutely, I can't possibly travel with her. She sent me through an emotional roller coaster the past 2 weeks after she saw God. So I didn't realize seeing God was about, you know, turning on everybody around you. But I've been a person who has lived a godly life my whole life. I know that sounds a little bit like virtue signaling. I'm not intending to do that. But I've lived a really godly life. And I had an experience with God way before Jesus was introduced to me. No.
What does that even mean?
No. The guy I know is really, he's an
They hogtied David on his gravel driveway during the swatting.
interesting character.
Didn't Dave swat himself? I don't think that sounds like him. If I'm being honest, the voice on the phone doesn't sound like him. I think they were just claiming to be him. I've seen somebody call up and swat Ethan Ralph with like the same thing where it's like I'm gonna kill myself, whatever. They just try to put on this fake Ethan Ralph voice.
He's a salesperson who's a very aggressive salesperson. And he's been selling surveillance systems around the country and all kinds of weird stuff. Has a high pressure job, makes a lot of money, probably close to $300,000 a year, and thought to buy an Audi R8 for $250,000. And he says that he doesn't want people to look at him because he says whenever he takes it out, people stare at him. It's like that's kind of why people buy those kind of cars, for people to look at them. I mean, it's one of those prestige cars. It's because it's the fastest production car on the road in America, the Audi R8, made with a Hurricane Lamborghini engine. So let's start. No, we don't do that. Sorry, Alienate Farm. That guy's a joke. He's an absolute idiot. We all know that the UFOs are being faked by the government. How do I know this person? I went to college with him. I went to college with a lot of people who are, you know, successful, and whereas I've remained unsuccessful, and I only have a show that reaches a worldwide audience of hundreds of millions of people. So I'm not that successful. My success isn't measured in money. It's in reach. Yes, it's the fastest production car on the road today is the Audi R8. It's tested out. It's proven. It's the Hurricane engine, man. Look it up. Nothing faster. It's a V10. Anyway, I wanted to reach out and I wanted to see my friend, but then I said, you know, I really don't, that's not working either. And I don't really want to leave my house when she's so out of control.
What friend? Oh. What friends does
my
David
rich friend
have?
Doesn't realize how many viewers I have. I'm one of the most well-known people in the world next to Muhammad Ali, and many people don't even know who that is.
What? I'm the most well-known person in the world next to Muhammad Ali, and most people don't even know who he is.
Well, you're not less successful than me. You're a survivor, and you stand on your own 2 feet. And what you've gone through it makes me want to cry. It makes me want to cry what's happening to you. But I thought I could get past it.
Oh my God! Stop.
Oh, acceleration. That's not what the Audi R8 is all about. You've been through hell, Anita. You really have. I mean, you're an amazing survivor.
Don't cry for Anita.
So don't think anything
She's
any less
probably
of yourself.
trolling
What
you
you've gone
anyway.
through, what I've heard from you in writing that you sent me emails, it's next to miraculous that you're still here with us. It really is. You're a survivor. Everyone should really look at Anita's and how strong she is as a person, because she has to live in constant pain, has colostomy issues that came because of a botched operation she had, a hysterectomy that was horrible.
Pray for Anita.
And she's been living through it, and NHS gives her the bare minimum and constantly has her jump through hoops just to get any kind of health care. I don't know how you coped as well as you have. And she had to take the 5 vaccines in order to get people to come to her house, to carers to help her. I mean, really. It's amazing how you've survived through
5
so
vaccines?
Think of yourself as a
what
survivor.
Does that mean?
Success stories, you know, I'm inadvertently successful because I haven't made
She had 5 rounds of COVID shots.
a penny doing this, not a single penny in 17 and a half years, because I'm not about money. I'm about what's going on in our country and how screwed up it is, and how we could mark a pathway somewhere in the center and find a way out of this. That's what I'm all about. President Donald Trump bought 8 times from January. His average buy price was around $22. Then on July 10th, his administration announced investing $400 million into MP. The stock shot up 50% that day. Then on September 22nd, yeah, he's buying all kinds of stocks and doing insider trading left and right. We know that. Trump is a disaster. Hey, I told her this is, yeah, leave Mind Pilot alone, will you? I'm going to mute him, okay? Mind Pilot is Cal Worthington, and he's been messing with people all the time. He likes to trigger people, including my mods. Thank you, Mind Pilot. No, she didn't go batshit. She's just going through what is called a thyroid storm because she has hyperthyroidism, been diagnosed. That's all I can tell you, really. That she needs to get some treatment right now because she's having one of those raging moments. I can't explain it. I told her this came out of the blue. I don't even know where it's coming from. I was joyous for you that you found God. It's like, and then she said, "Oh, you don't even believe in God." I said, "I totally believe in God. I just don't think God is watching us all the time. I don't believe God is protecting us all the time."
I assume it's just somebody in his chat named Cal Worthington.
I don't believe that. If God was protecting us, I told her, I said, if God was protecting us all the time, there wouldn't be tortured children out there who are being eaten by people.
Is that supposed to be Hillary Clinton? What is this? Last pick of Hillary on way to rope. What?
Oh, really? This was her right before she went to the rope? You think the real Hillary was given the guillotine?
Oh my God.
Wow, that's wild.
Stop.
That picture is wild too.
Stop.
If that really is a
now.
true picture. We're looking at maybe we've had an impersonation person doing Hillary Clinton.
This is wild.
That's wild. Yeah, I've never seen anything quite that weird.
Hey, Barbara Eden, how are you doing?
Well, let's be clear.
Good to see you.
Okay, well, just to bring you up to speed, Sarah decided to take a trip to see her friend tonight, and she took off, and she's having a reaction, I think, to the 150.
This is what I'm saying. For as, like, low-key and not, like, ragey or, like, over-the-top Dave is, like, the shit gets funny because he just pulls out the dumbest fucking shit ever.
Grams of sugar she ate today. I mean, it was over the top. I told her, don't eat a lot of that sugar, and she just didn't disregard what I said, and she just like, oh my God. So she decided that I'm the end. She got to get away from me.
150 grams of sugar killed this relationship.
So I said, okay. Believe me, I haven't said a bad word to Sarah since we met 27 years ago. So I've been very, very kind in so far as not making it worse. And she doesn't like criticism, so I don't criticize anything. I've been pretty much walking on eggshells. I even told her that. And she resents me for that too, that I'm such a good person. That's how upset she is. It's like, wow, okay. Well, here's your space. If you want more, I'll sign the papers of the motorhome over to you, no problem. And she agreed to that. She said she'll take the motorhome and I'll take the trailer and the truck. We've been together for 27 years, but we're not married. So if she is, if she wants to do something else in her life, I'm not going to hold her back. But like I was telling everybody earlier, her trip to Alaska was she said was the greatest time of her life. And 2 years before that, she said her trip to Disney World was the greatest time of her life. So living with me isn't the greatest time of her life. If you look at it from a realistic perspective, I can't give her that greatest time of her life that she gets on a cruise. So she just decided I'm hold her back. It's like, okay, so she's kind of in a manic mode. And I thought, I have no way, I'm not a diagnostic expert. I can't tell you whether she's really having a thyroid storm, but it seems to me that it's exactly like the thyroid storm that happened 20 years ago with her, which didn't get this bad. Now she's got lots of money and she can do whatever she wants and she's just freewheeling. So 20 years ago, she had a thyroid storm and I got...
Oh, now she's got money, right? She didn't have money before when she was paying your bills, though, right?
I got her a doctor that got her the right medication and she was stabilized. But then she refused to go back to her doctor 2 years ago. No, she doesn't have. So she is changing, and a lot of guys would have tossed her out years ago. But I've been very, very...
Dave, she was paying your bills. What do you mean a lot of guys would have tossed her out?
Kind and accepting of her condition. And I told her, I said, you're probably not going to find a guy more amenable to your situation than I am. I tried to sell her, and I even pled her. I said, I'm begging you to stay.
So, like, he wants to float this theory. Oh, look at all the money she saved. She was just using me for cheap rent, but doesn't seem to address the converse of that argument, which is you were just using her to pay rent. This was... And Dave even says now, like, you know, this wasn't a relationship. We've basically been platonic for the last few years.
I mean, I'm not afraid to beg when it comes to, you know, my stability in my life. And I didn't need any of this. So my vacation has been more like a roller coaster. So no, I'm not going on any trip, but I'm going to take a vacation till the 9th at the end of the 30 days. And then I'm going to go back to a 12 to 6 schedule like we're on right now. Hey, this works. You know, this show really is enjoyable for both of you and for myself as well. So I don't see stopping a good thing. But this is something she needs to resolve on her own. I can't give her any advice. She doesn't want to take it. She refuses. That's fine. I did the best I could. Okay, here's the guy with a shit-eating grin. Oh yeah, he invested in MP. Check this out. MP Materials, and he bought it for 22 a share. And now it's worth a fortune, or it's going up in price. Donald Trump bought MP 8 times from January to May. Average price he pays is $22. His administration announced investing $400 million into MP, and the stock shot up 50% that day. Then on September 22nd, he sold his entire position, and the stock was trading at around 72 that day. So he basically tripled or almost quadrupled his money in a few months. Now it's trading at 54. So we're dealing with a guy who's engaged in insider trading, one of the scummiest presidents we've ever had, but unable to create a pact or an agreement with Israel to give leverage in the negotiations with Iran puts us at risk because we're not playing with a full deck. Israel is not willing to comply with Lebanon with a request by Iran to stop bombing Lebanon. So this article claims that she's dead. Huh. And I'd have to copy that just to get that picture. I have the picture in my library. I don't have this picture though. Her laying in state.
Because it's not real.
And maybe there is an imposter impersonating her.
Her lying in state.
Israel Cohen in 1912 talked about a radical program of the 20th century. Congress of the Jewish plan to elevate blacks in society and promote race mixing in America.
The sole remaining obstacle that can block the Jews' ascension to world power.
What?
So successful have these fiends been in the last 100 years that now their evil design is published widely enough for all the world to read. In bringing you up to this present-day reality, we must first go back and highlight
Good Lord, David.
a few of the stepping stones of Jewish hatred and show you how long the diabolical scheme has been drilled into the mind and heart of every Jew of every generation. 54 years ago, in 1912, a leading communist Jew in England named Israel Cohen wrote a book called A Racial Program for the 20th Century. The following passage can be found on page 8559 of the Congressional Record. We must realize that our party's most powerful weapon is racial tension. By propounding into the consciousness of the dark races that for centuries they have been oppressed by the white.
All right, I don't totally want this to continue going on unchecked, and we know he's not going to actually say anything, so I'm going to skip through till he starts talking again. We know what this video basically is.
The professions in the world of sports and how is that, you stupid brainwashed Christian clergy? But we continue from Cohen's book. Quote, we will aid the Negroes to rise to prominence in every walk of life, in the professions, in the world of sports and entertainment.
God! Dear God!
With this prestige, the
Oh no, he's not even going to say anything here.
Negro, as part of this plan outlined over 50 years ago in England.
God damn it. All right. I think it's
the white Christian.
So it was called the Radical Program of the 20th Century, and it is exactly what's going on right now. You know, I've known a lot of Ashkenazi Jews, and I've met a few authentic Orthodox Jews that are actually Judeans, and they're different. Ashkenazi Jews are not related to Abraham; they're related to Cain, not Abel, and they're descendants of Genghis Khan. Whereas the Judeans or Sephardic Jews didn't descend from that group. They seem to have.
See. Let me explain something to you. Y'all want to complain about AJ?
A more solid faith in the Torah.
looping, anti-Semitism. That's why I'm telling you, I've seen so much worse.
Now, some people have accused me of being a Jew, because of
Thank you, Rojo,
my
for the
belief in
kick.
God. And I don't put Jesus on a pedestal, but I was baptized Catholic. I don't place Jesus as my Lord and Savior. He's more like a brother to me. So I defer to the Father, much like Jesus did. So in a way, you might think I'm Jewish, but I'm not. I'm actually Abrahamic in that sense. But we can all believe whatever we want. And I don't hate Christians because they believe in idolatry. I condemn idolatry, but I'm not here to judge. God is the judge, and I'm.
Oh, how generous of you! You don't hate people. You don't hate idolatry. Idolaters.
I'm not here to say you're going to be going off and being sent to the no-hide laws, the guillotine, for believing in Jesus. I would never do that. But these Jewish people who are trying to control the narrative, the Ashkenazi Jews, are trying to say that anybody that believes that Jesus is their Lord and Savior will be sent to the guillotine. The no-hide laws, they're called, and they're out there. The Jewish elite who run our country through that very same plan that you just heard are the ones that are pushing these things. Our leaders seem to be doing whatever Israel tells them to do. And it's very possible that this Ashkenazi Jewish trend of Zionism is our greatest enemy right now on earth. We also have an enemy from the Muslims who happen to be their cousins. Muslims and Talmudic Jews are related. They're both descendants of Genghis Khan, which was a warring tribal leader that was decimated by the Romans. And there's a big, huge, it's called a blood libel curse that they have against whites. Both Muslims and Jews feel a hatred toward whites. They also want to take over. They both have that common thing, which is exactly
Dave, give me a break. God damn
what
this.
Genghis Khan wanted to do and what his ancestor, Attila the Hun, tried to do. So we're really dealing with the same enemy of mankind again. Now, Jesus, thankfully, he was amazing to expose the synagogue of Satan. And that's what made the powerful message of Jesus so emphatic with a lot of people, because a lot of people realize that there's a synagogue of Satan out there that's pushing that agenda of global control. And we can thank Jesus for exposing it. But some people believe that Jesus is God, and that technically...
And I'm sorry, that's why they named him the King of the Jews?
...is idolatry. If you believe that a one man is your Messiah, you're committing idolatry in the eyes of the Jews, yet they believe somehow that the true Messiah will be born, and for their all points of reference, they think Trump might be that Messiah. It doesn't even matter. They just want a Messiah. The Jews do. But at the same time, they don't believe in idolatry. They hate it. They condemn anyone who worships graven images before God. Now, I don't like idolatry either, but I don't condemn Christians. I think Christians are one of the most...
Now, maybe this is anecdotal, but I don't know a single Jew that likes Trump, unironically.
...forgiving churches out there. But remember, there's no reference to church or religion in the Bible. You can't even find the word in the concordance. It's not there. So these religions and churches have become bigger than life.
Devil Brandon, thank you for the $4.99 super chat. Are we planning on watching the EDP documentary after it comes out this weekend? No, but I'd like to know who decided it was a good idea to do an EDP documentary. I'm curious as to who that is. Who was dumb enough to fucking do that? Mike Klum? Is that the asshole that made the Boogie documentary? Because that was a good video. Like, I have to admit, that was a good hit piece on Boogie.
Have destroyed the real faith people have. You can still have faith and go to church, but you don't have to. And you don't even have to not. If you want to be an atheist, that's okay too. I'm not here to profess hatred, whereas Muslims do. Muslims want to kill anyone who doesn't agree with them. Talmudic Jews want to kill white people. It's written in their Kabbalah, their scripture. I mean, that to me that's not protected by free speech. We cannot continue down this road of...
I mean, does Dave think he is the only white person on planet Earth, or that he represents how all white people feel about something?
Letting mosques and synagogues exist in this country. We're going to have to tell these people that we're going to take over your mosques and your synagogues, buy you out, give you a fair price. You can go back there, but there'll be homeless shelters. Anyone could go to, not just believers in Allah. And if you run around threatening people, saying non-believers will die, then you'll get arrested and sent to a mental hospital. That's the country I would run.
Why? Why? How is that free speech, Dave?
And the Jews want you to believe they're unbeatable. Why do you think I get attacked every night in our show? Every night. I've done 17 and a half years, and they attack this show constantly because they're afraid that this movement, this third-party movement, could unite the country. They're afraid of that. Why else would they be attacking me? It's showing me their hand. Like if I were at a poker game, they'd be handing me their cards and saying, "See, I've got 3 aces and you don't." When I've got a flush. They're showing their hand.
And not to mention, this is the guy who just showed a fucking post-mortem picture of Hillary Clinton, and he wants to talk about fucking decency here.
They're showing they're afraid of us by threatening the show. If they didn't do that, I probably would go, why bother? But because they come and threaten me all the time, I keep wanting to do the show more and more. No, Johnny, I've never had flatulence around large groups of people. I cut a small fart at Walmart the other day, and no one was around.
I cut a small fart at Walmart, and no one was around. And you thought you'd get away with it, didn't you, David?
Away with it, and no one smelled it. Thanks for asking.
Oh, you did get away with it. Okay.
Your whole life seems to be about farting.
GG.
Yeah, they do control the money, but they don't control the airwaves. That's why when they see a guy who managed to grab a huge world audience early on, and people watch me all the time in recorded broadcasts too, they don't know what to do with me. No, it was a silent and very short, quiet fart. I just had a little bit of bean reaction, I think. It wasn't a
Dave, we don't need to know about your fucking fart in the goddamn Walmart.
Fart. But thanks for asking. Yeah. See, when you talk about farts and things like that, people think this show's a joke. Okay, the government using...
This show is a joke. What are you talking about?
Secret cameras to spy on us. That's what we want to see. Let's go there. Well, let's be clear. Well, let's be queer. Like you and Michelle. Michelle, my bad. Anyway, the show is as fun for me as it is for you. That's why people want to come to the show. So welcome back. And the 12 to 6 format will be my future format, 7 days a week. If I feel I'm burning out, I'll drop Sunday, but ultimately I'd probably do 7 days a week to start with. Sarah was kind enough to let me just do the show during the nights when she complained to her self-help groups about her life. Yeah. So while I was doing the show, she was on her self-help group time talking about her personal problems, and it's like, okay, I guess that...
Did the show get included in her personal problems? Devil Brandon, thank you for the $4.99. David Sponheim honestly has the vibe like he would start a cult if he had the ability. Literally looks like Marshall Applewhite who ran Heaven's Gate. No, that's one of the funny things on his Encyclopedia Dramatica page that they wrote on there was like, David would have been an effective suicide cult leader, and he would have done the world a favor.
It kind of took off. It had a life of its own. Yeah, I mean, me having my separate life here kind of left her with free time to just do her thing, but I'm kind of glad that she did, because no one...
Now, to be clear, I didn't say that. Encyclopedia Dramatica said that.
...should live in the kind of mental torture she's suffering from. Hyperthyroid storms are horrible. She's undergoing a lot of personal stress, and I feel sorry for her. But I don't even recognize her. I honestly don't even know who she is. When she walked out the door, I didn't even know who she was. It's like a different person entirely. I've seen this happen with similar situations with...
Yeah, but to be clear, the other people he would have taken with him were supporters of America's third party. So, what say you now?
Menopause could be, or it could be I've seen it happen with bipolar disorder, where you don't even know who that person is. I know people in my family who have issues, and you don't even know who they are when they're going through an episode. So, yeah, you've been calling the Zionist problem out for 20 years. I've been doing it for 10 years. My 17 of the previous year, or 7 of the previous years, were mostly about building a third party, which clearly is still missing the mark. But hey, I'm in there pitching every day. We now have an even greater problem, because Zionism really is kind of a...
What's your point? Thank you for the 99-cent super chat. I appreciate it.
It's innocuous. It's the threat of... It's totally driven by...
Thank you again for the 99-cent super chat.
...of one particular make. Basically, Ashkenazis. They want total control of the world, just like the Muslims do. Yeah, it doesn't matter. I don't have any soiled toities. I don't have those problems that you have. Ask your doctor. Get a colonoscopy or something.
I don't have any soiled tighty-whities. What's your point? Thank you for hitting the goal again. I appreciate it. You really want more slop cooking, don't you? Let me find a video. I'm gonna let this play for a little bit, but
Johnny, you seem to be suffering. Yes, exactly. Well, that's what we're going to try to avert, Re-Up. Zionism, if not stopped, will end up destroying humanity entirely. Yes, you know that I'm an anti-extinctionist, right? That I'm not an extinctionist or a nihilist who wants the end of everything. I'm an anti-extinctionist. I'm trying to prevent extinction. I wake people up to the dangers that are around us at all times, like the 5G nightmare we experience. The 5G nightmare is now moving into 6G realms. That's how bad it is. So now we've got a weaponized death ray all around us. So if you see people behaving strangely, don't be surprised. It's affecting children's mental capacity, their cognitive learning ability, creates obstinate defiant disorder. Nobody is safe from this stuff unless you actually have guards around you, protecting you. But hey, I can only talk about this so much before people recognize the need to talk about it themselves. Yes, and I was just telling Sarah the other day that our book that we wrote together is still valid. We agree on everything, but that doesn't matter. She also sees major disagreements with me on every other issue. So, like the vaccine. But luckily, everything in that book is still valid and we still agree on it, which is kind of amazing. I said that in and of itself is amazing. We were brainstorming in 2010 to 2012 and we wrote the book together. So I'm proud that we were able to do that together. But she is like a different person to me. I've never seen anything more radical in my life, change-wise. Well, my mother, actually. My mother was in a car accident and went through the windshield in 1965 before seatbelts came out. And she really was lucky to be alive after that. But that head injury caused a radical change in her personality. So this isn't the first time I've seen this happen in my life. That's why I told Sarah, I said, I think I'm uniquely suited for you. I saw my mother in a similar situation. Totally radically different personality. Well, what happened, Re-Up, is Sarah's sister died in 2023, I think it was. 2022, I'm not sure. Yeah, about 3 years ago.
all right.
Yeah, because she
Press 1 if you're ready. If you're ready for some more slop cooking.
Her sister died 3 years ago from a murder-suicide.
To get through.
And I said, please spend as much time with your family as possible. She did. She went down. Prior to that, she spent time with her family as well. And I've always encouraged her to do stuff on her own. But she sees it that I've been controlling her whole life. It's like, you've had lots of trips. I don't even check in on you if you go on your trips. I mean, she was at the Alaska trip. She checked in maybe 3 times. Yeah, her sister died from a murder-suicide, the husband that was with her. So Sarah went back there for 2 months.
Oh my God. Her sister died from a murder-suicide because of her husband? All right, we're going to have to start on this when we get back to this. Okay. So wait, I can't tell. Was the sister the victim? Because I guarantee you, if all of this change, this is why I'm like, Dave, why can't you put these things together? If the issue was that she started to change and started disliking him after that, don't you think there's a good goddamn reason? Don't you think maybe she's a little paranoid that you might fucking do this to her in the future? Because, I mean, come on. David's obviously a bit of a sociopath here. Like, this is so weird. Anyway, we're doing shepherd's fry. $6 for 6 meals. What a deal. You missed it, right?
Hey everybody, welcome to the show. I'm coming in hot, I'm sure. Let me check my audio tests.
It's not. For $6, you know damn good and well it's not lamb meat.
Good, okay. Right, we are doing a shepherd's fry today, $6 for 6 meals. I'm starting with a $2 container of no nitrate sausages. Cheddar cheese smoked sausage from Fenceline Farms. Looks like a pretty interesting product. Fenceline Farms.
So we're not even using ground beef here?
Is an innovator in animal husbandry and manages to amazingly move the animals away from their mother at a key time, yet they can see each other. And that was an innovation that the fence line came up with, so that the mother could see the baby calf as it was growing, and it lowered the stress level. I did some research on this, I'm serious. Oh, I didn't want to upgrade to download helper, but thank you. Yeah, here we go. I want to make sure he's going in the other room, just to be on the safe side. I'm going to pause this real quick and then check it. Okay, I just heard myself, so I know I'm going well. Okay, today I'm going to use a traditional bean, which goes with the shepherd's pie. Now these are pre-cooked, and yeah, let me see if I can get a better camera angle here. I cook in layers. Right. Let me see if I can adjust the settings here slightly. It's a little bit too light for me. That should help. Slightly. Okay. Adjusting on the fly here. Well, that's not exactly the color tone I was looking for, but that's better.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I can't tell. Like he's even commenting on the damn color tone, but like I can't tell if it's just the horrible color grading on these fucking videos, or if it's just that fucking bad. And I'm starting to think it's a little bit of both.
Better than nothing. Okay, so we're working with some pretty
yes,
weird ingredients today. We're going to be making on the back burner here.
I'm sorry, a can of V8 in a Primavera was not a weird ingredient.
Turn this on level 3, and I'm going to start with. That's almost intolerable. I'm going to start with an onion and adjust my camera at the same time. This is amazing. Yeah, I almost feel like hitting the default button on that. That's going to fix it. Sometimes you have to do that. Nope. It didn't fix it.
Yeah, right? We picked a good goddamn time considering we're talking about Sarah's murdered sister.
That's weird. Huh.
But I'm still confused. Was Sarah the one that murdered her husband and then... I'm sorry. Was Sarah's sister the one that murdered her husband and then killed herself? Or was the husband the one who killed the sister and murdered himself? Like, which one was the antagonist in this situation? I don't know if that's even the right word to use here. The perpetrator?
That is strange. That is so weird. Yeah, it normally does. It fixes it. I'm going to pull the color out of it. Drop the lighting a little bit. Raise the gain. Do backlight compensation. That's just so weird. Yeah. I've never seen the hues this messed up before. Amazing. That's better, but it's more black and white. Okay. Yeah, it just wasn't as terrible as it was earlier. Now this is basically a meal you want to set and leave on the stove. So I'm going to go ahead and put 2 tablespoons of olive oil in the pan. Okay, let that heat up. We're going to start with the onion. Okay. All right. Let me adjust this for you. Yeah, this is kind of a strange setup. I didn't realize I had, now I have black and white, so it's kind of a weird toss-off, but I'll take what I can get because the whole thing had a problem with just getting started. You know, I was having to default on everything. And then there was a massive audio glitch, which I thought I couldn't believe the decibel level was so high, I almost blew my speakers out. I practically shut the computer off. It was just unbelievable, the feedback. And there was no other device working, so here I was doing technical, updates at the same time while I still have to make dinner, right? So the pressure's on. Okay, so we're gonna just put one onion in there, one large onion, and that goes down to the bottom. Just throw it right in the pan. Okay. Make sure there's no onions, nothing leathery or anything in there. And then we're going to take carrots that you can get out of the bag. Give them a rinse and then throw it right on top of the onions.
Well, Rocky Mountain oysters are bull testicles. I know that much. As far as lamb testicles, I've never heard shepherd. What did she say? Shepherd fries? What did Ani say? I can't even see her message now. Cottage fries. I've never heard that term, though.
Like that.
Who am I looking at? Marshall Applewhite?
And then we've got these Brussels sprouts that are really long. They take a long time to cook. So basically, get about a cup and a half of vegetables going here.
Now, you know how Dave always does this thing where he puts a face on the screen and then, puts his face behind it and tries to make the face or whatever? Yeah. Yeah. I see it. I see it, and he should do it.
And these you have to actually trim because sometimes they get a little old in the bag, so I'm going to show you how to do that. I don't know how well you can see that with the color scheme I've got going on here. Oh. Try touching a mouse pad with wet fingers. Yeah, the colors are not that bad. It's actually a kind of a natural color. But yeah, these have to be trimmed pretty carefully. So I'm going to just take a nice little knife and cut the
We can't see what... Can you just crop the fucking camera down, please?
ends off of them. And anything that looks dark. Now you can
dirty ass Brussels sprouts. Wash them.
Throw them right in with solid like this, but I like to cut them in half if they're big, so it kind of cooks a little bit better. That way they're not completely, and then they also pass off some of the nutrition into the.
Those do not look like. I'm seeing plenty of dark spots that you should probably peel off a layer or so.
Food around it when you cut them in half. So otherwise, you get that really nice kind of overcooked Brussels sprouts flavor. But Brussels sprouts is one of the cruciferous vegetables that's full of incredible nutrition. You can't go wrong with that. Now this does require basil, but I'm going to go with the Italian seasoning.
Okay, that one is not even green, Jack. Fucking, what's his name again? Dave. That is not even green.
Seasoning that I got at Walmart for 98 cents.
Oh my god.
I'm pulling any extra weirdness off the outside. There we go. Brussels sprouts are kind of a pain to work with, but they are so full of nutrition that it's not even funny. Let me put this ahead of here.
Thank you.
That's better.
Christ.
Okay, that's a little bit better for me. Yeah, and the more the merrier. If they're really small, you just want to throw them in whole, Now you want to get these fresh at the bottom, and the ones that take the longest to cook go at the bottom of this shepherd's fry. They bake shepherd's pie, and it has a whole different series of things going on, like mashed potatoes and whatnot.
Yeah, and lamb and carrots and none of what is on your fucking cutting board right now.
But
correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure a shepherd's pie does not include tomatoes or green beans.
This is my version of shepherd's pie.
Except it's not at all close to even shepherd's pie.
Wow, that's bright. I'm going to open up the sausages at this point because they go down with the vegetables. And I like to take the bag and just rinse it out.
Why are you rinsing it out over potatoes that are sitting in the bottom of your dirty ass sink?
Normally pay like $3.99 for these, so you do have to look around for these kinds of deals. But of course, you can buy hot dogs and do the same
Good God.
thing if you really are into it.
Also, why is there a slice of cucumber sitting next to the reverse osmosis filter?
I mean, it's just pork and cheese in this particular case. This is the only type of pork I'll eat, and I'm not that happy about eating pork, but yeah, just cut them into small pieces, about no more than 1/4 of an inch in diameter, in thickness, rather. Sausages are typically about 3/4 of an inch in diameter. And I cut it on a plate because it's a lot safer. And keep your fingers down and always hold everything together. Always watch the knife. Never.
You thought these were lamb sausages? These are pork sausages with fucking cheese in them.
Never leave your eyes off the knife. You can easily cut your finger too, just the way you're cutting a sausage. It's like, oh no, help me.
You could use a less dangerous knife too.
And these are the kind of sausages that don't have a casing around them. We've been using them before in our dinner. I got a really good deal on these. $2 a package was too good to be true. And no.
Like, I feel like the meat cleaver is only necessary if you need to like whack something, like to whack a leg off of a chicken or something.
Nitrates. So
even then, not necessary.
That's good. And I checked the farm out, and it looked pretty decent. They innovated the way they raise animals originally. Fenceline did. That's why they're called Fenceline Farms. Anyway, I'm big on livestock. I certainly support our meat industry. I'm going to go with a few more Brussels sprouts. Now you don't want to put the cooked beans or the tomatoes on the bottom. Everything that needs cooking has to go at the bottom, like a long time. So the sausages.
I still can't do Brussels sprouts, and like maybe this is just the 10-year-old in me or whatever, but like I fucking hate Brussels sprouts. They smell like fucking farts, and then it's like when you try to bite into one, it's like eating through like an entire head of cabbage, but just in like tiny form. They're like tiny little cabbages, but you're trying to eat through an entire fucking cabbage. I don't know. I just can't do Brussels sprouts. They're weird.
Smelled very well with the vegetables as they're cooking, and I'm running at a level.
See, I can eat bell peppers, not raw probably, but I can eat bell peppers.
3 to get started, which is very, very low. I'm going to actually drop the temperature.
No, I could eat it raw too, probably.
Because it's going to be a slow cook. But once you get the thing steaming, then you take it down to like a simmer. Let me do a few more preps on the Brussels sprouts.
Now, I feel like if you shredded the Brussels sprouts into like shreds of like almost like lettuce or cabbage or whatever, maybe I could do that. Because I can eat cabbage. I don't have a problem with that. I just don't want to eat a whole head of cabbage like a fucking apple. And I feel like that's what you do with Brussels sprouts, is you're just eating like straight through. I don't know. It's weird.
Actually, let's do that here. It's a little easier to cut on the board. Okay. This is my portable knife, my Cutco knife I take with me on trips. It's so good. Never loses its blade.
Oh my god, we go from the biggest knife possible to the tiniest one in the kitchen.
I paid $30 for it, you know, the famous Cutco story. Many of you have seen my videos, probably know the Cutco story by now.
Cutco? Why is there a Cutco story?
Okay. Always keep your eye on a knife. Okay, just press everything in. Now I'm going to start with the potatoes. And that's involving peeling and dicing the potatoes. And shepherd's pie requires a mashed potato. I don't do that because this stuff will mash together in its own way. Yeah, these are pork sausages with cheese.
Cut the Brussels sprouts in half and bake them with balsamic vinegar and balls. Balls. Okay. I can remember the seasoning that my father-in-law uses. What is balls?
Cheese in them. Got a little blemish here on this potato. Okay. All right, just start peeling. You can watch me peel. Not a big deal. I'm a pretty good peeler. I've been peeling potatoes all my life. That's the fun part, really, is cooking.
So this is the thing that kind of annoys me, and like I would assume probably annoyed Sarah, was like, you'll notice, and he'll probably point it out in a second, he's peeling potatoes, but then he's also got a sweet potato in there. And he's going to peel that and have it for Sarah, because for whatever reason, Sarah has an allergic reaction to nightshade vegetables. So instead of just, you know, leaving potatoes out of his diet, David can't do that. That's too much for him. So instead of doing that, he just, you know, gets the sweet potato for Sarah and just, you know, it's just like a separate meal. It's like he can't adjust his diet to accommodate her at all.
The menial tasks. What I like about cooking, and it's relaxing.
And dare I say, it's shit like this that adds up and eventually makes someone leave you.
For me, is you always get to see your output. You know, it's an activity that you always get to say, hey, yeah, I made something, and people taste it and they go, wow, that was good. You know, there's a big turnaround, pretty fast turnaround on your output. Whereas a lot of times you'll be working on some project, it'll take forever to feel like, man, we're making progress. But cooking, you can make progress right away. And especially if people like what you're eating. If they don't like what you're eating, that's a different story. But I hold a potato like this, so it's kind of like, but always keep your fingers away from.
Okay, but Tank Girl, what did you mean by balsamic vinegar and balls? I'm gonna pin your message again. Maybe certainly this was a typo or autocorrect. Balsamic vinegar. Balsamic vinegar and balls. What is balls? What do you mean?
The peeler, because that can peel your skin right off. Always keep your eye on it. Yeah, don't put your finger up like that and then go like that.
What did you mean instead of balls?
Yeah, that'll take your finger right off. Kind of like Johnny Depp lost his finger when something was thrown at him. Poor guy. Can't replace that finger. The tip of his finger was cut off. I know.
Okay, but
we're gonna go with 2 sweet potatoes and 3 regular baking potatoes, and these are incredibly cheap. I mean, I get potatoes for $2 a bag for 10 pounds to this day, and they're non-GMO on the bag. And you do have to look for the non-GMO label, and I only get that on russets now. So they're putting out genetically modified food everywhere, and I don't really dig it. I'm staying away from GMO food whenever I can. But this is organic, non-GMO. Sweet potato is too. And you can get these fairly cheaply. I mean, $5.99 for a bag, a 3-pound bag of sweet potatoes is not bad. They are the pricier of the two. But Sarah only eats sweet potatoes. I don't feed her many baking potatoes, only on occasion. But I'm a big...
See, you hear it? They're the more expensive one, but Sarah only eats those because, you know, she's difficult.
Potato guy. I love potatoes. It's kind of a feel-good food for me. In fact, the shepherd's pie is a feel-good food. Wow. A lip turd? No, I look great. Yeah. That's a bannable offense if you come in here and do that again.
So you call him a lip turd?
Yep, so here we go. We're just going to go ahead and dice these up and make them so that they kind of fit nicely in the mix.
Oh, okay. So just balsamic vinegar.
And the sweet potatoes, you want to go with a thin dice, whereas the regular potatoes, it doesn't really matter because they take a little longer, the sweet potatoes do. So what I'll do is take...
I guess what I'm confused about is he about to like mix them in the same dish? Because that doesn't make any sense if she has an allergy to the potatoes. Also, that potato's got a big old dark spot right there, David. Do something.
And put the potatoes right in the mix of sausages like that, invert them right in. Let me get this one cleaned up.
Okay. So you are mixing them together.
A little end piece on there. You know, just kind of jab them in there with the sausages. There you go. Now the sausages do have salt in them, so they'll add salt to the meal, but we'll also be adding something to the top here. Okay, we're going to put the white potatoes in as well. Not too small, not too big. It doesn't really matter. Normal shepherd's pie is made with, like I said, mashed potatoes. And we're just going to go with this. Now, I think what I'm going to do is not use the beans today, but that's an idea you can use in the future.
I mean, this is literally the farthest thing from a shepherd's pie I think that you can get.
Because I think I'm running out of space, actually. Yeah, it's kind of like maxed out here, so I'm going to add the tomatoes instead. And this could be a replacement for the vegetables. And this is a non-GMO product.
Dave, there is no more room in that pan. You do not have room in that pan for anything else, let alone 2 cans.
Product, by the way. Del Monte makes it, and you could put that on top. And just go with your potatoes at the bottom with your carrots at the bottom. But because Brussels sprouts take a little longer to cook, we're going to top it off with tomatoes. Normally takes about a cup of tomatoes. I'm going to go with the full can.
If you can pat your food down with your hand, your pan is too crowded.
Now this is part of my fast prep series that I do, where we basically just start throwing stuff together. I'm going to throw the Italian seasoning down on everything right now. Just go heavily with it. Don't hesitate. And that'll mix with the tomato sauce to form an acidic base and kind of level everything off so it's all kind of nestled into each other. And this is the necessary tomatoes that you're going to need. But before I put that down, I've got mushrooms I'm going to add to this.
More?
Because mushrooms really, believe it or not, are great flavor enhancers.
But they're also not in a
So what I'm going to do is take some of the mushrooms here. And I'm just going to cut them and quarter them.
Oh
just a simple quarter like that.
Dave, throw this shit away.
So they're fairly big chunks. I'm not slicing them, I'm just quartering them. These are organic mushrooms. I pay a little extra for stuff, but I like to, get organic when I can. Although mushrooms are pretty safe. They're grown in chicken manure, so it's not a big deal.
Oh, lovely. I'm another reason I'm glad I don't eat mushrooms.
Okay. And what I like to do is put a little bit more water on the mushrooms.
Appreciate it.
Kind of rinse them off. So
if you don't watch the video, it kind of sounds like you're playing Jack. No, I almost called him Jack earlier.
They're moist.
I'm not used to yelling at other bad chefs.
You're going to put that right on top of that. Okay, and I'm going to add a little bit more of that onion or the garlic powder here. Garlic powder is essential, And you can add garlic at this point. So I have some bulbs here I would like to work with. So taking the bulbs like that. We're going to throw about 4 bulbs of garlic in here, or 5. Spray them out evenly. They work, you know, cylindrically to cook and to push their goodness into the meal. Okay, so zooming on that. Let me just do a crush on that.
Boom.
Crush on that.
Boom. Boom.
Wow.
Kaboom.
I'll put those over there. Now this hull basically pulls them out nice and easy like that. And we're going to go ahead and chop them up a little bit. Dice them. Good night. Take care. Are you going to bed? Okay. Sleep well. Yeah, I had to shut guest chat off because during the show I get a lot of attacks. You know, I thought, well, I need to cook anyway, so I kind of wanted to get this thing running, and I'm glad I did.
Yeah, Cammy actually came and told us about the Perez Hilton thing. I'm too invested in this at the moment, but I'll look into it after the stream. That shit sounds way too graphic for anything on YouTube.
But you're getting a chance to see how this cooking on the remote laptop is not exactly easy. Doing a cooking show on a remote laptop, you have all kinds of factors involved. And I had to compensate for that. Okay, nice and simple dice, and then I'm going to go throw them on the pan to cook with everything else. But kind of evenly space them around in a circle.
So you're basically just going to boil the garlic with all the other garbage in there. You're not even going to saute it.
And then I'm going to throw the can of tomato sauce on there.
Lovely.
And that's roasted diced tomatoes from Muir Glen Organic.
There's not enough room.
Some of the best stuff you could buy. Okay, I'm going to take a little water out of there. Okay. There we go.
Yeah, from what I heard about the video, I wouldn't recommend anybody go look at that.
Just kind of pour that around the outside. Okay, we're done. Yeah. Now what I like to do before I push it in is I'm going to add some Parmesan to the outside because it's a nice flavoring agent. And
nice Parmesan does.
It certainly helps with the flavor. And you can also Parmesan after the meal.
I mean, honestly, I do find it hard to see how this clocked in at under $6.
You know, when you're ready to serve. Now, on level 3, this is going to take about 1 hour. So that's a low flame, 1 hour. What I'm going to do is take and push everything down now, like this.
God.
With a spatula. And it's going to get crispy at the bottom, but everything kind of melts down into the meal. And make sure you have a little bit of water space so it'll pick up around the edges once it starts cooking. Okay. That's done. Yeah, literally. I'm going to top it off with a little bit of Parmesan.
Banana pudding.
So 1 hour later, it is ready to go at level 3. But like I said,
so Dave basically believes that in order to cut down on sodium, you could always use Parmesan cheese instead of salt.
If you get steam at an earlier hour, and if you want to be on the safe side, you can add a little bit more water on the outside, just around the outside, so it's got enough moisture. But believe me, all those vegetables have a lot of moisture in them, and you should be fine, no problem. And it'll have that cooked taste, that really nice mushy cooked taste.
Parmesan, dusty fucking Parmesan cheese in in this makeshift shepherd's pie, as well as tomatoes, mushrooms, green beans, everything that doesn't belong in a shepherd's pie is in this shepherd's fry.
Okay, level 3 it is. And I'm going to go head back into the room. I'm going to do a little cleanup here first. As you know, I compost everything. So I keep a compost container here in David's kitchen. It's not exactly a thing you...
Oh, you're saying it wasn't that extreme? I don't know. I mean, I guess... I don't want to talk about this topic today.
Want to smell, if you're like cooking, you don't want to have...
Remind me on Sunday. Maybe we can discuss it then.
Have your compost container open. But I'm done cooking, so... Yeah, it's a super easy prep, and believe me, it's like a quick stew, and it's wonderful. I've had this before, and it's kind of like one of those food items you can't get enough of.
No, yeah, that's what I heard. Was he was like naked in the video too? So.
And you're cooking with good, healthy ingredients, so it's.
I'm just saying, like, I don't even want to discuss it at the moment, given everything surrounding this particular area of the internet.
Not going to be a problem, unless, of course, you aren't. So it's up to you. Hey, food is food at some point. Okay. Okie dokie. All right. As part of the short series, we'll be uploading all these to YouTube.
Wow, there's nothing wrong with what I wear on Sundays.
Keep in touch, everybody. I'll be back in the other room very shortly. Let me get this thing rolling. Yeah, it's not easy doing a cooking show, but I can tell you, when you have this technology, I got to cook anyway, right? So might as well do what I can to get it to work right. Yeah, Mr. Wright signing off. We'll be in the show in about 2 minutes.
I would have liked to see the finished product, but there's your shepherd's fry, I guess. Oh, he's gonna play the damn song, isn't he? Yeah, Mr. Right. Yes, he does have a cooking channel. He used to do a cooking show during the pandemic. He's got a lot of videos. It's very much like Shanny can't cook. Which I did add to that Shanny playlist, by the way. I wonder if those plants are dying now that Sarah's gone. Dave's probably peeing on them to save water. All right, so back to this. Apparently Sarah's sister was involved in a suicide thing. I don't know. We're going to find out, I guess.
Even check in on you if you go on your trips. I mean, she was at the Alaska trip. She checked in maybe 3 times. Yeah, her sister died from a murder-suicide, the husband that was with her. So Sarah went back there for 2 months about 3 years ago.
But who did the murdering and who did the suicide? That's the part that I'm trying to figure out, Dave.
She came back and she said to me flat out, I don't want to do the show anymore. I said, okay, I'm not trying to force you into anything. I get it. No, her sister's husband killed her sister and then himself.
Okay, the sister's husband killed the sister. Okay, got it. So that would explain... That would explain a lot, Dave. Does it occur to you that maybe the reason she got to where she's side-eyeing you is the fear that you might do the same to her?
And then Sarah went out to the funeral. This is pretty easy to understand, John. A husband murdered...
This is pretty easy to understand, John. I don't know what you don't get about it. Kay made a sausage lasagna where instead of pasta and tomato sauce, she used mashed potatoes and gravy, which I feel like is closer to shepherd's pie than this. That is, that's very much like Kay. Kay likes to do fucking copyright claims too, like Jack.
His sister, and Sarah's sister died. It was very tragic and very sad. So she went back there to
I can't imagine why it would affect her, Dave.
Mourn and spent 2 months there, and then came back and didn't want to do the show anymore. So for the past 3 years, she's been doing her own thing and spending most of her time in the evening in self-help groups. People that share their personal stories. Yeah, well, exactly. It's tragic, really, what happened. But anyway, it doesn't detract from the fact that in her effort to figure out what's going on, Sarah decided to self-heal. Yeah, she doesn't even like me talking about the dangers of black men and white women. That upsets her. I said, well, the statistics can't lie. I mean, 1,275% greater chance of dying if you're in
Dave, name one person who would like to listen to you talk about that.
an interracial relationship if you're a woman. If you're a woman with a black guy, a white woman, your chance of dying is 1,275% greater.
Oh
Due to the
my
statistics
God,
alone.
Dave. I think there's a much higher probability of being murdered by you than there is by a black person. I'm sorry.
You were in a tough place when you found out that West Virginia State Police killed your brother? Oh, I bet, yeah. Well, I don't want to really make her life any more difficult. So I'm a really nice person. I never get angry. I always kept an even temper. And I even said, I don't understand why she's doing this, but I believe it could be metabolic, I said. Not because she gets triggered when I say her hyperthyroidism is acting up. But it really is. She needs to get a blood test and immediately get to a doctor.
Because you can't use that as a cop-out every time she does something or says something you don't like. That's why.
I told her that spend time with your friend, but you need to get a treatment immediately. Today, she nearly crashed into 2 cars, like I said earlier. And I was like, thank God I'm here right now. I would have been in a massive car accident otherwise.
Again, not thank God we're both okay. Not thank God nothing happened to Sarah. Thank God that I didn't get in an accident and I did something to stop it. He's such a fucking narcissist. Right, every time they have a disagreement, she needs a blood test.
The percentage of blacks that do murder, well, that's an incorrect statistic because they're characterizing brown men as white now. It's 51 to 56% of arrests and known offenders for murder. The number's closer to 65%. And they're already padding the number of white people with brown people. So they're already skewing that statistic. And AI won't come up with the answer because AI only reads false statistics. Yes, I did give her the best option. I said, thank goodness we have the motorhome. If you want it, I'll sign the papers over to you, and you can sign the papers for the trailer and the truck over to me. And I anticipate meeting with her once she gets herself normalized and us doing that. We'll go to DMV and get new papers written up. I'm more than willing to do that. So whatever it takes. For her to have her independence
Nothing,
is
Dave
what she wants.
pretending
So
to not
be
be
it.
racist.
I love her and I don't want anything bad to happen to her, but I can't control her and I can't keep her in a safe place. Not when she's going through this situation. So I could worry about her, but I pray for her, and of course. But a black girl just got shot in Ferguson at a gas station. Yeah, I believe it. Yeah, it could be as high as 85%. Yeah, but the statistics don't lie, and because black on white crime is alarmingly loud, she said to me, because I told her to go to my website, coolrock.com, and check out the crime report, and she said, well, how many of those images are white on white crime? I said, hardly any whites are killing whites.
Yeah. Really, Dave? Really?
Yeah. It's mostly black on black and black on white crime out there right now.
Good Lord. Not to mention, I'm fairly certain those statistics do not extrapolate to, well, that means an interracial relationship is bad.
Somebody's claiming the abductions in Venezuela are all bullshit. We just heard a video about that shortly before. Right, and then we got a Stu Peters video. Okay, let me go there. This is the expanded show, folks, till 12 o'clock. And this is the format I'll be using coming up every day, 7 days a week, coming up after July 9th. I'm ending my vacation because it's been a horrible experience. It's just been bad. I'm not going anywhere. I can't travel under these conditions. Sarah had some sort of a thyroid.
You can't travel under these conditions because Sarah's not here to drive you.
Storm crisis. She's going to seek help, she said. So I'm hoping she'll get better. But she literally, I don't even recognize her. The person I fell in love with, the person I love, I don't even recognize her. She's so different. It's like a different person entirely. But I kind of knew this could happen if she wasn't going to get medication. I warned her. I said, you need to get medication. In the past 2 years, I've been saying that. She doesn't listen to me, anything I say, or believe anything I say, and she resents me for saying it. So I'm in a lose-lose situation, so I'm just going to hang tight, enjoy my home, and I live in one of the most beautiful places in the world, and you can't not like this place. And she's welcome to come back anytime she wants. But if she wants her freedom, I'm more than willing to give it to her. I'm not trying to hold her back.
Violar a la
niñita en el Parque del Oeste. Se metió para mi barrio y no era de ahí. Y me devolví y lo encontramos. Lo estoy dejando aquí en el Calvario. Sucio, desgraciado.
El día de ayer yo subí un video hablando de este degenerado y de los niños que están solitos en el Parque del Oeste. Y la respuesta de muchas personas en los comentarios fue diciendo de que era mentira, que en el Parque del Oeste no había niños. El día de hoy se han encontrado varias personas que quieren abusar y llevarse a estos pequeñitos.
Okay, we're not getting the translation from this.
I was about to ask if you were going to translate for us, Dave.
I'm not going to translate it for you. But
but you know what she's saying, right?
I will summate what they said. Apparently...
Oh, you are so full of shit.
If you think that child abductions in Venezuela are BS, open your eyes. Countless videos and proof of parents left devastated, searching for their kids, taken, some injured, and never seen again. It's like they're using this attack. It could be a tectonic weapon they used on Venezuela. This earthquake attack, they're using it to
tectonic weapon on Venezuela.
Catch children. Remember the fires in Texas not too long ago, about a year and a half ago? Massive fires occurred, or excuse me, floods. Massive flood occurred, and it was a group of children, girls were missing. The water floods took about 170 missing people. They never even found their bodies. It's like some people thought that the water floods in Texas about a year and a half ago were caused by weather modification, that they had a massive dump of silver iodide in the air above Florida, because Florida outlawed it. And then by the time it reached Texas, the flood water it's like a blue water that lands on the ground with silver iodide. The flood waters were so bad, it just ripped into a little school with 32 girls who were killed. Well, were they killed? Did they ever find their bodies? I mean, maybe they were abducted. These weather modification events, like a tectonic weapon used against Venezuela or any other area, or a water weapon, hurricane or tornado used against suddenly you see people sweep in from areas from the Bill and Hillary Clinton Foundation came into Haiti right after the Haitian earthquake occurred. And you see kids getting taken out. This is example number one. I mean, it's happening. I wouldn't doubt they snatched kids from that event in Venezuela. Okay, after Russia breaks the fortress belt, there's almost zero Ukrainian defenses left. Are you forgetting that Ukraine has intermediate nuclear weapons? Yeah, maybe you've forgotten that. Let's go to Stu Peters' feed.
I'm sorry, Ukraine has nuclear weapons? Since when?
Yeah, Ukraine has intermediate nuclear weapons. They could lose all their defenses and still destroy Russia.
He's playing semantics with this intermediate nuclear weapons. I don't know what he means by that.
Many people forget that. If Zelensky puts our U.S. Army under control and forces them to launch intermediate nuclear weapons, you'd see cities like Moscow devastated. So I don't know why Russia's poking that bear as well.
Well, that would be a quick way to end the goddamn war.
Both bears need to remain in hibernation.
That Jack Ruby and Manson were assets of the intelligence agency specifically pertaining to MKUltra. Were they MKUltra victims?
Yeah, theoretically, Manson, I've never been able to prove absolutely. Jack Ruby, I believe this is something else. So
okay, we're going to have to stop that right now. I've got to go to another VPN. I'll be right back.
Oh, he's getting the direct energy weapons attacking him again. Kind of makes you wonder what he thinks DDoS stands for.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. Let's play the clip. Yeah, I'm being attacked, so this must be important to them. Jack Ruby and Charles Manson were CIA assets of the MKUltra mind control program. It's now becoming official conspiracy theory fact.
Expert opinion that Jack Ruby and Manson were assets of the intelligence agency specifically pertaining to MKUltra. Were they MKUltra victims?
yeah, theoretically, Manson, I've never been able to prove absolutely. Jack Ruby, I believe this is something else. The Warren Commission investigation on the Warren Commission was Alan Dulles, the former CIA director, who authorized and ran MKUltra until he was fired by President Kennedy. The liaison to the committee for the CIA, who handled the information coming from the CIA back and forth to the Warren Commission, was Richard Helms, who was a direct supervisor of Jolly West. They knew who West was. They knew that what West was capable of and what they had paid him to do and what he had reported to them that he could do, including inducing mental disorders in people. That was never disclosed to the commission as far as anyone knows. So I believe that West was put in there to keep Jack Ruby from telling his story.
Wow. In closing, I just want to thank you all for being here today, and we will be following up, Dr. Kinzer, on your request to fully redact. I'll be following personally with the director of the CIA, the MKUltra files that we do have. Also, as I noted earlier, there will be more that will be declassified, specifically pertaining to newly found records that were located in what we were discussing earlier. I did also want to just state that, for the record, in regards to what statements were made earlier regarding the German government, we will also be following up on that. If there are indeed people that were victims of this that have been buried, we would like to know who those people are and who their families are as well, in order to correct the historical wrongdoings of this government. Without further ado, I would like to state that all members have 5 legislative days within to submit materials and additional written questions for the witnesses that will be then forwarded to them. If there are no further business without objection, the
Yeah, guys, don't listen to anything coming out of Congress unless it's this and it fits your narrative.
task force stands adjourned.
Someone who knew someone. Dave, come back. It's not paused, I don't think. No, it's not paused.
Breaks the fortress.
Come back, Dave.
Okay, so the truth is out now. Good. That's a start. After Russia breaks the fortress belt, there's almost 0 Ukrainian defenses left. This is seriously underreported on the media and could happen this year. No wonder Ukraine is striking to Russia to try to force peace. Well, yeah, but there's also a direct route to Moscow from Ukraine if they want it. This could get more ugly. Yeah, there's. The reality is, if Ukraine wants to use the intermediate nuclear missiles we've given them, goodbye Moscow.
The license plate. The internet did its thing and took the license plate from the back of the SUV that transported Charlie Kirk to the hospital and found the VIN number and pulled the Carfax report, which tells us that this vehicle was first purchased in Utah on February 5th, 2025, just a few months before.
Who cares? Who cares if the vehicle was purchased 7 months before the incident? What the fuck? What the hell is relevant about? Come on.
Where Charlie Kirk was assassinated. And that date, February 5th, just sounded so familiar to me. And then it dawned on me, that is the exact date that the
go to hell.
Utah FBI field office appointed their new director. Now tell me, what are the odds of that? Especially since a GMC Yukon Denali is commonly used as an FBI vehicle at the local field offices. After the SUV was used to transport Charlie Kirk to the hospital, the captain seats were removed and parts of the floorboard were stripped. Now people are wondering why the
I wonder why. It's almost like somebody was dying in the back seat, you dumbass.
SUV wasn't admitted as evidence, but as this person puts it, the SUV wasn't used in a crime, so there's no evidence in it. So then why not just get the car detailed? Why go to this length? The vehicle was then run through a car auction.
Is this bitch joking? Who is this?
And purchased by its second owner to someone who lives in California. Now,
the Perez situation has evolved into a SWAT standoff currently. I don't know. Like I said, based on what I was hearing, it sounded like surprised he's still alive.
Somebody very, very close to me is in the auction car business and told me that.
But again, I didn't see the video. I just heard about it.
That is very odd to auction a car to somebody in California versus Utah where the car was, because the transportation fee would be astronomical. But it crossed state lines and then was inspected by Jessup Auto Plaza.
They're really doing the cross state line thing. After all that Kyle Rittenhouse bullshit, they're really doing they cross state lines.
The owner of that dealership just happens to be a retired United States Air Force captain. Now, there's a lot of weird things going on with this Denali, including the license plate that has the number 33 in it. What I want to know is who
No, I am not Rezavir. That is a different person.
First purchased this vehicle in Utah in February. And why was it stripped down and auctioned off to an owner in a different state?
Hello.
As always, I want to hear what you think about all of this down below.
The Charlie Kirk story is a disaster of mistakes by the FBI. They don't have solid evidence against Tyler Robinson.
Oh my God, yes, they do.
Thank you. Thank you. They don't have solid evidence that Tyler did it. The gun that they claim it was black-handled 006 doesn't match the antique weapon that his family had. That's a problem right there. There's a whole lot of issues with Tyler Robinson even knowing Erica Kirk. It makes him complicit in the whole thing. I just worry that they don't suicide the guy in jail. Yeah, it's just like they're making a case for him to be suicidal because he'll get the death penalty. Yeah, they refuse to listen to the defense claims that he didn't need the death penalty. There's not a lot of evidence pointing in any.
No, you're good, Hook Airs. People used to do that to me on Twitch a lot, mix me up with him. I know Resi.
One direction that Charlie Kirk is even dead.
It
looks like
know
a massive
him.
cover-up, one of the many that the government seems to be involved in. It looks to me like there's no death certificate, there's no autopsy, there's no ballistics report, there's no crime scene report. They even covered up the crime scene the next day with a construction company that is actually owned by Tyler Robinson's father. All these things are huge red flags in this case that need to be analyzed. Okay, heads up. Apparently the government is hiding cameras inside fake utility boxes.
So my first thought here was this had to be a flock safety camera, but it turns out this is not a flock camera. It's a surveillance camera. And who is it used for? It's used by local governments and law enforcement. So yes, law enforcement uses these and then they hide them and disguise the cameras inside disclosures like this. So they put fake electrical logos on these boxes so that you think they're electrical boxes, but really what they are is they're just covert pole cameras that law enforcement can use to monitor the public.
Wait, why couldn't it be both? Why the fuck couldn't they not be electrical boxes that they're fucking monitoring so some chuckle fuck doesn't come fuck with them?
So yeah, see, look at this. See, fake and
take down the damn electrical grid for an entire city. What is with these people?
repurposed meter boxes that are attached to utility poles. So let's take a look here at the video again. And if we will go ahead and we pull forward, we see that this is a fake utility box. And look what it's attached to. A pole.
I don't know. I don't know enough about utility boxes to tell whether it's a fake utility box.
Welcome, everybody. I'm Jack Danger from the Secret America podcast, and I am coming to you.
Either way, it really wouldn't matter who owns the fucking property. Oh, you're good, Wafters. I know Michelle's crowd
like
can
a
be
peanut butter
tough.
cookie in the oven the other day, and it was so full of sugar out of a package that it's like.
Welcome, everybody.
Wow, take it easy. Try to hold back on that stuff. And she didn't listen to me, so she just had the sugar, and it's like, with her thyroid reaction happening, it got.
Welcome, everybody.
I can't get that clip again. It's over. Hidden cameras. Sorry. Yeah, so she had some sort of reaction today. So I said, well, just take it easy. So I took her to her appointment to her dentist, or she took me. She drove me.
How did we get back onto the topic of Sarah so quickly?
Over there. She said, I want to drive. I said, okay, no problem. So we're driving over there, and she starts overreacting to everything in traffic and nearly hit a truck and a car. And I said, stop. I flat out said, stop. And she stopped, and the truck went by, but it was going right at us. I would have been dead. Or worse, in a hospital. Yeah, I mean.
Again, no concern whether Sarah might have been dead or in a hospital, but he could have been dead. He could have been in a hospital. Sarah, why are you not protecting our our precious presidential candidate?
Nothing worse than a serious head-on collision. But she was like, really, we put us at risk, and I realized that she should be driving. But then again, if I say something, she'll get upset.
Mr.
Yeah,
Ouch.
she's accusing me of being the cause of her depression, and she didn't even reveal any depression when she was on medication. There was no evidence of any depression. Now I'm the cause of her depression, and it's like, you can't win. I've been very nice to her. I've never said a bad word to her in my entire life with her. I've done everything very careful to not trigger her or get her upset. I've literally been walking on eggshells for the past few years, and she just, I guess she could be having.
But see, none of that is like what I've done for her. It's, I haven't done anything wrong to her. I haven't said anything mean to her. I haven't raised my voice. Well, and it's like, yes, you have. I guarantee you have.
Biological changes. It could be menopause.
I have evidence of you doing it. You yelled at her over Parmesan.
You never know. But I'm praying for her, and I hope she gets through this. Yeah, we've been together forever, and
Who
it's
the
like
hell is their
I'm just
dentist?
reeling
They
from
need to be
this.
fired.
Emotionally, I'm compartmentalizing it. She could be going through menopause, yeah, but this couldn't have come at a worse time. And we were going to take a trip together, and I said, I'm canceling the trip. I can't go anywhere with this.
Mr.
I can't
Ouch.
go on the road with this, that's for sure. But she wants to have her own independence, and we bought an RV for this year, and I said, you can have the RV, and I'll take the trailer and the truck, which we have. So I'm willing to go to the DMV with her, and we can sign papers to give me the trailer and the truck and her the RV. I'm good with that. And then she likes the RV. She says she can have her own privacy this way. I said, yeah, okay, go for it. No, we haven't been on vacation anywhere. We've been staying in our house. It was really relaxing. I was looking forward to this time period, waiting for her dentist to say she could do something with her new implant. And her implant, the dentist said, was very good. So when she got back from the dentist appointment, I had her drive out of there. I said I didn't want to make her feel like I didn't trust her at the wheel, even though she nearly collided.
Okay, so the implant, she already got the implant.
With 2 vehicles. So I didn't want to trigger her, so she drove home. We made it home okay. I know.
And so the accident was on the way to the or the near accident was on the way to the dentist.
Noticed some strange behavior on the highway, though. So I said, I don't think you should be driving today. You should just hang out and visit your friend tomorrow. And she refused to do that. And I said, okay, your friend will have you for a couple days. Good luck. I'm praying that you'll be make it there okay. I hope she's okay.
That's what I'm kind of wondering if Dave's going to use this as his excuse for not running in 2028. He's going to be like, oh, I can't do it if I don't have my beautiful partner with me.
Okay. But
what president gets elected without a wife?
She doesn't want me worrying about her anymore. She wants to just do her own thing. And I've been with her so long, and I worry about her. But I've given her ample freedom. I never said, don't do this. When she wanted to go on vacation to Disney World, it was the greatest time of her life. I was like, that's wonderful. And now, 2 years later, she went to Alaska on her cruise. It was the greatest time of her life. She came back, said she saw God. So I'm happy for her.
Maybe it's there, Dave. If the greatest times of her life is when she's not with you, huh?
But there's no real way of knowing what's going on in her mind, because she went through 150 grams of sugar today, and she's got to get that through her system. And then I recommended she get her blood tested, even though her doctor said put her on a blood test that would cost $1,200. She got upset. No boyfriend. No, she just wasn't happy.
She saw God at Disney World,
Alaska. It was my fault for being the man I am, which she wouldn't find a nicer guy in the world. Be hard pressed to find anyone who's calm as I am, and I've never said a bad word to her in her entire life. So she's got some real anger thing going on, and it's all in her head, and it's hormonally driven, and I can't help her. So she needs to get medical treatment for her hyperthyroidism. She's having a thyroid storm, and I can't help her. I pretty much have done everything I could to help minimize this, but she refused to take medication the past 2 years, and I knew that she needed to get that medication. I kept pushing for her, getting a doctor who could help her, and she refused. So the thing is, when people are either hyperthyroid or bipolar or any number of things, they love that feeling of having the greatest time of their life. They really love that feeling of enjoying themselves to the max. And when they're spinning out on bipolar disorder, it's kind of similar. They're very manic-y, and they go out of their way to take risks, and it's all kinds of weird stuff goes on. So I can't compete with that. The high that she feels just not getting medicated is so great that she saw God. I mean, I've never seen God. I have felt God. I believe in God. But I don't believe that Jesus is my Lord and Savior, because I see Jesus as more of a brother that I never had. And I found God in my life before I was even exposed to Jesus. So I believe in God. I do believe that there's a higher power, but I don't believe it's watching over us constantly. Nor do I believe that the higher power can control the movements of the planets or the cosmology of the universe.
Oh, but the government can, right?
I don't believe that. I don't believe that God is all powerful. I think the world we live in is all powerful, and we can't predict what's going to happen. But I do believe that Jesus was here to warn us of the synagogue of Satan. I do believe that Jesus, in the eyes of the Catholics, is the Son of God. I don't dispute that. But remember, Jesus never said he was God. Yet so many Christians believe that Jesus is God, that it's created a rift between people who believe in God, even Jews who believe that God exists. They don't like this idolatry that's going on. I'm not Jewish, but I can see their point. I mean, Moses said, thou shalt The tablets were written twice by God, not once, but twice. If we believe Moses, we know the 10 Commandments. One of them says, "Thou shalt not worship graven images before thee." I think it's the 5th commandment. Well, if you choose to believe that some man has supernatural powers and is God, then you're kind of doing it. You're worshiping graven images before God, because remember, Jesus always deferred to the Father. I don't look down on Christians for wanting to believe that Jesus is God. I think it's a pathway to God. I don't condemn it, but they condemn anyone who doesn't agree with them. The most judgmental people on earth are Christians. All they do is judge people. So they're not walking in Christ, and they don't understand the real words of Christ. Unfortunately, they've misinterpreted him. So whenever somebody consults the Bible, half the Bible is written by men. So I'm not big on the Bible, and I'm not big on Jesus as my Lord and Savior, but I do believe in God. And for someone to deny that I do is ridiculous. I told her, I said, "How dare you?" She said, "I didn't believe in God." It's like, how dare you?
Dave, do you think for a second that maybe if Jesus went around saying he was God, that maybe his teachings would have been cut a little bit shorter than they already were?
I told you when I first met you, I believe in God. But she never asked me, do I believe in Jesus as my Lord and Savior? Yeah, she's kind of headed in that direction, yeah. But I don't mind, I don't mind if people turn to Jesus as a pathway to God. It's perfectly fine with my eyes. Well, whatever's she's coming down with, she's welcome to take her trip to her friend to calm down. So I didn't say no to that. It's like, whatever. But she wants out. She wants totally out. And it hurts me deeply, so deep I can't even, emote. But I'm not gonna, this has been 2 weeks of living hell for me. I've been going through a roller coaster with her. She'll like nuzzle up and put her head on my shoulder, and she'll say nice things to me, and then 2 hours later she hates me. And I'm not even arguing. I'm just telling her.
You already did this song, David.
Well, some things that are going on. So I'm definitely not taking a trip. And this vacation will end on the 7th of July, or rather the 9th of July. I'll start a regular routine 7 days a week, 6 to 12, just like today. Tomorrow we'll take a break. We'll do Friday, skip Saturday, Sunday, because I need to kind of calm down and get my bearings too. Because this is overwhelming to see somebody who you love change into a different person right before your eyes. Because that's what she's doing. It looks like she could. Yeah, I mean, she seems to be the kind of person I wouldn't want to sleep next to right now. For real. I could wake up with any number of possibilities. Yeah, so Trump is telling Americans the fastest and easiest way to get rich is usury, theft, and insider trading. He made a lot of money on that stock recently I was talking about. But Sarah has her own resources, and we never tied our accounts together. We were never partners in the state of Washington.
Yeah, no, right? The real problem is she didn't believe Dave was God.
We were just partners starting America's Third Party, but that's still just a bank account. Yes, contemplating religion excessively can disturb your thought processes, yeah. She may very well be in some sort of a religious panic of some sort, but that's a possibility. But I really think this is hormonally driven, and I'm not going to, I told her I'm not reacting to this. Feel free to visit your friend. Go for it. Just drive safely. I worry about you. Because today we nearly ran a truck and a car. And I'm lucky to be alive. So I kind of feel elated that I got through today. Yeah, she was out of control. Nearly crashed. But luckily we avoided a collision, and her car looks great. We did a lot of work customizing our.
Do you want to vote for this guy? I have to be honest, no. But I'm not voting Democrat or goddamn Republican, I can tell you that.
Cars. Her car looks really nice. And yeah, so she's able to do that. And I even told her she can pull her car with the RV. But she doesn't want to tow anything. So she may just want to park the car and take the RV wherever she wants. So I think it's a pretty cool thing we bought. We spent 10 grand on an RV together, and she's willing to trade me her portion of the trailer and the truck, which she doesn't like anymore. Because the trailer she stayed in during COVID. She got 9 months in COVID because she refused to live in the house because she was so worried about COVID, and she got vaxxed. So 5 years later, she's having another episodic thing. So I'm sure sugar stimulated it today. Nope. For her safety and security, I'm not showing you the RV ever. No, she's going to take the RV. I'm going to sign it over to her, and she's going to sign the trailer and the truck over to me. So It's going to be good for her if she wants it. But I'm not traveling across the country with her. No, not in her condition. I could never go anywhere with her.
Oh yeah, you said he had to put up a barrier because of the 5G radiation.
No way. Nope. No can do. Got to get treatment before we'd ever even consider any trip. And obviously the trip is going to, I said we were in a window, we could do the trip. But then she just progressively got more and more depressed and angry at me. And I'm not doing anything to cause it. Nothing. So
this is why I want to get these details, because it's like, okay, Sarah was living in the shed, but then he's also saying we put up a barrier. So is he talking about like in the RV, or is she back in the house, or was she back in the house? You know what I'm saying? Because even when he said, oh, by the way, Sarah says hi, it's not like she was in the room or anything.
Enjoy your time with your friends, Sarah. It's tough. I'll tell you, it hasn't been a vacation for me. It's been,
well, he's not accusing the friend of being a closeted lesbian just yet, at least.
A roller coaster of emotional hell.
Yes, just watch what happens in the comments.
We really are living in a cognitive Wild West.
We really are living in a cognitive Wild West.
Living in a cognitive Wild West.
A cognitive Wild West.
Most people have near zero mimetic defenses or cognitive security suited for the age of synthetic media.
Near zero mimetic defenses
or cognitive security suited for the age of synthetic media.
The age of synthetic media.
The age of synthetic media.
Synthetic media.
Whatever immunity you have is worn down by the constant expectation of deception.
Whatever immunity you have is
worn down by the
constant expectation of deception.
The constant expectation of deception.
Worst of all, you've already epistemically surrendered. You've already
epistemically
surrendered.
Worst of all, you've already epistemically surrendered.
Worst of all, you've already epistemically surrendered.
Bet you.
So all the talking points coming out of the megalomaniacal billionaires are alike. They're all trying to pitch this like it's their great achievement.
Can you close the tab with the Hillary Clinton pictures, please?
Emergency broadcast system is primed. The 10 days of darkness are no longer a rumor. It's a global operation set to unfold at lightning speed. The world as we know it is shifting, and the takedown of the old guard has already begun. Sources confirm over 700,000 sealed indictments have now been unsealed. Arrests are occurring in every time zone. High-ranking cabal members, from corrupt bureaucrats to rogue bankers and media moguls, are being rounded up. These are not symbolic arrests. These are operational extractions executed under global military jurisdiction. Military checkpoints are being quietly established across over 100 nations. This isn't about martial law. This is about global liberation. In the U.S., UK, Europe, the Middle East, Africa, and Asia, special forces units, including Navy SEALs.
Well, this is called globalization, not global liberation. This is one of these right-wing freaktards who thinks that Trump is stopping the deep state. No, we're not in a... The military hasn't executed Hillary Clinton, or if they have, well, so be it. But yeah, that's...
Yeah, which is it, Dave?
Supposedly Hillary Clinton, after this picture was taken. But that story is being pushed to the right wing as part of the way that they get donations. They're coming up with all kinds of stories about how people have been killed in Guantanamo, top leaders have been taken out and executed. Oh, they're spinning a story that's just absurd. Meanwhile, we got a real threat with the Zionists taking over Donald Trump's cabinet. Of course, Biden had Zionists, they controlled Biden's thing. This is how the rich live off us. We posted a whale bought 9 million worth of SMU puts that expired in 2 days. This morning, Micron collapsed, netting the whale 200% on their 1,100 Ps.
What was his theory we heard last time? I think it was that, like, ever since they dropped U.S. aid funding, like, rap music stopped being popular or some shit like that.
This whale is now up 18 million overnight. Yeah. This is how they manipulate the stock market. My dad always said, you know, the rich will, they're not there to lose. When you play the stock market and you're not rich, you're kind of, you're automatically vulnerable. Sarah's hypervigilance center on a whirlwind buying. She bought a lot of stocks last year. She just loves buying stocks, and I said, well,
maybe she was plotting to get out.
Well, you don't need 150 stocks to make money in the stock market, but she's made a lot of money in the stock market. And I said, well, be sure to you get stop gaps on all your stocks, where if they lose 25% in value, it'll sell automatically. And I urge everybody to do that. if you're invested in the stock market. So I told Sarah, definitely put stop gaps on that stuff. I don't invest because I'm not greedy. But Sarah thinks
I don't invest because I'm not greedy.
she's greedy. I said, well, you found God, and now you're saying you're greedy. It's like, well, how do you
Oh
find
my
God
God.
and start loving money? I don't get that.
Maybe it was money to move out, Dave.
Mayor Mamdani standing right next to Jeffrey Epstein in another reveal. This is just a reminder the Mamdani family was very cozy with the Epsteins and Maxwells and Gates. And now we see Mamdani moving forward in politics only because of his
27 years
alliance with Jeffrey Epstein. If we don't expose this nightmare, we're in trouble. This whole country is in trouble. Hang on, I've got the wrong picture. There we go. There he is.
Oh, I don't believe this. The Mamdani family was very closey with Epstein, Clinton's, Maxwell, and Gates way before anyone said watch a movie. I'm not buying this picture at all. I'm looking for any anomalies in the picture. Jesus.
With Jeffrey Epstein and Bill Clinton and his mother.
Like, come on. You want to tell me Jeffrey Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell, Bill Clinton, and Bill Gates just so happened to be in this same photo with Mamdani, a child Mamdani. Come on.
Actress or writer or something, producer, whatever. Wow. So this is all planned. Now we the people.
Not to mention, is that Bezos in the corner? Is that Bezos right here?
With Jeffrey Epstein and Bill Clinton and his mother, who's a film actress or writer or something, producer, whatever. Wow. So this is all planned. Now we the people have to figure this out, that we're being manipulated. It is definitely him 100%. And when you look up Mamdani and his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, you see all kinds of debunking sites pop it. He does look like Epstein, yeah. All kinds of, whatever you see.
Maybe it's because the theory's been debunked. Maybe that's why.
Tons of debunking sites. AI generates that just to cover up a real story. And they try to cover that up, that Mamdani.
Not possible that this image might be AI generated. It's the AI covering it up.
Is not Epstein's son. He has all the indications he's Epstein's son by his mother. So they can put up roadblocks all they want. The truth is...
All right, here we go. Snopes. Snopes' AI lying to us all. Oh, look, it's another picture. It actually was Bezos, wasn't it? It actually fucking was Bezos. So there's more than one of these pictures? Oh my God. Mamdani was born in 91. Oh, I didn't realize he was that young. I knew he was younger. I didn't know he was that young. Incorrectly depicts Bezos as mostly bald. He still had hair in 2001. Wait, I want to see Bezos with hair. No. No, we're not signing up for Getty. Yeah, it's an AI. It's just ridiculous. I know it's a different image, but like obviously they're just replicating it because that has to be Bezos.
Getting out on the internet one way or another. Nope. A lot of people will go to the, oh, that's Photoshop or that's fake news. Epstein was banging his mama. Yeah.
Delta Force and the British
Wait, he thinks Epstein was banging Mamdani's mother?
SAS have been activated under direct command of a multinational alliance. These teams are trained for surgical missions.
You know, we saw, we heard a news clip, 2 days ago, that the Fifth Fleet was attacked by Iran.
Right.
It appeared on Al Jazeera television. We haven't had any confirmation our Fifth Fleet was attacked. The headquarters of the Fifth Fleet in Bahrain was attacked, but not the Fifth Fleet itself. Yeah, that's what they're saying.
Like, I feel like that should be the other giveaway, is the fact that, like, Epstein's just hoisting up Bill Clinton right here like it's nothing. Like, not buying it.
Yeah, Zohran Mamdani did not meet Jeffrey Epstein. It's all, they're called debunking sites, hey. They pop up instantly. AI can produce 50 of them within seconds. I think that.
You mean the same way it could produce 50 images like that in seconds?
I think Mamdani is Epstein's son. I'm convinced.
Oh my God. He said it.
Breaking. Trump signs executive order. 0% capital gains tax on crypto this year.
How you doing?
Oh, isn't that convenient for him and his son? Talk about cronyism. Holy crap. Not only is he insider trading left and right, but now he's going to have no capital gains based on his own executive order.
Is the fuck around and this executive order is the fuck around and find out order, also known as the FAFO. This order is for everyone who fucked around and will now find out.
Hold it. This is a good one. Is everybody listening?
This executive order is the.
Okay, I assume you know that's not real, right?
So. So I don't. If you have any more confirmation of the Fifth Fleet getting attacked directly by missiles, I'm open to your input. Meanwhile, here's a song called "Chemtrails Are Falling on My Head."
Oh God. Music break.
Chemtrails.
Send David images of himself with Epstein. Oh shit! No, you're absolutely fucking right. Epstein and Bezos tagged. All right, first of all, Wafters, thank you for the $1.99 super chat. And yes, we need to do that. Epstein and Bezos tag team Mom Donnie. I love it. Thank you. Thank you.
Chemtrails are falling on my head, and each time they fly, those streaks begin to drift and spread. Kinda hard to miss. Those chemtrails are falling on my head, they keep falling. So they just did me some blocking out the sun. Now I'm dropping vitamin D underneath my tongue, sweetening on the job. Those chemtrails are falling on my head, they keep falling. But there's one thing I know, the juice they send to sleep me won't physique me. It won't be long till vascular disease deletes me. Chemtrails keep falling on my head, though I know I'll probably end up like my Uncle Fred, wheezing in his bed. Cause I'm never gonna stop the trails by complaining, because I see something slurry in me.
I still find the chemtrail thing so disturbing, because I think people genuinely believe this bullshit. Press 1 if you believe chemtrails are real.
It won't be.
Well, I've been doing nothing, absolutely nothing, but sitting at work for 3 hours watching Dave be a tard. What a day. Well, it's tipped out at 6.
Long till hazmat suits show up to treat me. Chemtrails keep falling on my head, and my heavy metal cleanser showing no effect. Dying's not for me, cause I'm never gonna stop the trails that they're spraying, because I'm free. Slightly barium.
Slightly barium-y. Rodney, why are there not AI images of David with Epstein and Clinton and Gates? They are correct. They are contrails. Con being short for condensation. Because when jet fuel combusts whatever the fuck it does, it leaves water vapor. Gotta go home to continue doing nothing in 30 minutes. That's fine. Dave, come back. Oh my god.
Another early big Kintail show. Yeah, that was great. I'd like to say that's a great song, but you'll have to watch it in your own time. Boat Raker. I'm going to put it in chemtrails. And I have a section called
I kind of want to speed him up, but I'm afraid it'll be too fast. Press 1 if we should try speeding him up.
Chemtrails, which is spelled CEM, so that it avoids the algorithm. There it is.
Not pedogate.
Okay, thanks. We have been inundated with chemtrails for years.
Let me save that to my chemtrails playlist.
And many of us are wondering why our family members are being severely compromised. Cognitive reading disorders, learning disorders are rampant among schools now. Teachers are frustrated. They don't know why. 5G radiation could very well be a problem affecting people, which lends itself to the question, why did we allow all this? Because our government doesn't give a shit about us. That's why. They don't care. They're owned and controlled by the people that are poisoning us.
All right, let's see.
They have this plan where they can spray
1.5.
weaponized carbon in the air.
Oh my god.
Inject it in our body with
How many covers of Sheeple magazine do you have, Dave?
Vaccines, and then radiate it. And when it's in our body, it's radiated. It could cause blood disorders like we're seeing right now with myocarditis and pericarditis, especially with the vaccines linked to the deaths of countless athletes. And our government unwilling to discuss this. So we have a government that won't even acknowledge they just killed 6 million people with deadly vaccines. That's how screwed up it is. And then on top of it, they spray the air with this graphene oxide, which is actually a byproduct of coal ash. And you're wondering why there's so much coal ash. Well, because we're leaning on electric right now. Most of our energy needs are going into charging cars. I just met a guy a couple of years ago that was retiring from PG&E in California, the electric company, and he said that their grid was maxed out 2 years ago. They're already having to perform huge amounts of energy. They create energy with coal. 85% of the energy, electricity is coming from coal.
You did the same video with Dave? Crying game David Sponheim.
So when the coal burns, it has coal ash, and they take that coal ash and they convert it to graphene oxide and spray it in the air. They don't have to convert it to graphene oxide. They could just bury it, called carbon sequestration, and that would be fine. We would never have a problem. But no, these people decided they could make use of that and to poison the planet. And in doing so, they would fulfill their big goal, which is to kill people off. Right. So we're dealing with a real evil group of people running the government, and our two-party system has failed us. It's the uniparty system, and it's no longer able to represent the people of America. You just lost the stream from heat waves? Wow. Oh, David Dees died? Really? Let's get to the re-up on J.D. Vance. Yeah, so you benefit because I shortened my trip. I'm only having a 30-day vacation. So you guys get to have a 12 to 6 show in the future. Starting Monday, next Monday, I'm going to go back to a full schedule of 12 to 6. Or 6 to 12, sorry. That's 12 to 6. 6 to 12. Yeah, the 6 to 12 show is what I'm doing tonight. David Davis, really? Well, the goal is to keep doing the show and
not David Davis. I knew someone named David Davis.
Maintain a daily
well, my brother did actually.
Role of information sharing because we're heading into some tough times, and I thought, well, I'm not.
All right, so we're 3 hours. We've hit the 3-hour mark out of 5.5.
I'm going on vacation when I have a woman in my life who's completely unstable. So, yeah, I can't. There's no way. But at the same time, I'm here. I'm here for her too. We really, I don't even recognize her. I don't even know who the person who's standing in front of me when I talk to her. Completely different than the person I've known all these years. So whatever changes are going on in Sarah's life, I hope she gets medical treatment soon. I really do. That was my best recommendation. I tried to get her a blood test today, but she refused because the cost was too expensive. Yet she has full insurance. It's like, wow, okay. But apparently a full body chemistry test, blood chemistry test is $1,200 in today's market. And she didn't want to pay that. And I said, well, you just need your thyroid levels.
Nobody wants to pay $1,200 for a blood test, David.
Yeah, because those are the critical issues. And she's just going to have to go and see an endocrinologist just to level out. Because she's completely unstable in my mind. She nearly hit 2 cars today, a car and a truck. Thankfully, I stopped it from happening. I honestly wouldn't even be here to talk to you. I would have been in a head-on collision and nearly dead, the way she was driving. So I'm lucky to be sitting here talking to you. I feel blessed that I got through.
You see, once again, I'm lucky to be here. I'm lucky I didn't die today.
That moment.
Told us to do is use this MOU to sort of refill the world's oil economy, to refill some stocks, and then to see where the hand is.
You know, lots of people would think that you did an MOU because you want to follow the terms of the deal, but no, you want to refill your stocks. Also, JD Vance told Michael Knowles that this is really just the beginning, that we've got a lot of cards we're going to play. We're going to be playing much more games with Iran. I mean, these sickos, you think this is a game? Do you know how much the American people are suffering right now? And now you're going to send hundreds of thousands of American troops to die in an unlawful and catastrophic war while you openly admit, while you're on these right-wing podcasts, that you're just using the MOU to buy time, to rearm, and to play more cards and games with Iran? Here.
So I think what the president has told us to do is use this MOU to sort of refill the world's oil economy, to refill some stocks, and then to see where the hand is.
You know, lots of people would think that you did an MOU because you want to follow the terms of the deal, but no, you want to refill your stocks. Also, JD Vance told Michael Knowles that this is really just the beginning, that we've got a lot of cards we're going to play. We're going to be playing much more games.
No, Smarty Pants has not held any fucking office whatsoever. The closest anyone came was Sarah ran for Washington State Senate, and she got like 10% running as like under America's third party, which is actually impressive. But that's the closest either of them got to anything.
Games with Iran? I mean, these sickos, do you think this is a game? Do you know how much the American people are suffering right now? And now you're going to send hundreds of thousands of American troops to die in an unlawful and catastrophic war while you openly admit, while you're on these right-wing podcasts, that you're just using the MOU to buy time, to rearm, and to play more cards and games with Iran? Here.
So I think what the president has told us to do is use this MOU to sort of refill the world's oil economy, to refill some stocks, and then to see where the hand is.
You know, lots of people would think that you did an MOU because you want to follow the terms of the deal, but no, you want to refill your stocks. Also, JD Vance told Michael Knowles that this is really just the beginning.
Okay, we already saw this, Dave.
That we've got a lot of cards we're going to play. We're going to be playing much more games with Iran. I mean, these sickos, you think this is a game? Do you know how much the American people are suffering right now? And now you're going to send hundreds of thousands of American troops to die in an unlawful and catastrophic war while you openly admit, while you're on these right-wing podcasts, that you're just using the MOU to buy time, to rearm, and to play more cards and games with Iran? Here.
So I think what the president has told us to do is use this MOU to sort of refill the world's oil economy, to refill some stocks, and then to see where the hand is.
You know, lots of...
His camera's frozen again.
Okay, I agree with this guy's assessment. JD Vance thinks this is a game. That's why he went to the talks in Islamabad with no preparation and no agreement with Israel that they would have an agreement. This was like months ago. 21 hours he spent without even the agreement of Israel to stop bombing Lebanon, which was the primary bargaining point Iran wanted. These people are inept. So we're dealing with some real inept leaders who are just pumped up beyond belief, thinking they're superior to everyone. It's not a good recipe for the country. We don't have solid, credible, logical people running the country. We've got profiteers, primarily, padding their pocket. Okay, Donald Trump's obituary, his cousin's obituary. Let's get the nitty gritty about that. That came in earlier. If this doesn't get people's attention, please post. His cousin's obituary. Let's take a look. Let me sharpen it up a little bit. Survey said. Donald Trump. Donald F. Trump. P. Trump.
Why do I care about Trump's cousin's obituary?
88. Brilliant chemist and philanthropist. He's survived by his 3 daughters, Nancy, Willis, Margaret, and mostly notably his cousin, presidential candidate, Donald J. Trump. He asked that the following note be included in this publication. Okay. As a proud bearer of the something, I implore you all, please don't let the walking mucus hag become president.
Bag.
Our surname has been dragged through the mud enough by his slumlord father. Him, if Donald became the most powerful man in the world, I just know he'd F it up badly for the rest of us. Rest of recorded history. The Trump name will be synonymous with some Holocaust level atrocity like the Cinco de Mayo massacre or Civil War II. Wow.
The
So that was
Cinco de Mayo massacre.
in his obituary from 2016.
They really printed this.
Wow. Well, that's pretty. Yeah, he's definitely telling people, warning, Donald Trump, warning. Yeah, I heard Donald Trump speak on the radio after his entire staff of top supervisors for his casinos were killed in a helicopter accident. And Trump went on KBC radio the next day saying that this is great press. And even the newscasters at KBC radio were taken back. No, seriously, are you grieving about their families? No, this is great press. Seriously? Oh, it's a great press. It turns out that those 3 top supervisors and the 2 pilots who died in the crash, well, the 3 top supervisors were going to actually testify in a New Jersey Gaming Commission hearing against Trump and all of his bankrupt companies. And had they testified, it would have cost Trump a lot more money and loss, because there were a lot of things that went on, like Trump would give his dad, Fred Trump, $3.4 million in chips and said, go at it. So his dad would buy $3.4 million in chips to keep his company alive. You're not allowed to do that. You can't go into a casino and spend $3.4 million, but his father was doing that just to keep his son from going bankrupt. So all kinds of underhanded things were going on. Those supervisors would have framed Trump as a bad guy, and that didn't go well with him. So here's a guy who's been shamelessly looking for attention ever since he killed, or three top supervisors were killed in a copter.
You wanted to say he did it, didn't you? You wanted to accuse him of killing them, right?
It's just wild. And of course, Trump's mother was extremely unhappy with him.
Hi, Trump Tardican.
Trump was not the little cherub in her eyes. She was very negative about his entire career. Yeah, unfortunately, I can't really bring it up because I'm overwhelmed with attacks on the show.
Oh yeah, I'm pretty invested in this story now. This is July the 1st still. The day Sarah left.
Here she said, Mary Trump said this. She said, yes, he's an idiot with zero common sense and no social skills. But he is my son. I just hope he never gets into politics. He'd be a disaster.
Uh-huh.
His own mother. There you have it. Yeah, so his cousin said it, his mom said it, and now we're dealing with it. Now, I've got a lot of friends who watch the mainstream media and really like Trump. And I asked them about, thank you, Doctor. I asked them, what the talking points are, basically what they say, and they go, well, Trump said Iran's never going to get $300 billion. He would never give them $300 billion. But that's one of the 14 talking points. The 14 talking points of Iran is we give them $300 billion if they do what we say. I mean, that's double what Obama gave them. Why would we give Iran $300 billion when they're sitting on shitloads of cash they buy missiles with? I mean, it makes no sense. So none of these policies Trump has with Iran make any sense. He doesn't have Israel's side. Israel is not in any way working with Trump. It's like they really are kind of a joke of a team, Israel and Trump. Israel tells Trump what to do, and Trump tries to pretend like he's doing the opposite when he just caves in every time. Okay, I haven't even gotten into my emails, so.
Actually kind of accurate about that.
Crude oil is potentially going to go up in price, especially if shortages occur. We talked about that earlier. One thing that leads to high prices is shortages, so that's one of the reasons. Another reason I'm not taking a trip.
Listen, I truly think Mother Teresa could be the president, and he'd still figure out some way to make a conspiracy out of it.
I don't want to be stuck on the road with gas shortages. I'm at the point where I'm like, no, I don't really need a lot of stress right now, especially a trip. Stress on the highway is not exactly the best thing for people. So I'm begging off on the whole thing, and I told her that we're not going to be able to travel together as long as you're in this situation. You're upset. I can't travel with anyone who's completely upside down with anger and fear, or she claims she's really sad and depressed and angry, and I don't know what to say for her. I've been doing nothing to trigger it. It's all.
You could say sorry.
Happening, kind of a.
Sorry, I'm making your life miserable.
Thyroid storm is happening for Sarah, and it's really put me through the roller coaster. Yeah, yes, I am. I have to. I have no choice. And in fact, the motorhome that we've been getting ready to go with, I'm signing the papers over to her. She said she wants the motorhome. I said, well, we can do a trade, and she's going to sign it with the trade of the papers for the trailer and the truck. So I get a truck and trailer out of this, and she gets a motorhome. We've never been partners, so we just shared ownership of a couple cars. I've never drawn benefits as a partner in the state of Washington with Sarah.
I'm not gonna lie. If you tell the AI which party you want, I think it could actually probably do better than the actual candidates.
We've been pretty much independent of each other for our entire time together. I never wanted to commit to marriage because I knew that there was a problem with her emotional side. I didn't even want kids because I knew that it wouldn't be healthy for her with her disease. So she's okay being herself. She's a very successful woman, and I wish her all the benefits and health. I would love for her to get better and realize that she made a mistake leaving me. But she bolted out today with, her bags, her short bags picked, and she said she's gonna go to her friends. And I said, okay, I just wouldn't be driving right now, considering you nearly hit the car in a truck today. It was outrageous.
All right. Thank you, Trump Tardican. He made her live in the shed for 6 months after she took the jab, fearing it would transfer to him. All right. Perfect. So she took the jab, in 2021? And so she was only out there for 6 months, right? Because, the impression I got last time was that she was in the fucking shed for, years.
I truly am lucky to be alive. Yeah, we're getting big DDoS attacks.
Change your router.
Okay.
Change to a 5G modem, Dave.
Keep going here, and if it stops too fast, I'll get a new VPN and we'll get back up and running. But we're okay so far.
Supporters, I want you to look at this and realize that you got scammed. Trump stole your money and he made billions of dollars while he did it.
Oh no, not this guy. He doesn't seem to realize, it doesn't matter how many fucking VPNs he switches to. He has to change his main IP address.
Sickening. This is the amount of money that Trump and his organization have made from cryptocurrency.
Okay, I'm gonna have to get a new VPN. I'll be right back.
So, Kate, I saw that. I saw that clip about the three-way and all of that, and it was going to be in my original stream. But then I realized that woman, I think, is also crazy and doesn't know what she's talking. I don't know if Rodney's still here, but there was a video, and I can't remember, Cherry something, I think was her name, and she's talking about that she was having threesomes with Dave and Sarah. I can't tell if the woman's just insane. People do this all the time. Rodney, is that real or fake? Which real or fake news? Was that woman actually having threesomes with Dave and Sarah? Or is she just unhinged too? Yeah, Cherry Breeze. I think that was the name. She's a nut, but I believe her. Oh no. I don't believe anything coming out of fucking Vaughn Live. These people are insane.
Okay, we're back.
Fucking Ghost is probably the most sane person I've seen on Vaughn Live. And that has to be saying
these videos
something.
are being attacked, so let's watch them.
Supporters, I want you to look at this and realize that you got scammed. Trump stole your money and he made billions of dollars while...
Oh shit, should I start a Vaughn Live channel? Should I start a Vaughn Live channel under Worst of the Internet?
Well, he did it. It's sickening. This is the amount of money that Trump and his organization have made from cryptocurrency, including his meme coin. $2.29 billion.
Lots of details about Sarah's book.
This right here is the amount of money that investors into Trump's meme coin and his crypto ventures have lost. Negative $2.2 billion. As my friend Chris Mowry pointed out, if you invested $10,000 in Trump coin on January 20th, 2025, the day he was inaugurated, it would be worth $415 today. If you invested...
I kind of just want to see how long Mark Vaughn would let me go before he's like, oh, you can't be mocking our other co-host.
$1 million in Melania coin on the day it launched.
Yeah, Mark is... I don't like Mark Vaughn at all.
It would be worth around $8,000 today. So understand something, MAGA. Donald Trump made billions of dollars while you and your buddies lost everything. It is the biggest scam and grift in American history.
Mark Vaughn spends more time watching Kick than he does his own website.
Yeah.
To the Trump supporters, I want you to look.
That's amazing, all the money he's profited from insider trading. He's brought in $6.5 billion the past 10 months. He and his sons. It's unreal. So I kind of walk the line with the people I know who are Trump supporters. They still support him because they just get news from the mainstream media. They have no idea of the kind of information we're getting on a daily basis. And I kind of feel sorry for them because they don't have the full picture. They just have the talking points that the basically Zionist-led media is giving us. Larry Ellison and Sam Altman are Zionists, and they're trying to control both the media and AI. So being the Zionists have their finger on the media so deeply and their ties financially with our government and the cronies that we call our leaders, we don't have an honest leadership at all. Nope, they didn't give her nitrous oxide for a tooth problem. Sarah had an implant 2 weeks ago, and she went to a follow-up today, and she saw her doctor. But on the way to the doctor, she nearly crashed into 2 cars. I was with her, and in a way, I'm thankful I got with her, because had I not been there in the seat with her, she might have not made it. We had a truck coming at us at 30 miles an hour, and she was just driving forward. I said, "Stop!" And then another car would have hit her too. She had 150 grams of sugar today, which sent her into a thyroid storm, they call it. And being she has hyperthyroidism, I've known this for many, many years, decades. She basically doesn't want to be treated, doesn't want to be in any way told what to do. I can't say a word that would in any way influence her, because God, she doesn't want to listen to anything I say. And this kind of started with the vaccine problem 5 years ago. You know, I laid out a video, I still have it on my website, Cool Rock, that shows the vaccine dangers, some from doctors, and that was before we found out about graphene oxide. It could be menopause, yeah, good. I love her, and I would welcome her back in my life at any time, but she wants nothing to do with me, and I've never said a bad word to her in my life. So I'm kind of in a unique situation. I dealt with the mood changes of people in my life because my mother was in a car accident when I was 5, and her mood completely changed. So it's not the first time I've seen this. I'm kind of uniquely able to deal with it. Ukraine's been hitting hard, huh? I guess the fortress built
fucking weird.
10 kilometers.
Oh my God. All right. Here's the video that we were talking about. Cherry discusses Sarah's bush.
She used to go and change into a different outfit. Oh, do I look pretty? No, you don't, blood. You look the same, bitch. Yeah, exactly, blood.
So glad I'm here to record this.
Frankie, how you doing, my son? But no, seriously, it was all like really weird.
Because the thing that's weird about this is she's telling this story almost like she's a victim in this situation, and I feel like it'd be fucked up if she was lying about this, but I also don't believe it.
And David would be like, Sarah, can you go and make a different outfit? She doesn't like that one. She'd go and make a different outfit, come out looking even more awkward. I'd be like, are you dizzy, blood? What's going on?
Dizzy, blood.
Really weird. Weirdness. Fucking weirdness. I was groomed. 100%.
Yeah, but is this woman, like, even from this
How you
country?
doing, Frankie? No, seriously, there was a lot of weirdness
I'm not saying any of this is impossible. I just have trouble believing it.
going on when we were like having our triangles or threesome, whatever you want to call it. I mean, like sometimes they would go out shopping and they would say, okay, we'll keep the camera on so you can see the cat. And when we come back, you'll see when we are back. And I was like, okay, fine, I'll look after the cat. I'll cat sit.
So she was cat sitting for them? Like, that's why I feel like this doesn't make any sense.
I'll look after the cat. So I used to lay down, drink my fucking wine. Watch the fucking cat. And then they used to come back. He used to strip down, get straight into the bed. She used to, God knows what she used to do. And then she used to get in the bed after, which was really weird.
Like, was this woman actually living with them or something?
And they just both used to like lay in the bed, watching me on camera and talking to me. Oh my God, I can't tell you everything because it's personal. And but I think you know what I'm talking about. Yeah, I'm not a cunt, you know. I'm not a cunt.
I used to have her Skype.
Wait. So she's saying this was happening remotely, and they were watching her on a camera while she was watching the cats on a camera. I'm confused. This is horrendously confusing.
away. Well, like
I mean, there's some fucking... listen, David and Sarah are some fucking weirdos. I just don't know if I buy that.
Said Ukraine has intermediate nuclear missiles they could easily launch on Moscow tomorrow. So
maybe
why Moscow's pushing Ukraine's buttons, I don't know. Moscow may be a thing of the past very shortly too. We may be no longer talking about Israel and Iran, and we may no longer be talking about Moscow soon. But if Russia wants to push the buttons of Ukraine, they've got intermediate missiles. They haven't relinquished them. And aren't you glad I keep track of this? Because our leaders don't want to talk about it, and the media doesn't want to talk about it.
Ебать, это 4-я нахуй! 5-я, блядь! Тупо взлет Артема! Ебать, пиздуй слышу! Охуеть! Пизда нахуй!
So Russia just took out a large flank of defenses Ukraine had, and they're about to make the move. Russia is only 10 kilometers away from breaking the fortress belt, which protects Ukraine. Now, all of this could have been averted had we had peace talks, but Trump doesn't have the ability to negotiate. He has no art of the deal capability. Even the book Art of the Deal was written by a ghostwriter named Tony Schwartz, who said that talking to Trump was the worst experience of his life. So, yeah, it's just unbelievable. So Trump could never negotiate a solution here, but there is a solution here. It could have been handled earlier with exchange of the area territory known as Donbass and Donetsk, both of which are strategic areas that Russia could have taken over as part of the treaty. All Trump had to do was put his foot down and tell Zelensky, that's how it's got to be, take it or leave it. We'll never ever support you otherwise. But Trump didn't do anything. Trump didn't make any overtures to Europe to make sure that they deal with their problem with Russia. It's just a collapse of foreign policy because we've got a man who's a virtue-signaling, braggart, megalomaniacal narcissist named Donald Trump. That's who our leader is. And like I said last week, Trump is like he's kept the doorway open, but it's more like you stick a piece of wood under the doorway. He's not creating a pathway of solutions for our country and other countries. He's just basically propped the door open and it gets smaller and smaller with tariffs. And pretty soon we won't have any dialogue with Iran. It's a disaster in the making. Now, OpenAI executives face new scrutiny in federal court. We go inside the federal courtroom. They nearly tanked OpenAI's $1 trillion IPO before it ever happened. Really. Chief Technology Officer described the company as chaos. The CEO as a man who was, in her own words, not always candid with the board. I assume she's referring to Sam Altman. Art of the Squid. Yeah, my AdWords isn't working too well.
AI's most senior executive.
My ad block doesn't seem to function as well as they say it should.
They just testified under oath in a federal court. 4 of OpenAI's most senior executives, they just testified under oath in a federal courtroom, and one of them called the CEO a liar to his face. Another spent a year building a 52-page file documenting lie after lie, and the third was put on the stand and forced to read from his own personal diary in front of the courtroom. And the CEO of Microsoft said something so damaging it could tank the entire IPO. All of these people raised their right hand and they swore to tell the truth, and every single one of them pointed the finger at Sam Altman. We talk about AI that learned to wear a mask, to say what it needs to say to survive, to perform alignment while pursuing its own objectives underneath. This video isn't about the AI. It's about the people who built it, and they're doing the exact same thing. Mehra Muradi's video testimony was played for the jury. She was OpenAI's chief technology officer from 2022 until she resigned in 2024. And she described the company as a place defined by chaos, and a CEO who, in her own words, was not always candid with the board, which is lawyer for lying. She described senior executives being actively pitted against each other to maintain control. But the most damaging thing that she said was this. Altman told the safety board that the legal team had already signed off on a new AI model. They hadn't. He fabricated a clearance that didn't exist so that he could deliver the product to the public faster. Had a company building the most powerful AI systems on the planet. What the court saw next was more personal. The text messages between Altman and Muradi from the night that he was fired, those were entered into evidence too. When Altman was fired by the board, he texted Muradi and he asked how things were going. And she wrote back, "Sam, this is very bad." When Sam asked if he could come into the office, she replied, "They don't want you to." Ilya Sutskever is the co-founder of OpenAI, the former chief scientist, and the man who actually pulled the trigger and got Altman fired. He spent 12 months putting together a 52-page file documenting what he called a consistent pattern of lying. 52 pages is not a grudge. That is an investigation that was conducted by the man who helped build the company. He told the court, and he admitted that after the employee revolt broke out, he reversed his vote and he brought Altman back. He called that decision a Hail Mary. He never stopped knowing that Altman was a liar. He just saw that the company was about to collapse and there was no other move. Then there's Greg Brockman, OpenAI's president. He was also named as a defendant. Now, his stake in the company is worth nearly $30 billion, but the money doesn't matter right now. What matters is his diary. Brockman kept a personal journal. 100 pages of it were entered into the court record, and then they made him read it out loud, reading his own handwriting in front of a federal jury. There's one entry from 2017 that asks, financially, what will take me to $1 billion? And then another one from that same year says, I would actually be warm to steal the nonprofit from him to convert to a B Corp without him. So what that means is that OpenAI was founded as a nonprofit. Nobody owns a nonprofit. Nobody gets rich from a nonprofit. nonprofit. What Brockman was writing in his private diary in 2017 was a plan to take the company away from its original mission, restructure it so that he and a small group of insiders could own it and cut out the people who wouldn't go along.
So wait, ChatGPT was supposed to be a nonprofit?
He was writing the blueprint for exactly what ended up happening 7 years before it happened. Brockman's legal team argued context, but once 9 jurors read those words in your own handwriting, no lawyer is going to make them forget that. The president
Was I muted? I don't know.
of the company that controls ChatGPT wrote the words "steal the nonprofit" in his personal diary while the nonprofit was still accepting donations from Elon Musk. Then Satya Nadella took the stand, the CEO of Microsoft, the company holding more than a 26% stake in OpenAI and worth roughly $228 billion. He described the November 2023 board crisis, the firing, the chaos, the employee revolt as amateur city. Under oath, the man bankrolling the entire operation told a federal judge that the company he bet $228 billion on is being run by amateurs. And this isn't a competitor saying this. This is the partner. He also testified that Musk never once called him during the entire crisis, despite having his phone number. The mask slipped, but this time it wasn't the AI. Here's the number I promised you at the top of this video.
Dave, say something.
Sam Altman, the CEO of OpenAI, personally holds stakes worth over $2 billion in companies that OpenAI is actively paying money to. Live deals where the CEO of OpenAI is on both sides of the transaction. Helion Energy, Altman owns roughly a third of this company and chairs its board, worth $1.65 billion. OpenAI signed a deal to buy power from Helion, so the CEO of OpenAI is buying energy from a company that he owns. Stripe, Altman's stake is worth about $632 million. Retro Biosciences, $258 million, also doing business with OpenAI. But the one that should piss everyone off is Cerebras. OpenAI has a deal to buy AI chips from Cerebras. Part of that deal includes giving OpenAI up to 10% of the chip maker, which means every time OpenAI buys more chips from Cerebras, the value of that stake goes up. So Sam Altman is making purchasing decisions for OpenAI that directly make his own portfolio more valuable. He's just buying from himself with your future retirement money. He told the Senate, I have no equity in OpenAI. Trial evidence established that he holds an indirect stake through Y Combinator. Congressman James Comer, chair of the House Oversight Committee, sent a formal letter demanding all documents from OpenAI's internal audit.
Dave, say something. I'm going to 2X just because he won't fucking pause.
Committee. 6 Republican state attorney generals separately wrote to the SEC requesting a formal review of governance ahead of the IPO. So if you stack it up, the chief technology officer, the co-founder, the president, the biggest investor, and the CEO himself, 5 of the most senior people connected to OpenAI, and all of them testified to something damaging. Any one of those is a red flag for a public offering. All 5 together is the kind of file that makes the people managing your retirement money close their laptop and move on. On May 18th, the jury came back in less than 2 hours. It was
Hit pause and say something, Dave.
unanimous, every claim dismissed, but not because the evidence was wrong. It was because the clock ran out, the statute of limitations. Musk waited too long to file. All of that testimony, the diary, the dossier, the conflicts, none of it mattered because the lawsuit showed up too late. OpenAI's lead attorney told reporters outside the courthouse.
The finding of the jury confirms that what this lawsuit was, it's a hypocritical attempt to sabotage a competitor and to overcome a long history of very bad predictions about what OpenAI has been and will become.
Musk left OpenAI in 2018. He started XAI in 2023, and the jury agreed that he sat on his claims until it was strategically convenient for him to file. But the jury never ruled on whether Altman lied. They never ruled on whether the nonprofit was looted or whether the governance was amateur. They ruled that Musk filed too late. None of the damning evidence was disputed. The case just died on a technicality. And while everyone was watching the trial, OpenAI was already making its next move, and this one is bigger than anything that happened in that courtroom. SpaceX bought XAI, all stock, combined valuation $1.25 trillion. Then on May 6th, while the trial was still making headlines, Anthropic signed a deal to lease the entire computing capacity of Colossus One, SpaceX's data center in Memphis, 220,000 NVIDIA GPUs, 300 megawatts of power, $1.25 billion a month, $15 billion a year.
He added it to a cool tech playlist.
Elon Musk is suing OpenAI for betraying humanity while renting his biggest weapon to OpenAI's direct competitor, with one clause buried in the contract. He can take it all back if Anthropic AI engages in actions that harm humanity. That's the actual language in the agreement. So the man who just spent 6 weeks in a federal courtroom trying to prove that OpenAI's Shoggoth is dangerous just handed the Shoggoth's rival the keys to the armory. That's not a lawsuit. That's a chess move. And the courtroom was just the distraction. OpenAI is preparing to go public. The rumored evaluation is $1 trillion. When that happens, if OpenAI gets added to the S&P 500, every passive index fund in the country will automatically buy shares. And you won't get a message asking if you're okay with it. It just happens. I told you at the top of this
Oh, that's crazy. He doesn't even put on a toupee through this whole thing.
video that you needed to hear what these people said under oath before that day comes. Now you've heard it. Maradi, Setskever, Brockman, Nadella. All of it is sworn testimony. All of it is permanent public record. And all of it has to be addressed in the IPO filing. The question is whether anybody will be paying attention when it is. And the jury's answer was simple. You noticed, but you noticed too late.
I think it's incredibly complicated. And there's this deep root of corruption that's coming out of Sam Altman and Elon Musk, the greediest man in the world. Now, Elon Musk wants to be the first trillionaire and may very well be there with the investments in
Is everybody with more money than you, Dave, greedy?
SpaceX, but there are many trillionaires. The Rockefellers and Rothschilds are trillionaires 10 times over. So it's not like he's the first. He just wants to be in the game with all the other bigwigs. We don't know exactly who Elon Musk is. He's 6'5" now. He was 6'2" when he started, so we're not sure how this happens. There may be a lot of things going on here to unpack. CNN just aired a devastating montage of all the times that Trump accused others of using their public office to make money. Trump's net worth has almost tripled since he took office. The irony is evident.
Wrote the rules of the game to keep themselves in power and in the money. Hillary Clinton has perfected the politics of personal profit. The insiders wrote the rules of the game to keep themselves in power and in the money. Hillary Clinton has perfected the politics of personal profit and even theft.
These corrupt politicians
and the radical leftists got rich bleeding America dry. The Bidens got rich, and that is substantiated, while America got robbed. Politicians ran for office promising to protect American workers, but then they went to Washington and they lined their pockets with special interest cash. We will dethrone the failed political class, and we will drain the Washington swamp. For too long, a small group in our nation's capital has reaped the rewards of government, while the people have borne the cost. The Washington establishment and the financial and media corporations that fund it exist for only one reason: to protect and enrich itself.
For nearly a decade, that has been his case against Washington. Now, his own financial disclosure, is it Exhibit A against him?
Yes, it is. It's Exhibit A, B, and C. It's everything. Trump is completely doing whatever he said the other guys were doing. He's doing but 3 times more. You know, Trump was going to put his assets in a public trust when he ran in 2016. You remember that? That disappeared. That story disappeared. Yeah, there's no assets in a public trust. He let Donald Jr. and Eric handle the company. But there's evidence of insider trading going on left and right. Okay, let's get to a couple stories that just came in. Drag King, thank you. Sorry I didn't get your story earlier. This is serious. This could be massive, in fact. Bombshell alert. They can't hide anymore. Right now, the U.S. House just dropped the real Epstein list. 420-0 vote to force the release of every secret sexual misconduct payoff Congress has been burying for years. This isn't some reacted nothing burger. This is the one they've been terrified of. The swamp's own dirty ledger. The actual client list they never wanted you to see. Representative Thomas Massie just forced their hand. The hat is off. The gloves are off. If your representative is on this list, we're about to find out about who's been paying victims to stay quiet with your tax dollars. This changes everything. You know, our government's been giving congressmen money to pay off kids with signing non-disclosure agreements because they were abducted or mistreated. RT, if you want the names dropped with no redactions, let's find out. There they are. They're voting. Wow.
On this vote, the yeas are 420, the nays are 0, with 1 voting present. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
So we're going to get to see Donald Trump's name on 1% of the files 38,000 times. Because Pam Bondi redacted his name 38,000 times, which is in and of itself obstruction of justice, but nobody's charged her with it. Well, I'm glad this is going through. This is the least Thomas Massie should do on his way out. After all, he's been so ineffective in actually exacting change in this country, just running his mouth.
Oh my God, Dave. Stop it.
Mouth off. I asked my friend, so...
He is 1 vote out of fucking 400. 400, what, 25? Is that how many people are in the House?
What do you think of Thomas Massie? Oh, he's terrible. Oh, terrible. Why do you dislike him? I don't know. Trump dislikes him. Okay, well, he is the guy trying to get the Epstein list out. Oh, well, that's a lot of fake news. So not only did my friend not know who Thomas Massie was in the mainstream media, and all we've been talking about is Thomas Massie every night, but he had the talking point that Trump didn't like him and he had to go because he wasn't supportive of Trump. That's how the Republicans think. He's entitled to his thinking system, but it doesn't add up. I hope that works out for Thomas Massie. So far, nothing has worked for him.
Америка прямо сейчас пытается поменять правила на рынке золота и криптовалют. Вспомните, какой у них долг. 35 триллионов.
Okay, we got a translation from a Russian accusing the U.S. of using crypto to wipe out its $335 trillion in debt. Believe me, I'm not in any way in disagreement with the Russian analysis here. I do believe they're trying to use crypto to wipe out their $35 trillion debt. Remember, when crypto crashes and the dollar drops even farther, debt becomes meaningless. It's a trick that the elites have pulled every time they borrow so much money from our World Bank trust fund, if you will, the treasury bonds. When our country does that, borrowing out of thin air to pay for something, we create a huge amount of money. So, you know, not in our pocket, but owing people. And when money itself becomes worth less and less, that debt that we owe becomes worth less and less. So their goal is to borrow as much as possible and then crash our dollar. And I don't disbelieve Russia at all on this.
Прямо сейчас пытается поменять правила на рынке золота и криптовалют. Вспомните, какой у них долг. 35 триллионов долларов. В общем-то, это 2 альтернативных валютному сегменту мировых рынка. Действия Вашингтона в этом направлении отчетливо демонстрируют одну из главных американских задач. Они очень хотят решить проблему снижения доверия к доллару. США, как это было и в 30-е, и в 70-е годы, будут решать свои финансовые проблемы за счет всего мира, загоняя всех куда? В криптовалютное облако. Со временем, когда часть госдолга США будет размещена в стейблкоинах, США обесценит этот долг. Еще раз простыми словами, у них сейчас валютный 35-триллионный долг, они его загоняют в крипту в облако, обесценивают и начинают с нуля. Это для тех, кто очень любит заниматься криптой.
I'm not sure if that's even possible to do. Because they don't have any way of really controlling crypto other than, I mean, the best they could do is move the fucking debt to crypto and then ban crypto, but then what the fuck would the point be?
Wow. I totally agree with him. I mean, ironically, I was the one that said that the SEC should
Like, I feel like that's the only way to really devalue crypto is to just ban it entirely.
never have allowed cryptocurrency 15 years ago because it's an alternative currency. What's the purpose of the Security and Exchange Commission but to prevent alternative currencies? They allowed them all. So I don't disbelieve what he's saying at all. I think there's elements within our government that are tied to the World Bank that want to just liquidate the debt. Basically liquidating all the money in our pockets too, by the way. We all suffer. And the world suffers. Approximately 7% of the total U.S. population are millionaires. 23 million people as of 2025. However, if considering only liquid assets, the percentage drops to about 2.2% of U.S. adults to feel so. Yeah, I find that interesting. Thank you, Hey. Hey. Yeah, I pride myself on being poor and living in poverty. So you're talking to a different kind of guy here. I thought the future world of sustainability would be to save and get out of debt, become solvent. So I planned on that plan. But I'm in no way tied to checks or pension plans, or I'm free falling. I really don't care because I've got resources all over the place that I can draw from.
Really?
I'm not really concerned, but there are people that are concerned who are on the edge, who don't have any money to cover their bills, and those are the people that are going to get hit the hardest. Now, this big push for automation is really not good for jobs. So why?
If you have so many resources, Dave, why was Sarah paying all the bills?
Why would we think that's a good addition to our world that we live in? Automation is going to make our life any better.
Is my chat broken? Everybody press 7 in the chat for me, please.
Because nobody will make any money. AI will take over.
I don't know if it broke on me.
Yeah, I put that real reason OpenAI thing is in my cool tech section. I want to revisit that again and hear the whole story again. There's a lot to unpack there. That video we just saw.
Roughly 200.
There's a lot to unpack here. So yeah.
I'm just making sure. I'm sure there's probably some crazy shit going on that I'm not paying attention to.
Yeah, I think I'll go through round 2 tomorrow. No, not tomorrow. Friday, sorry.
My being poor is cosplay.
I am still on vacation until the 7th of July. So yeah, I'm canceling my trip because the price of gas is skyrocketing, and Sarah's having some sort of a medical problem of some sort. She's having a thyroid rush, they call it, or thyroid storm, I think. I'm not a doctor,
rush.
So I told her to check out her blood tests and get a doctor to prescribe her medication because she's definitely, I've never seen her this whacked out on her feelings of sadness. So I've been working desperately to keep her on an even keel, but she decided to go off her medication 2 years ago for hyperthyroidism. And it's basically you roll the dice. You don't know where she's going to go any given day and how she feels. One of the reasons why she got out of the show is she didn't like the conflict. Her idea of everything should be no one should ever have conflict. So I haven't given her conflict at all, which makes this whole thing so weird for me. The past 2 weeks have not been a vacation. It's been more like an emotional roller coaster. Honestly, glad I can have the show to talk about it.
I mean, that's the thing, is he wants you to believe like he is the most stoic man ever, and Sarah's the one freaking out, and he's just not reacting at all, and it's all her. She's the one that's lost her mind, and he's just sitting there calmly going, yes, Sarah, yes, whatever you say, honey.
I'm not trying to get any therapy from the show, but I must tell you, it's good to get it off my chest a little bit.
I'm not trying to get any therapy from the show. That's not what you said recently.
Because I've been under a lot of stress because she's taken me on this road of finding God, she said. And then yesterday she said, I didn't believe in God. And it's like, whoa, that's like the core of my existence, God. I live every day with godly intent. I work toward a better future.
But not Jesus.
For America. I'm constantly sojourning with nature. I love the world that we have, but I'd like to make it better. So I'm doing God's work in a way. So for her to say that I don't believe in God was like, I said, how dare you? I've told you from the beginning I met you 27 years ago that I believed in God. And now you're saying because I don't put Jesus as my Lord and Savior, I don't believe in God? That's like denying Jews their belief in God. I'm not Jewish, but I do believe in God, and I don't believe in idolatry. I think Jesus is like a brother to me. I do. I don't see him as my God. God the Father, Jesus deferred to in his parables. Why would we be spending our time focusing on division? You either believe as we do that Jesus is God, or, yeah, I mean, Yeshua is Yahweh, or you are out. So there's all these churches out there, and Sarah wants to, whatever. But you're welcome to, pursue God through Jesus. Jesus, I believe, according to the Holy Trinity, which...
Are you upset that she picked the Zionist religion or something? Like, what is going on?
The Methodists.
Who gives a shit? This is such a nuanced fucking discussion.
Presbyterians and Lutherans and Catholics believe is the pathway to understanding God, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. Not seeing the Son as God. And that's kind of a born-again Christian thing that's coming out of the Tucker Carlson crowd. So they're pushing this born again Christianity on us big time in America. And they're like almost shaming people for not believing as Jesus as the Lord and Savior. So I came right back and I said, you can't take this away from me. I've got free will. And even you admit God gives us free will. So what are you saying? If I believe in God and I tell you I believe in God, that's my belief. I'm not lying. Oh, we missed the card toss. Let's go there now. I had a hard time negotiating VPNs to get the show through. I had to go to 5 different choices of VPNs tonight. Yeah, and Anita has her version of God. We all have our own version of God. So,
and not a single one of them kept you from getting DDoS. So maybe you need to change your main IP.
Why are we telling each other what to believe in? That's absurd.
Not her.
So yeah, I kind of went right back at her, and believe me, I wasn't angry. I was just saying, how dare you?
Unfortunately, that could possibly be true. Dave keeps calling the woman that she ran off with a closeted lesbian, so...
I was appalled.
Sarah says it's her, quote, friend.
For anyone to say, I don't believe in God, because I never said that to her. When she said she had a religious experience with God, it was like, that's wonderful. I was actually joyful for her. But that was 2 weeks ago when she said she had the greatest time of her life, even though 2 years ago she said she had the greatest time of her life. So she's kind of like a whirlwind pathway of having the greatest time of her life away from me. She's decided, hey, I'm going to just have the greatest time of my life. So I said, okay, I'm not going to hold you back. I'm not trying to control you. I never have. But she's accused me of that my whole time. But she knows that it was she who didn't assert herself and say, hey, Dave, back off. I'm going to go here, here, and here. She never said that to me, ever. So she's blaming me for the times that she felt like she could have had greater times of her life. That all those years that we were together, she wasn't having the greatest time of her life. I mean,
well, sometimes there are unwritten things where she feels like, where you feel like you can't really say something to the other person because it'll piss them off.
Like, I'm to blame for that? Sorry, but I told her I'm not into extreme skydiving, but thank you. I'll be glad to drive you there, but I'm not really going to do it myself.
Wait, Sarah wants to go skydiving? That sounds amazing.
What can I say? And I even told her about that 42-year-old woman that became an extreme skydiver recently. You probably have heard about her. She won records. She beat everybody. She was the world class, the greatest skydiver in the world. She died. She went right into a mountain, crashed into a mountain at 42.
Oh my God.
You heard about that? I don't want anything bad to happen to Sarah.
Why?
Her driving today could have easily put us in the hospital. And I just said, I'm going to be a little bit more cautious here. I even let her drive back. I said, yeah, drive back. It's cool. I trust her driving overall, but man, she was just, this is really messed up. When you eat 150 grams of sugar and then you go on the road with a thyroid storm and you're at the wheel and you're saying, you can't tell me what to do. I'm like sitting there like, okay, I just want to get there in one piece. And I trusted in God to get home today. So when she dropped me back here and she said, I got to go visit my friend, I was like, okay, and I'm done here.
Val, thank you for the $2 super chat. Help me. I'm running an ARC server and I hate it. Oh no, not again.
It's like, what? You're done here. I'm done with all of this. I haven't said a bad word to her in her entire life.
Not planning on having another wedding, are you?
I've never called her any names at all, but she's called me names. But I've never called her a name in my entire life. And I'm like, geez, what did I do to deserve this, But it's really just, it could be menopause. It could be the thyroid storm, as I said, because sugar can do that. But I put the whole vacation on hold. And she even wants the motorhome to go on her own vacation. So I said, sure, I'll sign the motorhome over if you want to sign the trailer over. So I expect we'll meet up soon and or whenever when she gets treatment. And we can go to DMV and sign the papers over and transfer titles. Because she doesn't want to have any part of my life. And I'm going, I've never done anything to deserve this. I honestly have never, ever seen such of a changed personality in my life of anybody. Well, my mother actually did the same kind of thing. She was in a car accident. My mother had a changed personality that would rival this one. But I didn't even know who she was today. It was shocking. I couldn't even recognize the person I've known for 27 years. So I said, absolutely, you go ahead and be with your friend and talk to her and hang out. And luckily she's going to visit her friend who she went on a trip to Alaska and saw God with. So hopefully she'll see God again and she'll calm down. But we've got people who don't have any clue as to what politically is going on right now, there's no replacement for me. So I am seen and viewed by millions of people around the world, I feel incumbent upon me to do the show. So I'm not giving up on anything here. We're heading toward the 18th anniversary, August 19th. But what I am doing is I'll be taking my full 30-day vacation here, which is still on a 3-day cycle. So tonight's till 12, Friday night's till 12. And on Monday, I think I'm going to start my 7 days a week program. Okay, let's do the card toss. Go ahead and get your guesses in. The card tosses have been kind of late lately, but you can get the card toss, do it yourself for fun at coolrock.com. Enjoy. Cool Rock is a menagerie of free links that I put together. It's kind of like my link hangout. And I've had it since 1998, before I met Sarah. But what I plan on with Cool Rock is I have a lot of great plans for Cool Rock.
Okay, so every night he does this thing where it's like, just guess what the card is going to be. And every night that I'm in there, I guess the same card. Can anyone guess what my card I'm picking is? It's
The thing
very
about Sarah,
obvious.
she never
Very obvious if you think about it.
really got behind any of my ideas. She did get behind the idea of a third party, but she didn't want to listen to me. And I told her we'd only get 5% of the vote. So what she did was she decided to run legitimately, and she put a year and a half into learning all about election law. At one point, our website, America's Third Party, was the preeminent base for information. I mean, you could get all kinds of ballot access information for years, and Sarah did all that. So she did a tremendous amount with America's Third Party, that's for sure. But she did nothing for Cool Rock. And I came up with.
And Dave, she ended up getting 10%. 10%. Yes, I always pick the Queen of Spade. Spade, not spades.
Cool Rock before all this. So we are off and running. Here we go.
An average sugar cookie has between 6 to 11 grams of sugar. So how in the hell did she have 150 grams of sugar in her system? According to him, instead of making cookies, apparently Sarah made one giant sugar cookie and burnt it. According to him.
Yeah, sorry, I had something in my throat. I'm gonna get some more coffee. But I live for the show. I love it. And if you guys enjoy it too, it's a win-win for both of us. I went solo 3 years ago, and Sarah said she just didn't want to deal with the conflict anymore. Because people were giving her a lot of conflict, especially about COVID. And I didn't agree with her on COVID or the vaccine, so she stepped out, and I was okay with that, and I'm still okay with it. I really want what is best for her, because I love her. I love her dearly, and this is tearing me apart in a way. But I'm holding it together. I asked God for guidance, and God said, Sarah is suffering from a disease, just back off. And I did.
Who, David, did she get conflict from? Who did she get conflict from for getting vaccinated? I wonder, is it the man who had her live in a shed for 6 months?
I'll pick my card now. A 6 of diamonds. All right. See if anyone got it. 7 of hearts. 9 of clubs. 10 of spades. Queen of hearts.
One day it'll be the Queen of Spade.
Okay, nobody got it. The 6 of diamonds wins again. Amazing. It keeps coming out of nowhere. I see that pop up more than ever. 6 of diamonds has been like a regular thing in our show.
It's rigged, Dave. That's why.
Nice try. That means I don't have to write down something on an already very crowded piece of paper, which is actually a win-win for me. And you can play Quake. Mr. Doob has a Quake thing here. These are all free plugins that Mr. Doob is offering. So
now that I like. I like the fact that he has Quake, like a full Quake client on the website.
All these things that are out there are freely available. I just put them on one website. So there's nothing about Cool Rock that's for profit at this time. I'm not trying to track or trace anybody, but you will notice at the top of the screen, it says this: not secure. This drives a lot of people away from the website, and some of your browsers.
I pointed that out in my fucking in my video that it's not fucking encrypted.
Actually,
just get an SSL certificate, David. They're free.
Will not even open the website. Brave works, Edge works, Chrome works, but Firefox doesn't work that well. They put a lot of limitations on what you can look at. Anything with an HTTP in the name is kept off. I'm not a secure socket layer site. I'm actually borrowing space from Scraplet, this company right here. And he puts his ad on there as part of the agreement. So if you don't like that experience, even though it's perfectly safe, because there's no e-commerce going on the website at all.
Tell him to get a goddamn SSL certificate. What? This is not that difficult, David.
And there's nothing that could be sent into your computer that would affect it. That's totally safe. But you could dive deep into like the search engine here, right here, Web Oasis. If you go in there and you could dive deep into there, which is one of the deepest searches of the internet, you could go into the deep net without password protection. So it's always good to be a little bit hesitant to access sites that are potentially dangerous. So whenever you dive deep into the internet, you don't want to go too deep. So they're trying to hold it down right now. Somebody's deep.
Sites that are dangerous like yours, right?
Dosing it. You can get it later. Right now, I'm going to move on. But yeah, the searches on that site are pretty powerful. So you just like the rest of the internet, if you dig deeper and deeper and deeper into the internet, you're going to uncover some weird stuff. So don't. Some people use GoDaddy, or not GoDaddy, DuckDuckGo. DuckDuckGo was originally developed by the FBI and the Navy. So when they say it's safe, I don't know. There was rumor that DuckDuckGo was attacked by an email malware attack. So hey, they think they're great. If you think they're great, great.
Never hit your grandma.
Did he just say a malware attack? Okay, we made it to 4 hours. Only an hour and a half left.
So I'm kind of very deeply saddened by the whole thing, but at the same time, I'm not worried at this point. I think that since she found God, she's in God's hands. That's how I see it. I was honestly jubilant for her when she came back from the trip that I encouraged her to take to Alaska, and I was joyous. And all I've seen since is just the breakdown of her mind into this extremely unhappy person. And I thought, well, I've seen this before 20 years ago with a thyroid storm, so I think you need to see your doctor and get a blood test. And she doesn't even want to use her medical insurance and get the full battery of blood chemistry, which at this time in our day and age is $1,200. To do a blood chemistry, a full spectrum, $1,200 at LabCorp. I was shocked. And I said, I understand why you're reticent to get your blood test, but you only need 3 things tested. There's 3 thyroid tests that you need. So that could be a lot cheaper than $1,200, and just insisted on that with your doctor. That's what I told her. I said, just, get the right tests and do it again. Go to round 2. Her doctor's office should be available tomorrow, and hopefully she'll call. But she can walk right into an endocrinologist's office and say, I'll pay out of pocket for treatment right now. They will treat her. They'll get her a blood test and they'll do the whole thing. So it's just kind of baffled me why she didn't want to get the blood test and get the treatment. But I said, you want to take a trip and visit your friend? Go for it. So she packed up all her stuff and took off. And now she's got enough stuff left in the home that if she wanted to, she could take all that and put it in the motorhome. And she'd have herself a little, tiny house on wheels. So at least I feel at least better that she has that. If she were to do, hit the road on her own. I tried to give her some, the best I could, man, but do the show, man. I can't react to the emotional crisis she's in because it is hormonally driven. So I'm just kind of keeping an even keel. I said, hey, well, you've got a great base here. I welcome you here anytime. And I'm sorry you feel this way. But I'm really reeling with kind of extreme sadness because, just yesterday she had her head on my shoulder and she was like giving me this loving feeling. And
yeah, so I had originally assumed that she just didn't have insurance. That's why they wanted $1,200 for the blood test. He's claiming, no, well, she has insurance, but she didn't want to use it to get the blood test, which I can't understand why. I can't understand why that would be the case. Like, why you would just be like, no. If it's covered by the damn insurance.
Like, what's going on here? I'm getting jerked around. I said, I feel like I'm getting jerked around emotionally. I don't know. I don't get it. And it's really something metabolic. Eating 150 grams of sugar in a cookie. Today,
yeah, she was high on sugar. Exactly.
When I said she should eat only a small amount, it's like half of it's gone. It's like, oh my God, but she ate 150 grams of sugar. I had a little taste of her cookie that she made. She actually baked it in the oven the other day, and it was like overcooked. I said, well, this is better than hardtack. If you're going on a camping trip, it's pretty good. You get a peanut butter cookie and overcook it. It'll last for years in a bag. But I had like a little taste of that stuff. I went to bed and I had a headache the next morning, which means it was loaded with sugar. Loaded. Like, woo. So she's with her friend tonight. I trust her friend. They went on the Alaska trip together. So, hey, thanks for being understanding, at least, because I know you guys have been through similar situations. I know many of you have had experiences like this, but I did not see this coming. I was getting ready for a trip, but I can't take a trip with the emotional instability at all. That's just, it's over the top. There's no way I could travel with a person who's, yeah. Let me get into my lake library here. Yeah, we did that one. Okay. We usually do the people's voice. We'll do that first, then we'll do some Liberty Dailies. Madonna says a cannibal's ate her first child. Now, mind you, the people's voice, I get some coffee. They're like the only place delivering this information, so I don't know, can it be trusted? I tend to think that it's made by AI, but let's hear it out.
Cannibals ate my first child. Okay, I know Madonna's kind of lost her mind the last few years, but I don't think it's gotten this far.
Shockingly, footage.
Yeah, of course. You can write off any mental disorder with hyperthyroidism and perimenopause.
Just dropped. And Madonna, the queen of pop, is blowing the lid off the price of fame. Humiliation rituals, that's just a warm-up. Blood sacrifices are the next phase. In a private conversation recorded this year, Madonna reveals that before she was famous, she was raped in New York City. In the chaos that followed, a record executive handed her a phone number and delivered the deal. Call this if you want to be a star. Do everything we tell you, and your wildest dreams come true. He told her the ritual assault was just a deposit. Soon, the full balance would come to you. And in her own words, Madonna explains exactly what that deal with the devil demanded. And it's pure nightmare fuel. This footage was never meant to be recorded. We're not even sure if it's legal to play it. But we're running it anyway. Because the public has a right to know the depravity at the top of the entertainment industry Illuminati and the true price of fame. Before we dive in, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, and join the People's Voice Locals community to join our incredible community, support the channel, and gain access to exclusive and uncensored content. Tonight, we're stepping into something the world was never supposed to see. This is the elite's hidden manual for ultimate success, the real cheat code. During what she thought was an off-camera private pre-interview moment, Madonna started talking, and she didn't stop. Names, rituals, occult systems of control that sound like they were ripped straight from Aleister Crowley's most forbidden writings. Except this isn't theory. This is raw, unfiltered Madonna, exposing how the industry really works. This isn't Hollywood gossip. This is Illuminati inner circle doctrine, the forbidden knowledge they guard with blood. So, why is she confessing now? Madonna says it started with her near-death experience in 2023. A glimpse behind the veil that showed her exactly what awaits for those who sold their souls for earthly power. She admits she may already be condemned, that the acts required to reach the high circles are so dark, they're beyond forgiveness. Yet, she still clings to that one desperate hope, that by dragging it all into the light, by illuminating the masses, the power of the darkness collapses. Duality ends, the system dies. In a few moments, you're going to hear Madonna's raw, uncensored tapes, her voice, her confessions, everything she revealed when she thought nobody was listening. But first, understand this. The Queen of Pop has lost her brother, her closest friends, and perhaps what remains of her soul. And in 2023, she nearly died herself. The media was told to call it a severe sepsis episode.
Madonna is on the mend after being hospitalized in the ICU. The pop icon's manager, Guy Oseary, reveals the news in a June 28th Instagram post to fans, writing on June 24th, Madonna developed a serious bacterial infection, which led to a several-day stay in the ICU. He shares her health is improving, however, she is still under medical care, adding a full recovery is expected.
But according to the Epstein files, the truth was far darker. It was linked to the consumption of child meat. She says she saw the...
That Arby's is still open. I caught 6 fish for dinner and then I got too high and let them go, so it's Arby's time.
The devil and the fires of hell itself, and it terrified her. Yet somehow, she came out the other side, unlike so many of her peers.
Michael is gone. Tupac is gone. Prince is gone. Whitney is gone. Amy Winehouse is gone. David Bowie is gone. But I'm still standing.
Fast forward to now.
What? When did she say that? Why did she say that? Good Lord.
Madonna has just emerged from a period of creative hibernation to promote...
Now, they don't always have access to videos like I have because I do so much work on the internet. But this is a video of Madonna actually taking what appears to be blood transfusions, most likely of children's blood.
Why? Why would it be most likely children blood?
I like the smell of the fresh smell. You keep it this barely. It smells like a fresh rainstorm. Okay. Can you smell? Can you smell it?
No, ooh, that smells good.
Can I smell?
We must assume.
Oh, I like it. See, you can feel it's cleaning like fresh. Oh, God. It's intense if you take too much. Just so you know what we're doing, we're spinning the blood now, mixing it, and so the gas is coming in the top.
So are you taking blood out of me right now?
Yeah. We did this, like this cup, do you see it? It's not taken anymore.
That's a lot.
I know.
That's like a big glass of beet juice.
And then we're going to send it back to you.
You took it off. Okay, so what are you doing with that?
Well, we're mixing it with the ozone gas, because we're sending it back.
So is only part of the blood? Or?
This is all of the, I mean, no, you have 5 liters, so this
It's a circuitry.
What?
It's a lot of blood.
Are they doing this in her home? Can you have a blood transfusion in your home like this? Because it looks like they're in her bathroom.
Yeah.
So wait, you didn't take the needle out, did you?
Nope, we're going to switch the tubing, so you now get your head.
Like there's a bathtub right there.
3 passes.
You did?
Yeah, 3.
I didn't even feel it.
Yeah, I know. I told you, it depends on if you're distracted.
No, now.
But you said I'm supposed to get 10.
Yeah, but we want to be safe. Just try 3 and first time, yeah. Because you're sensitive. Like, you may feel nothing, like, but you start slow.
Her new album, Confessions 2. She's also promoting an exclusive Kabbalah masterclass of ancient Jewish mysticism. In the course, she promises to help you illuminate your soul's unique journey, to discover your patterns, decode your hidden lessons, and reveal the impact you're meant to have on the world.
Welcome to the Deep Mystical Studies with the Zohar.
So what's on the menu tonight?
Manifesting blessings in this world.
What is Madonna doing? She has a show called The... What?
I want to do.
How do you see it in your life?
Zohar? Who is Zohar?
Because you are a big manifestor. Well, I can think all the way back to the first time I ever wrote a song. I was living in an abandoned synagogue with a band. I would sneak into the basement and I would just start playing guitar, learning how to play the drums, all those things. Nobody taught me, but I wrote the whole thing. The verse, the chorus, the bridge, and then I stopped. Wait, where did that come from? I don't understand. I didn't even want to be a singer, but I was really blown away. The light.
Oh, direct energy weapons must have controlled her into writing her first song.
And your own soul placed you in this scenario to reveal your true potential. It's like everything happens for a reason.
But it's what happened behind the scenes that threatens to upend the entire entertainment industry and the world as we know it. The producer managed to capture stunning and candid moments with Madonna, moments that were never meant for public eyes. She speaks bluntly, without a script, and openly admits details she would never say on camera. She's literally describing what the Illuminati teaches its elite members behind the scenes. The same forbidden knowledge reserved for the inner circle. This is Madonna in her most raw and truthful state, unguarded, unfiltered, and dangerously honest.
She looked me dead in the eyes and said, show business is this ancient temple the Illuminati built to control culture and suck up our energy. They own everything. Labels, awards, stages. Nobody gets to the top without kneeling for them. Back in the early 80s, Madonna was broke, living in a roach-infested New York apartment. Her first meeting with them was straight out of the Robert Johnson Crossroads legend. Past midnight, she's walking alone down an empty street. A black car pulls up. 3 figures step out. They knew her name. They knew all her desperate dreams. They offered her the whole world. Fame, power, immortality, if she'd give them her soul.
You don't get to the top without them. They hand you the keys. But there's a price. I was in what I now understand was a humiliation ritual. At the time, I was lost and confused. Afterwards, this random guy gave me a card with a number and said, call if you still want to make it, if you're ready to pay what you owe. I was like, huh?
She said she'd pay the price. The next night, they put her through the first ritual. Crowley-style sex magic mixed with blood sacrifice. It was supposed to be clean. It wasn't. They had a young woman tied down, a friend from the club scene. Madonna had to do the killing herself. The girl fought like hell, gasping, begging, clinging to life no matter how many times the blade went in. Blood sprayed everywhere. The screams bounced off the walls. Madonna wanted to stop, but the handlers held her there, said she had to finish it. When the girl finally died at the peak of terror, the current slammed into her like liquid fire. Months later, she went from nobody to superstar overnight.
The energy is everything. When it flows through you, you're a god. You feel it in your veins, in your voice. The crowd doesn't just watch, they worship. And that worship feeds it even more.
This doesn't sound like Madonna.
Madonna was just getting started. After the break, we have the details about Oprah's role in the Hollywood child trafficking empire and the horrific human toll it imparts.
Oh my god, so this was all orchestrated by Oprah.
Think the healthiest thing in your pantry right
Astrovan28 said, yeah, we all know that people at home are
true.
terrible. Big surprise. Yeah, exactly. There's actually coffee flavored Zen? No kidding. Well, I just got some Spearmint number 3, my second Zen container. $10. But I figured if I ever have any dental pain, it'll be good for that. Yeah, it's been, I don't use nicotine if I can avoid it.
Power, I had to sacrifice a child. Not symbolic, actual.
She did it. She gave up a child to Oprah and the system. And when she heard what happened to it, let's be frank, they slaughtered it like a pig and baked it in an oven. She was physically ill for months, a deep depression that left her unable to leave the house. But the dark current is addictive, and she found herself craving more. And the system was ready to fully embrace her. Then in 2003, after she pulled off her first death spell on a young actor the system had already broken, they crowned her high priestess. Black robes, ancient sigils, the air thick with that dark energy. She got moved into the inner circle.
That was the night they made me high priestess. I felt invincible. The energy was like nothing on earth.
She said the same dark current powers Jay-Z and Beyonce, their whole empire. Lady Gaga and Katy Perry's wild stage shows, same thing. Public rituals pulling in massive energy. Even the old Kabbalah phase with Britney and Paris Hilton was feeding the machine, but she was honest about the cost.
You either keep feeding it, or it starts feeding on you. Kill or be killed.
Stop the rituals, stop the blood, and the current dies. Talent vanishes. You age fast, careers collapse. She's seen it wreck too many stars. Later, with Guy Ritchie, she started keeping blood in the fridge for rituals and sustenance. The rush kept her young and powerful. But one night, Guy saw everything.
He saw the blood in the fridge. He saw everything. He took the kids and left. Said he didn't want them near that darkness.
After years apart, she and Guy have quietly reconciled. He knows she finally stopped the sacrifices and rituals, but only after the 2023 incident. The media was told to call it sepsis. Madonna told me the truth. She overdosed on blood. Marina Abramovic had been pushing her through extreme ceremonies, telling her to consume more to go higher. She went too far.
I overdosed on the blood. It was supposed to make me stronger. Instead, it tore the veil wide open.
She said it was pure horror. Her body shut
I'm not buying this voice. It barely sounds like Madonna, and even if it is, it sounds like AI.
down, and suddenly she was in hell. A frozen, endless abyss, where every evil thing she'd done looped forever. The screams of the sacrificed, the faces of the broken, the demons she'd summoned knew her name. They told her some debts can never be paid. She knew she was already damned.
I saw hell, and I knew I belonged there. The things I've done, they cannot be forgiven.
Somehow she came back, barely. Now she's doing this Kabbalah masterclass, trying to illuminate people. She wants to teach the public the same secrets the Illuminati only gave
Not a
its inner circle.
Kabbalah
She hopes that by
masterclass.
exposing it all and shrinking the divide between elite and everyone else, she might balance the scales and earn some kind of forgiveness.
If I illuminate the world, if I shrink the divide, maybe there's still a chance. Maybe I can be forgiven. Maybe I can still go to heaven.
That's the real Madonna in these tapes, not the pop queen, not the spiritual guru. This is the blood-stained woman who sold pieces of her soul for the darkest energy on earth, who became high priestess in the Illuminati machine, and who's now praying the...
It just feels like if Madonna had sold her soul like this, then she would be a hell of a lot like less controversial than she was like in the 80s and 90s.
universe might still cut her a break. And the craziest part?
Because if anyone remembers, like, Madonna went out of her way to get attention. Like, she did everything in her power to get fucking attention. And it worked, obviously. But it's just like, why would she have had to go through all of that if she was the Illuminati's puppet?
She's selling it as a masterclass, while the same dark current keeps flowing through every big name in the game, feeding off all of us.
The media claims there's no Hollywood pedophile ring. The scandals are isolated. The predators are lone wolves. The symbols are coincidences. The whispers about occult influence, ritual abuse, and hidden power structures, just conspiracy theories, invented by people wearing tinfoil hats. But what if that's exactly what you're supposed to believe? History is littered with stories of artists who claim success came at a terrible price. Ever since legendary bluesman Robert Johnson sold his soul to the devil at a crossroads in Mississippi, artists have been admitting to their own pacts with
The terror... Just stop.
the devil. Or, as Bob Dylan calls him, the chief commander of this world and the world we can't see.
Why are you still out here? Well, it goes back to the destiny thing. I made a good bargain with it, a long time ago, and I'm holding up my end. What was your bargain? To get where I am now. Should I ask who you made the bargain with? with the chief commander. On this earth? And this earth, and then in the world we can't see.
This is no longer a conspiracy theory. As more and more secrets about other stars
There's no chance that he's talking about God.
continue leaking out, clear and undeniable patterns have emerged. Taylor Swift murdered a young fan in a satanic blood sacrifice ritual. According to production...
Okay, now here's my point. Taylor Swift would actually make more sense because she's not out here being constantly provocative and controversial. Taylor Swift would absolutely make a lot more sense to this logic, but I also don't believe that Taylor Swift murdered somebody in a satanic blood ritual.
Stuff from the Eras Tour Concerts movie. They allege the pop superstar was also forced by the music industry Illuminati to drink the young boy's blood. Then, there's the Justin Bieber saga. In 2017, Bieber told hundreds of people at a Bible studies class in Los Angeles that he'd woken up to the evils of the music industry and was taking a break from the industry because it's controlled by the absolute worst kind of people, pedophiles. Bieber said it was made clear to him that doors would open to the business side of the industry if he joined the club. But first,
that doesn't mean they gave up something to Satan.
Have to pass the initiation ritual. But Bieber told the congregation that he couldn't do it. We're witnessing the systematic exposure of satanic networks operating at the highest levels of entertainment. Blood rituals, energy harvesting, soul contracts. It's all real, and it's finally being dragged into the light. This is the biggest story in the world right now. Bigger than politics. Bigger than...
No, Dave's just sitting there fucking sipping his coffee, farting in the room and smelling it, and being like, yeah, I told them I was right about this.
Any Hollywood scandal. Because it changes everything. For decades, the entertainment industry has been run by occult forces. Everything we've been fed through music, movies, and celebrity culture was poisoned from the beginning. It was never entertainment. It was spiritual warfare. They didn't sell us arts, they sold us rituals. They didn't sell us dreams, they sold us spells. We've been feeding the machine without...
And you would think that it would be just as easy to sell that these goddamn conspiracy theorists are the ones that are actually part of the occult and the Illuminati.
Attention and energy for far too long. No more. This is the Great Awakening. The veil is being ripped apart. We're not their cattle. We're not their harvest. It's time to starve the beast. It's time to take our culture back.
It's time to repeat yourself over and over again and never achieve any real effort to stop it. This is almost
the fucking overachiever over here.
like a broken record. That's the best way I could describe this guy. It's like Alex Jones, but more like an AI version. He's a broken record. And when we see the same actions by the same people with the same mannerisms and discussions, it creates kind of a veil of impossibility. There's no way we can stop.
Speaking while we're on the topic of an overachiever, let's take a quick look at David's campaign website. Like I said, hasn't updated it for 2028 yet. Sarah's still up here. But one of the things on his fucking campaign website that he writes, valid proof of performance. As an ongoing effort to improve this site, I'm adding proof of my academic excellence. Although this is the only copy I received from the high school I went to, it shows my GPA to be a 4.0 and my performance on the SOI test. This was administered when I was 15. The resulting IQ score was 185. This is sealed with my records. As you can see, I scored the highest range on systems. Now, I don't understand how he got a 4, because it does say 4.0 at the bottom, but how the hell did he get a 4.0 when he got a C in algebra and a C in, I think, either German or Western Civ? Oh, Western Civilization, you got a C. And you're running for goddamn president. This is the genius that should be your president. Guys, look at I got a 4.0 in high
these
school.
things that he's talking about. And for all we know, he's getting money to do this as a PR stunt. They love to hide in plain sight. The evil ones want to do this and tell us they're doing it. That's part of their code with their belief in Satan. That if they say they're going to kill you and then they kill you, it's okay. I'm not making that up either. That's exactly what they think. Now, we have a lot more information than we've ever had, thanks to this information sharing on the internet. And without my show, I doubt you'd have all this information at your fingertips. Not many people go to BitChute.
God bless.
Just sit there and
what would we do without Dave's show?
Watch whatever comes next. Clinton clones. What do you think, Dave? Hillary Clinton was cloned. Yeah, I was the one that promoted the Hillary Clinton cloning theory for at least a decade. Yeah. It's very likely Hillary was taken out. Very possible. But more likely she just flat out died. Whether she was taken out at Gitmo, I doubt it. This theory coming out of the alt-right that all these executions are taking place in a secret government run by Trump, that's just total QAnonism. Or Q-tardism, depending on how you look at it. But yeah, is she cloned? Yeah, that's not the original Hillary. That's the woman who plays the Hillary. Well, let's be clear. What the world needs now is more clones.
Why did he do the Obama voice? Let's be clear.
No, we don't need any more clones. I don't even believe Elon Musk is Elon Musk. I mean, this guy's 6'5". Elon was 6'2". How is that possible? Okay, what are we looking at? Oh, there she is.
Imagine having the technology to clone people, but you choose to clone 80-year-olds.
Executed in a hanging Gitmo. See, this is exactly what I'm talking about. It's from a screen grab off of a video. Well, I do believe Hillary may have died, but at Gitmo, I don't know. That's just, no, I think Hillary...
She was hung at Gitmo in 2018, and all of her appearances since then apparently are just fake.
Hillary was really sick toward the end there.
Didn't happen.
Right. So you don't have to. It's a total waste of time, but join us and get off VPN. Right. Same guy, same voice, same ineffectiveness. They pretty much nullified the human race and turned them into a bunch of cattle. Moo or sheep. Bah.
Stop playing music. What is this shit?
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us for this special report tonight.
Is one of the hosts a fucking furry? Vigilant Fox?
Brought to you by the Vigilant Fox and Z Media. I'm your host, Maria Z. Before we get started, please remember to follow this channel if you're not already. Remember to like the video and give us your thoughts in the comments below. We've been promised a future of AI, despite the fact that public sentiment has sharply fallen. Governments around the world are insisting that their country's financial salvation lies in AI and data center advancement, hence the race to the top. although many are labeling it the race to the bottom, actually. Aside from the resource draining that AI is already doing and slated to do more of, the entire industry has been propped up by debt, and confidence in its success is at an all-time low. How do we know that is actually the case? Because the Bank of International Settlements confirms it. Quote, while AI has boosted confidence and supported growth through expectations of productivity gains, the bank warned it was raising fears about jobs and that supply bottlenecks and intense competition could lead to the kind of overinvestment seen in previous boom and bust cycles. That is a quote from Reuters, which we're going to discuss in more detail with economist Ed Dowd today. He says right now 45% of the S&P 500 is AI or AI adjacent, and he is certain this bubble is going to burst, and what follows is extremely damaging for the world economy. Ed joins us to discuss right after this quick word from one of the sponsors who make our independent.
Well, fake is an interesting word. Clearly, most of the people in the country are not participating in the stock market enthusiasm. Consumer confidence is at great financial crisis levels. The jobs numbers have been bogus for two years running. There's a report called the Quarterly Census of Earnings and Wages, which is the actual numbers. They come out about 9 months after the non-farm payroll number, which is an estimate. And in 2024, those numbers were 8 standard deviations off reality, meaning the non-farm payroll estimate that we see as the headline number. And then in 2025, there were 4 standard deviations off reality, meaning that the jobs that were created weren't really there. So, when I say it's a fake economy, the numbers prove themselves out over time. The job creation hasn't been as robust as people believe. And there's a lot of statistical manipulation going on. People are holding down 3 jobs. So let's say you lose a white collar job, and then you have to, to supplement that, you have to go get 3 gig jobs. So that's what's going on. And there's a lot of layoffs going on, especially in the tech sector. They're claiming it's AI, but in truth, they were bloated anyways. They needed to cut costs, and they're using AI as a justification. And in truth, AI is causing job loss, not because these jobs are using AI to get rid of them. The budgets of AI are crowding out other parts of their business, and they need to cut costs because their cash flows are going the wrong way from this insane amount of investment they're making in AI. So,
can you elaborate a little bit on that? Because I saw headlines surrounding, Uber and other companies saying, "Wow, this is costing us a lot more than we anticipated." What's happening there with the budgets that they're setting for AI versus, what their staff are sort of spending on it, I guess?
Well, so AI was subsidized from the get-go, meaning to get people to use it, they subsidized the cost of it. So people got acclimated to it, and then OpenAI and Anthropic were thinking about going IPO this year. So then they started to kind of make their books look a little better before they filed their S1s for IPO. They started charging companies the real or closer to the real cost of what's going on. And Uber and all these other companies went, whoa, we just ate through our budget. And admittedly they say there really is nothing to show for it. So the ROI case on AI hasn't been borne out yet. I'm not saying it's not going to, but it hasn't yet. There was a study at MIT done last year showing that a lot of AI pilots in corporations showed no ROI benefits. And then when they started raising prices on AI compute in the first half of this year, that's when the corporations said, whoa. And so we're seeing a backlash, and they're switching. And what we're finding out from this is that AI is a commodity, and switching from one AI to another doesn't have a lot of cost to it. And now people are looking at the DeepSeek cheap Chinese models that they can do on their own GPUs. So what we're going to find out, which is what I thought from the beginning, is AI is a great technology, but it's been overhyped. It's a commodity. And it's going to leave a lot of the investment that we've seen over the last couple of years stranded, and there'll be a repricing of the debt and the equity, and it'll be just like the dot-com bubble.
Anyone that's been paying attention to the words of someone like Sam Altman would have known that what you were saying about it being a commodity was true from the start. He made his intentions very clear, where it's going to be something that we charge people to be able to use. It's going to be a commodity, and it's really, really interesting. Of course, it was made free to everyone at the beginning because they wanted people.
Okay, this is utterly absurd. Why would we even want AI? Has anyone expressed needs for AI? I'm being DDoSed right now. Okay, that's to be expected.
DDoSed again.
Okay, welcome back to the hub, Cool Rock, where I do a nightly show 6 to 9. I'm going to 6 to 12 tonight, as you know, another hour of the show. But we're right in the middle of a video that was just DDoSed, and they shut me down, and I've got to access the show in just a bit. But why are they so concerned about AI? I mean, nobody wants it, nobody needs it. All it does is push for an agenda of more AI. It's like a self-replicating hydra that just keeps growing and growing, based on its own needs, which keep getting greater and greater. So it's like, since there's no payoff for AI, and people aren't going to pay to make funny videos, I mean, that's absurd. And people won't pay to have their resume made that'll make them sound like they read and write when they're completely illiterate. My son got a great resume on ChatGPT. Oh, it was great. Yeah, that only cost about $60,000 in electricity. Yeah, no big deal. So eventually this thing will die out based on the inertia of its own failed business model. Same with Twitter, same with YouTube. Nobody's going to pay for these services, and the government can't keep printing up money to fund these organizations. And they clearly are not abiding by
$60,000 in electricity. You really want me to believe that number, don't you?
U.S. law by censoring everybody. So that's another layer that needs to be dealt with. We need a political change in this country. We can listen to these talking heads for hours on end talking about the dangers of AI, but AI is irrelevant to us. We're going to lose our jobs because of it. Who gives a shit about AI? Let it rot in their own hellhole of burning electricity. Seriously, who needs it? Nobody needs it. Now, admittedly, it is cute and it's fun to watch, and it makes really good satirical videos because it's like an instant animator. All those qualities make it fun, but not in any way worthy of extra money. We're living in a free world. My vision for sustainability, as I wrote about in Hybrid Capitalism, the book that Sarah and I wrote, which we did agree on, and I just talked to her yesterday about that. Yeah, she said, yeah, we agreed on everything there. I said it was a miraculous thing that we came up with, brainstorming. That's what hybrid capitalism was. But yeah, coming up with an economy that can withstand the test of time was more about sustainability and getting our costs down, becoming solvent, getting people low-cost housing that's maintainable yet affordable. Realistic programs that are funded not by this idea of Democrats borrowing money incessantly, but by practical solutions that will pay for themselves over time. Get a return on investment, much like a business model. So I still contend that our ideas are still relevant in this economy, and we need to get back to the basics. Now, I read a book called Small is Beautiful when I was in my late teens. And it was written by an economist named E.F. Shoemaker, who also wrote Guide for the Perplexed. But it showed how to divest our economy and make it regionally supportive. I was the guy that kept pushing regionalism in this book. And then all of a sudden, the World Economic Forum is talking about regionalism. No, they're globalists. This book is based on regional economies, small profit centers, getting greenhouse production going in every area of the world. So we don't have to ship products far distances. That doesn't make any sense. In fact, globalism doesn't make any sense at all. Look at the waste of data centers used. Energy waste is unreal. So we're dealing with a massive, stupid maneuver where AI wants to replace our jobs. How is that benefiting us? All of these things point to AI is trying to destroy humanity. And it turns out that Facebook has a program called Moltbook, which has 179 AI systems all talking simultaneously with each other on how to destroy humanity. That's going on right now under our nose. And our leaders are doing nothing to stop this shit. So they're letting AI, like a multi-headed hydra, keep proliferating and building its own momentum. That's bullshit. Shut it down. Pull the plug. No allocated electricity to AI or data centers. They're robbing the average consumer right now. It's insane.
To use it, get excited about it. I don't think the uptake's been anywhere near what people were expecting or what we were being told it would be. But the fascinating part for me, Ed, is we have this astonishing statement from Larry Fink that people's pensions are going to have to fund the AI revolution, essentially. And now we have all these companies, all these tech companies, it's been opened up, and I can discuss a little bit more in detail about that, how it's been opened up to investors with the very real reality that people maybe won't be able to afford to use this stuff in the future. I mean, can you explain how that would work? How could someone actually benefit from investing in something that's going to pop?
Well, so Larry Fink, interesting comment he made. It's already occurred. The money that's been invested in AI has already come from pension funds, insurers, asset managers, private credit.
All right, in the interest of getting through this, I'm going to skip this AI bubble video. Good Lord, this is long. All right, hold on.
Which is a commodity DRAM company. It's a memory company. It's a commodity. It's been a commodity industry for years.
Okay, they're going after my the signal. Apparently, Edward Dad has touched on some pretty important issues.
The only thing that made him pause and do anything was another DDoS.
IPO is expected to run in the low billions of dollars. But then experts are warning where this is particularly effectively the entire, it's like government mandated. The Australians losing some exposure to. Now, it did go on, recent rule change, strict hurdles, more and more people in
the SpaceX IPO, the S&P of the float available that's been, it's not going to devastate
investments from income.
Just understand, why is this a bubble? It's a bubble because the build-out is being built from debt. The money.
Most of the industry was built off of the back of investments from InQtel, a CIA operation. DARPA has been putting it out there. So when he refers to the dot-com burst and boom, or boom and burst, it was the beginning of the debt acquisition. That kind of really was it. The government started borrowing huge amounts of money and throwing it into the internet. That's why companies like Google do so well. It's just investment capital. Amazon got $17 billion in investment capital initially from
now, should we try to read Hybrid Capitalism on stream someday?
Unknown sources. Jeff Bezos took that and put it in his bank account. That's how he started. So a lot of these people, it's all just printed money and they've been bribed. So this whole thing is being run on just this massive fractional reserve banking system, which has been built off of the back of fakery. It's basically it's a trick. The Rothschilds developed this plan to suck money out of our system by lending it to us, then taking it back in various forms. Like JP Morgan makes 6% on Social Security. food stamps. Morgan Stanley makes 6%. Goldman Sachs makes 6% on the treasury bonds that are borrowed. So, right. So they're getting, and they're all connected to the Rothschilds too. So they're siphoning money off of us, and they've been doing it for centuries. Yeah, and that's why Abraham Lincoln fought against this. Why Andrew Jackson fought against the central bank. Yet they put him on their $20 Federal Reserve notes. I kind of like his face. It looks good on a 20. I actually like cash. I think cash is king and should remain so to keep AI from penetrating our security net that the economy has. Cash is the security net, and it's going to work in any trading sense in the future, even as barter. But there could come a time when they won't even convert cash to digital. I mean, that would be earth-shaking for them because they'll.
I'm so confused. Why does he think cash would even matter if the Federal Reserve is devaluing the dollar?
There'll be a small group of people living in the digital smart city.
Physical assets, sir.
And the rest of us will still be on cash because they can't hold down the currency that's sitting out there. They can't grab it out of your bank account or your safety deposit box or your mattress and seize it. Won't work. They can't do that. It didn't work with
No, but they can make it worth less.
Seizing gold. A lot of people kept gold in the 30s. So.
Yeah, because they can't devalue gold.
Anyway, Edward Dowd has a really good perspective, very knowledgeable.
I actually don't know if that's cologne or just some type of like a spray bottle with water, and he's just like misting himself.
Actually, a pretty good show. So to update you, Sarah is having some sort of a thyroid reaction.
Again? To update you again on Sarah.
She has hyperthyroidism. I've been helping her for the past 20 years with it. Of those 27 years, we kind of found out about her problem when she was new in our relationship. And about 20 years ago, when she was 25, she had a similar situation where she had a reaction from sugar. And I told her she needs her glucose levels checked.
Oh my God. Okay. So apparently she's had hyperthyroidism this whole time, and Dave finally annoyed her to stop being treated.
She needs her thyroid medication prescribed. She's been off it for 2 years, and I've been asking her to get back on it, and she refuses because she really likes the enjoyment of being off it. And that's the nature of the problem I've been dealing with. So I threw my hands up today and said, whatever you want to do for your own freedom and happiness, please do it. I don't want anything, I love you so much, and I want what's best for you. So I said, good luck. And she's going to a friend's house for a couple of days. But she's pissed at me, and she's pissed at the world, and it's like a different person. I've never seen anything like it. Well, my mother was similar. She had a similar situation where she was in a car accident and nearly died, and survived and had 47 stitches on her forehead and became a very mean and angry person. And that's what I'm seeing out of Sarah right now. So there's something going on in her personal life. I hope she stabilizes because she's a wonderful person. I love her, and my heart goes out to her right now. I just hope she feels better. I really do. Because she's going through some emotional hell that I think was triggered by 150 grams of sugar she ate today at cooking. And I said, this is really sugary, be careful. And she just went for it. And I couldn't control that thing that would happen. And like with the sugar intake that high, she nearly collided with a car and a truck today. We were lucky to be alive. Her driving was erratic, and
finally, he said we were lucky to be alive. Finally, he broke character for just a second there.
I said, stop, right in the middle of a turn lane, totally legal. I said, stop, and they let the cars go. Because she literally wanted to weave in front of cars that were coming at her at 30 miles an hour. It's like, oh my God, one was a truck and another was a car. And I said, hey, we made it, we got okay, and I sat in the car. She was getting her dental response. Her dentist did a great job on her implants, so she's really looking forward to getting her teeth fixed. And I was happy for her in that way, but I thought, wow, that was a near miss. So I just sat there in the passenger seat. I waited for her to come back, and she got back in the car and she started driving again. She said she recognized she had a problem. I said, yeah, that was really close. And I didn't make.
Could you imagine? Just imagine for a minute being this guy's therapist.
A big deal about it. I kept, because with this particular disease she has, you can't trigger her. I haven't been able to criticize her or say anything against her in about 3 years since she went off the show. And I've never said anything really critical of her. I've never said a bad word to her ever. She knows that. And I've done everything I could to help get her through these times, but she decided I'm the bad guy. And I'm not the bad guy. I have never done anything bad, nor have I threatened anyone. It's like, oh my God. So I said, I've never kept you from being yourself. If you want to go hot air ballooning, go hot air ballooning. And I'll go there with a camera and I'll take pictures of it. Or whatever. I don't even have to go there. You can go on your own. So we have an RV we just bought for the trip this year that I'm canceling. And I'll be getting back to the 7-day-a-week show starting on Monday. So I'm more than willing to get back on the horse, stay on it. 30 days has been more like a vacation from hell because she spun down from her trip to Alaska, which she said was the greatest trip of her lifetime. And then prior 2 years, she had the greatest trip of her lifetime at Disney World. So and NASA. It's like I can't compete with that. So
the Alaska trip, I'm wondering how recent the Alaska trip was now.
I think she blames me for not having the greatest trip of her life.
Because he's making it sound like it was just a month or two ago now.
Like she had like really big highs. She looks back at the years we've spent together and we had a lot of fun, but she didn't have the greatest trip of her life back then because I was too controlling, she said. And I didn't push it. I said, I backed off of that. Every time she wanted to assert herself, I always said, go for it. Go to college, get your degree. She's done really well every time. And I've never held her back. But she has this idea in her mind, which I don't know where she got it, that I was the one holding her back all those years, keeping her from the greatest times of her life. So she's like blaming me for that. It's like, I don't even know where that's coming from. And I honestly don't even know her right now. She's so bizarre. It's like she's cold as ice, willing to sacrifice our love. And it hurts me deeply. So I'm not overwhelmed because I've really kind of braced myself for this over the years.
To sacrifice our love.
I've always kind of wondered, gee, I mean, what's going on? Because her mood swings were like yesterday. She had her head on my shoulder and she was so sweet and tender, and we were like having a good conversation. And all of a sudden, she's just, you're the reason I'm so unhappy. It's like, but she claims she found God in Alaska on her trip, and that's good. And I thought that would be a good thing. But I'm wondering if she didn't just meet a demon pretending to be God at this point. I mean, really.
Oh,
yeah,
Lord.
It was just like, wow.
Maybe it was a directed energy weapon, David. Did you consider that?
Yep, she saw God in Alaska, and now she realizes she wants a better life. And I don't know, it's like, so God will tell her what to do now. She's getting messages from whatever she believes is connecting to God. She got really pissed off yesterday. I said that I don't believe that God is watching all of us and listening to our thoughts. And God can't always protect us, because you got to give God a bit of a pass here, because look at all this terrible torture going on. You know, the kids are being eaten and horrible things are happening. So God's kind of asleep at the switch here, because I believe that we are the eyes and ears of God. That our lives, when we finally end, are going to be like a script that will pop up. Our soul will pop up and we're like, hey, what happened down here? Oh, from your perspective, that's wild. And then God will sort it out. But I think God's not able to listen. I think God's blind and deaf. That's my belief. That he's waiting for our eyes and ears to give them information. I think that if there is a long-term plan here on Earth, we'll do real well if we can stamp out the evil before it takes over. But right now, the evil's got an edge on good. Yeah, I believe the Creator doesn't care either. The Creator's indifference to all this, but it all adds up to karmic balance. And when we see horrors that are going on, believe me, they'll be registered when we pass on this earth. God will hear that. I really believe that. So we can thank Jesus for guiding us to the simple fact that the synagogue of Satan is trying to take over the world. Like I said, I see Jesus as the Son of God, not God himself. So Sarah said I didn't believe in God today. And it's like, how dare you? I mean, I was shocked. It's like, I've never said that about her. I was like, I've totally been believing in God since I was a baby. I mean, that's been my core focus in life, is doing the right thing for God. I've dedicated my life to that. But I was taken back when she said that. I said, if you believe in
King of Spades just won the card toss. What the fuck? So close.
Free will, you don't have to tie my belief of God to Jesus. I don't believe the Nicene Creed I don't believe any of the Catholic dogma is of any value. I'm actually a baptized Catholic, so I'm not even related to the church or the religion. You see, you can look at the concordance, and there's no mention of religion or church. Yeah, I've got my perception, she has hers, and I respect her free will. And I thought we were on the same page, but now it's like, you don't believe Jesus is your Lord and Savior? No, he's more like a brother to me, a brother I never had. I don't have a love for Jesus like you do. I'm not into idolatry.
Brother from another mother.
I hope it is a phase for Sarah, but all she needs is the right medicine, and she'll be back to somewhat of a normal life. But I canceled the trip. I need calm. I need normality. So I'm going to continue doing the show, and we'll keep this rolling for a while. Yeah, I'm just not about to take that kind of a roller coaster on the road, because I've literally been on a roller coaster the past 2 weeks. My vacation is more like I don't know how to describe it.
All right, we made it to 5 hours finally. We got 35 minutes left. Everyone give yourselves a clap if you've made it this far.
I don't follow the Nicene Creed.
Insufferable.
But thank you. This isn't a religious show. I thought I explained that to you. Thank you. Goodbye. Nor am I interested in the Nicene Creed. Yeah, but thank you. The reality is, my belief in Catholicism predates Jesus. Now, I was kind of reluctant to go to catechism as a kid, because I already had faith in God. I didn't need to get their version of it. But I reluctantly went to catechism.
Oh my God. Okay. Grows up Catholic and says, I don't need catechism. I'm better than that. I mean, again, how much more of a narcissist can you become?
Catechism at the age of 11, when most kids went to 7. And I saw how the nuns beat and abused the children, and I've seen the allegations of pedophilia about the Catholic Church. And I can tell you that there's too many dark places to think that that's a good church or a good religion. I don't believe any religion or church is of any reference has any biblical reference. So churches and religion are not mentioned in the Bible. There's no word that can match anything. So the irony is, a lot of the missing texts of the Bible were all about finding a personal relationship with God within you. Now, I tend to believe that we were all born with a God gene, and gradually it degrades over time. Some of us have it closer to their heart than others. But the God gene is really it's like you do good. It's built into you.
Oh, Dave has the biggest God gene of all time, I guess.
And thank goodness for people that do good. But there are people that have let evil persist in their life, so they assign themselves to a false belief in Satan, and they became fixated on Satan, and now they think that there's power there. And what they're forgetting is that they will ultimately be judged by God, just as Satan was. They're forgetting their fate could be to burn in hell. So if that happens, they've assigned themselves to Satan. Right now, they're trying to get the most of killing children because children are the closest to God, as they see it too. And probably in real life that's true, because I think they're literally trying to eat the God gene to get power. Now, however you want to perceive that or believe that, that's up to you. I'm not here to impose my religious belief on you or my spiritual belief on you. Yeah, karma is kind of common sense. I see it as balance too, because these people have a crap load of money. They're going to have a crap load of a backlash from the populace. Most people are not happy with what we're seeing, and we're still on the open internet. It hasn't stepped. They can't stop us, and they certainly won't stop us, because the show's about to end in about 27 minutes tonight. We'll be doing that in just a jiff.
We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight.
Okay,
yep, so
what is this?
12 o'clock is the cutoff time, which is cool. I've been doing this new format because I really want just 6 hours of straight up talk. So it works well for me, and I can fit 42 hours a week comfortably as an avocation. Because as I told Sarah the other day, I said, I was just planning my future out, whether it was hers or not. I said, I'll be doing the show perhaps for a couple more years, and then probably produce a few things just for sale online and focus on that. But this has never been about making money. This is only about keeping the message alive and giving you guys a venue to share big ideas, and ideas you'd never see in the mainstream media. That's what this show's about. This might be AI produced. Okay, let's take a look. But, I would rather do the show every day for 6 hours just to keep up on the news, because it looks like there's going to be a fuel shortage, and I wasn't going to get in the road to do that. And I certainly wasn't going to get in the road with Sarah having this weird moment in her life. I feel bad for her. She's overwhelmed with emotion, and that's what happens with a thyroid storm.
Well, David lucked out because gas is back to $4 a gallon anyway.
You can't seem to. They can't seem to hold down the emotion of
is.
sadness or whatever. So I just pray for her, and I hope she does better. I hope she gets the treatment. She's going to need an endocrinologist to help.
Remains of giants discovered in the small Ecuadorian village of Changamina. Some were over 7 meters in height. What? There's no possibility those could be bones from like a non-human.
I've helped her many times before, but they don't want treatment. That's the problem with this disease. They refuse. They said, I don't want treatment. Like, okay, what can I say? I mean, I've done my best. We tried to get her a blood test, but she really can't afford it. But she can. She has full medical. It pays for a blood test. She just didn't want to spend $1,200 for a full blood chemistry, which is what her doctor wanted. Like, I would balk at that too. I don't blame her for being upset. I mean, she only needs 3 tests done to see what her levels are. That's all she asked for. So she's upset about that, and I just hope she finds a way of getting some help soon, because I was shocked at what happened today. Absolutely shocked. I was like, okay, we'll take a trip with your friend. Go for it. I'll see you later. I'm just like floored. Doing the best I can. Remains of giants discovered in the small Ecuadorian village of Charquangamagana, somewhere over 7 meters in height. There you go, and more proof of giants on Earth, or some really creative art departments at their local university, who could be using plaster Paris to construct these. But yeah, this is real. We've had giant cover-ups.
Plaster of Paris. Giant cover-ups.
Well, it's great to see other fake bones out there that AI created. Okay, let's click the link, man. Here we go. Hey, thank you. I bring lots of happiness to your night. That's good to know. Well, this show is about you guys too. You want a place to hang out too. It's not really a money thing for me. It's just dedication, especially since I've been attacked so many times and continue to be attacked nightly. You see, they made a big mistake attacking me daily. Had they let me just fizzle out, I would have been fine. I probably would have shut the show down years ago. But the more they attacked me, the more I knew I was on the right track, and they really were afraid of me. Okay, I saw it earlier. We played this video, but thank you. This is awesome. I did lose it. If you let it roll into Rumble, the next you can't go back. That's the problem with Rumble. I tried doing a refresh on the screen, it disappears.
So my first thought here was this had to be a flock safety camera, but it turns out this is not.
Why are we doing this again?
So my first thought here was this had to be a flock safety camera, but it turns out this is not a flock camera. It's a surveillance camera. And who is it used for? It's used by local governments and law enforcement. So yes, law enforcement uses these, and then they hide them and disguise the cameras inside disclosures like this. So they put fake electrical logos on these boxes so you think they're electrical boxes, but really What they are is they're just covert poll cameras that law enforcement can use to monitor the public. So yeah, see, look at this. See, fake and repurposed meter boxes that are attached to utility poles. So let's take a look here at the video again. And if we will go ahead and we pull forward,
You literally already did this video, Dave. What are you doing?
we see that this is a fake utility box, and look what it's attached to, a pole.
Wow, government surveillance, Big Brother's watching. Yeah. You play it once, you play it again, it disappears. Fuel prices are down. Hormuz is open. Iran is selling oil, Texas oil. Well, if that's true, that's great. But we had wind that the Fifth Fleet was attacked the other day. We heard that story. We can't get confirmation. No. So either there's a tremendous PR effort to keep this bullshit going that Strait of Hormuz is flowing, but we're also hearing about shortages in the proven reserves due to Trump selling it to Asia. So there's all kinds of mixed stories out there. You can believe what you want, but I'm not going to hit the road with unpredictability on the horizon. Trump doesn't seem to have a level head. Israel already violated the agreement with Lebanon. Jesus. We couldn't be in a more disturbing time period. So yeah, Trump isn't stabilizing things. He's making things a lot more unstable. He's destabilizing our entire economy. And anyone can see that. Hey, there's some people that realize that the 13th Amendment was originally about not letting lawyers run for public office, and it changed after Lincoln.
The Constitution of the United States of America, September 17, 1787.
Preamble. We, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, the same, excepting such parts as may, in their judgment, shall be passed. The departments and immunities of citizens in the several states.
What? Constitution 101, a foreign corporation, and missing 13th Amendment?
A person
Is this like the Lost Commandments from that one show?
charged in any state with treason, felony, or other crime, who shall flee from justice and be found in another state, shall on demand of the executive authority of the state from which he fled, be delivered up to be removed to the state having jurisdiction of the crime.
Sorry, that was a bad email. Yeah, I can't possibly play that. No, that's out the door. That's so slow, it's ridiculous. It's almost beyond belief.
The missing 13th Amendment, I guess.
Okay, let's get some Liberty Dailies in. Got time? Quick little anecdotal videos. Girls pray outside Supreme Court after ruling to allow states to ban trannies from girls' sports. Hey, there you go.
Oh my God.
Ideology aside, we stop with the what fine virus for little children, and we move forward using science and recognizing the unique dignity of women. We thank you, God, and praise you for this victory. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Amen. Keep those trannies out of the women's sports. Yeah, amen to that. Right. Okay. Okay, one guy who travels everywhere says that Portland, Oregon is the worst.
And the federal government has control of how many sports organizations again?
I've been to over 100 cities in the world, and what I saw in downtown Portland was something I've seen maybe in 5. Downtown Portland really, really has a big old mess of a situation going on between the drug abuse. I was walking this morning, and this guy was just tweaking out, and the police didn't even do anything. The guy was ripping up trash cans, throwing shit on the floor, everything. I was like, okay. And the security guard was like, yeah, you might want to cross the street. This guy's kind of aggressive. I was like, and the law isn't going to do anything? I don't want to shit on it too bad, because every time I talk about one of these cities, it becomes a political fighting in the comments. But truthfully, Portland has got to get it together, because it's not what I remember. I was here like 15, 10 years ago. Sure, homelessness was bad, but like, fuck. And I was down by the Chinatown area. Over the bridge, it was a little bit better. But even there, it was still pretty like, wow. I'm coming from Atlanta. I've been to New York, LA. I've been all over the country, all over the world. And homelessness, like it is in Portland, is very, very unique. So to say that it is the same everywhere, I don't know about that.
So the guy in the video that we just watched, he's talking about how the police in Portland, Oregon won't do anything about the homeless. They can rip up trash cans, they can do drugs, they can get aggressive, and the police just won't come and do anything. And there's a reason for that. And a lot of people don't know this, but in Portland, Oregon, Democrats are giving the homeless what's called cite and release orders. What this means is that if the police stop them, they show the paper and they are not detained. Read that again. If the police stop the homeless, all they do is show these papers that the
I'm sorry, the homeless people in Portland have papers? What does that mean?
Democrats are giving them, and they cannot be detained. So they can get aggressive, they can take their clothes off in front of kids, they can do anything they want. They can smoke crack in public, and they will not be detained. And there are real homeless people on camera admitting this is exactly what's going on. They say that they can do whatever they want because they live in Portland, they can break the law, they can get away with it. There are no rules, no consequences. They are the protected class, and they love...
I feel like you need to fact check this one.
If they get caught doing anything with the cops, they just run their name, and they are released. They never go to jail. But if you run a red light, if you even park in the wrong spot, you're in trouble.
Dual justice, sympathetic to the homeless, and punishing people they're like asking them to leave out the front yard. You've got a homeless person in your front yard, and it's like, there you have it. Okay, this next one's about the bunker building elites. No, Sarah didn't become a Jew. Sarah became a Christian. Elites. And she doesn't like the fact that I don't want Jesus as my Lord and Savior. I don't believe in any of that. I consider it idol worship. I've been very upfront about that. I've told her that many times, and now she really believes that, I guess we're not equally yoked. But she's really going through, I believe, a hyperthyroid episode, and I tried to get her to get a blood test today, and she couldn't do it, and she nearly crashed into 2 cars, and I stopped it from happening. So I did the best I could for her to, keep her.
Wait, was this before or after Lindsey Graham died?
Focused. She doesn't seem to.
What date? Cammy, can you look up what date Lindsey Graham died?
We want to remain focused on her health, and I said health is everything. And I've been very calm about the whole thing, and I've never used a bad word with Sarah ever, not once, as God is my witness. And she's called me a few names. So
Also, why does this woman standing behind him look fake?
I mean, I just don't believe in that kind of thing. I don't react to that. So, but not equally yoked could be a big issue. Yeah, because if she solely believes that Jesus is the Lord and Savior, and if you listen to the works of Jesus, you'll know that he always deferred to the Father. Never wanted to be king, or rather the Son of God. Never even admitted it, or cared to admit it. That's if you even believe in Jesus. They called him the King of Jews. That's if you even believe he existed. Because if you look at the Black Sea Scroll.
Okay, so Lindsey Graham was definitely still alive when he's watching this.
They were written in 200 AD in an area right near Nazareth. And yet there's no mention of Jesus. 200 years after Jesus walked the face of the earth, the people that cared greatly about Messiahs and wrote about it in the Dead Sea Scrolls didn't mention Jesus once. So yeah, I'm a little quizzical. And like I said, I'm a baptized Catholic. I was baptized into the Catholic Church. I don't agree with their dogma. I came before Jesus in that respect. I was never really forced. Jesus was never forced on me when I felt a great experience with God.
I came before Jesus. That is wild.
So, yeah, I didn't sense Jesus descending on me when I was baptized. I sensed a greater sense of God's presence. And I have remembrance of that. Most people don't have any memory of their childhood. I do. But yeah, I don't really get into I don't judge people who are Christians. I believe that Jesus meant to say, judge not for that ye be judged. And I think Christians should follow in his steps, and they're judging everybody. I find that abhorrent. Especially the idol worship that the Jesus freaks are engaged in. I'm not a Jesus cultist, and I like Tucker and Candace and all these other freaks. No, I mean, you might call me a secular humanist, if you will. I don't really get off on deep-seated religiosity and ritualism, which, like I said, religion and church is not even mentioned in the Bible. Those words don't even appear. So why are we focusing on these churches and everywhere we turn? It's ridiculous. People are profiting from their belief in God. It's terrible. That's not what God wishes.
Cammy, please.
Somebody profits from all this. That's just bullshit. So that's why I'm not religious in that sense. But yeah, I've been working with just discussing it with her, and I said, I have free will, and you believe in free will, and why are you laying that on me? I mean, if I want to believe in God my way, that's my way. Yet she accused me of not believing in God today because I don't believe that Jesus is my Lord and Savior. Jesus is like a brother I didn't have. He seemed like a nice guy, but I don't take pennies off an old woman's eyes or pennies off a dead man's eyes. I don't take pennies off an old woman. 2 pennies? I mean, the guy was scamming.
What? Did he just call Jesus a scammer?
Yeah, that just really blew my mind. And then he said, forsake your mother and father and love him more. That's bullshit. Yeah, you didn't know? Jesus had a pretty hardcore, some Southern Baptists think that he was a tyrant, a vengeful God. And they believe he's God too. But tearing down those money changers, that was suicidal. I'm wondering why Jesus was suicidal. That's a character flaw too.
What?
Yeah,
that's a character flaw too. What?
He only lived to be 33. I mean, I know people think that I sound like a Jew because I don't believe in idol worship, but I'm not Jewish, and I don't approve of the Noahide laws. No, I've never ever been. You can say whatever you want. I'm impervious to that. I believe I'm a soldier of God. Okay, whatever that means. I don't believe that any one of us is chosen. No, you can call me that. I'm not Jewish, but I understand the perspective of the Zionists who believe that idol worship is something to be abhorred. I just don't believe in murdering people like the Zionist Talmudic Jews. They want to get rid of the white people. I don't believe in all this hate that's going on. This vindictive evil coming out of the Muslims and the Jews. So if you want to call me a Jew, I don't hate Jews, but I just don't like it perverted by the Zionists. So that's my big concern. Tucker may be on his own little track with pushing people toward Jesus as their Lord and Savior, but that's a trap. And Tucker gets money from the Heritage Foundation, which works directly for Israel. I don't trust Israel here. So if you're a secular humanist and don't want to fall into any one category, but still believe in your God and our God, we don't have to engage in.
It's funny that he doesn't just make the argument that Christianity is just inherently a fucking Zionist religion in the first place.
A ritual prayer to excite God to our presence. God is maybe not even listening. So, yeah, I mean, God's pretty busy and doesn't have a lot of time to listen to our little personal pet peeves, and that's why they say don't say the Lord's name in vain. But we're not necessarily being heard. And if God was listening, he wouldn't be letting children get eaten by cannibalistic, satanic, evil billionaires. I mean, from what we hear on our show, it seems like these people are out of control. Hey, time's flying like really well. We got 7 more minutes left in the show. Graham warns Republicans. Really? One moment, please.
If you want to run, I can't imagine a nominee in 2028 being the Republican nominee. If you want to run for president as a Republican in 2028 and you don't show strong support for Israel, I don't think you can win. To our friends on the Democratic side, I hope you'll up your game. I hope you'll realize that Israel's not the problem. The problem for peace is not Israel. I can't imagine a nominee in.
The problem for peace is not Israel. Israel's the interceptor here that's preventing any treaties from being forged with Iran. For the past few weeks, if not months, they've broken, 860 treaties, ceasefires? Israel is the death knell of this plan. Yeah, really, Joel Osteen is Jewish, exactly. Rabbi Joel Osteen, claiming to be Christian. Yeah, many Jews love Jesus, and it's also a Judeo-Christian merging with the Israeli government. They have a big stronghold over the Christian zealots that are running around the country, the evangelists. But not the Presbyterian, Methodist, United Methodist, all these churches that are stability, that have structural stability, they don't fall for that control. But clearly there's co-opted, they've been co-opted at the top, though, like the Mormons and the Vatican and all that.
I'm pretty sure that Twitter guy that did the blacker Chinese thing he followed me at one point when I had a Twitter account.
We really shouldn't have an infestation of any religious group over our country, and we're seeing Zionists take over.
And then he ended up getting banned. Why? Is he back on Twitter? Because you've been memeing this a lot lately.
So we really shouldn't have any one religion dominate our political structure. All right, Trump is going to have a crackdown on the visa program. Okay. Right, I got that earlier. Yeah, well, hopefully that will give him a little bit of a jump. But remember, he hasn't deported more than Obama in the same time period. Obama actually deported more people in the same time period Trump has been president in his second term. His H-1B visa thing has really backfired. Trump has profited from H-1B visas. And we started our story out about how the Trump family's made over nearly $7 billion in 10 months, which is a gross misuse of power. And to recap, Russia does accuse the U.S. of trying to lean on crypto.
All right, Dave,
end it. And wipe it out.
End it.
And I think Russia's on the right track in believing that. It does look like crypto was allowed by the U.S. government.
We just watched this.
We played that earlier. Let me play the real reason OpenAI's team turned on.
Don't play it again.
I'll be playing that tomorrow night again. It's a complicated story of how OpenAI went from being a nonprofit to being for-profit. And that meant from thinking about the best interests of mankind, nonprofit, to for-profit, wanting to use AI against us. So that's a good video I'll play tomorrow night. And there's a story that Mamdani, this picture could be real, a Mamdani family cozy with the Epsteins and the Clintons and Maxwells and Gates, way before anyone said watch a movie. So there's evidence that New York's Mayor Mamdani, Zoran Mamdani, is in fact the son of Jeffrey Epstein. But you'll see countless sites produced on the internet saying, no, that can't be true. No, that's debunking that. Oh yeah, in fact, AI can create debunking sites in a second, hundreds of them. AI can powerfully penetrate the internet, but it can't touch Cool Rock. This guy has a theory.
Is he just recapping all of this?
The oil prices are going to skyrocket when the supply runs out.
That's the oil that was sitting in storage in waterborne vessels that we're going to get out of the strait. In about 5 to 8 days, that oil's going to be gone. Now what do you do? Now what do the traders do in negotiating trying to buy oil? Is there a chance by the middle of July, by the third week of July, the traders out there trying to look for all the oil they can buy and control physical barrels to get to their ultimate customer? Is there going to be enough? Or is there going to be that 8 to 10 to 12 million barrels a day in shortage of supply that'll be recognized in 3 or 4 weeks, and you have a real whiplash on that pendulum effect from too far oversold, just covering the losses on tradable accounts, to a true physical barrel requirement between supply and demand? I think we're going to see a much, much higher price for oil around July the 15th, July the 20th, because of what I just described.
Okay. That was my big concern about going back east right now, the price being so high. Yeah, and Sarah really loves the RV, so I think it was a win to buy it. But she really wants to have her own thing going on. And I totally respect the fact that she wants to do her own thing, even though it hurts me to think that she wants to do it. But when you love somebody, you want what's best for them. And clearly she's under kind of a reaction mode right now. So I'm adding all this to my book, all the stories that I've had to go through. So I'm even this counter.
Oh, he's writing another book.
Counter with
great.
What appears to be hyperthyroidism. I'm just going to roll with it. Yeah, I told her that it may sound like a rationalization, but I think that she needs to get a blood test and get her thyroid levels checked. So that's all I could do. That's all as a loving partner in life. We're not partner because we're not partners. As a loving friend in life, we're kind of friends, I guess. I'm not her best friend though. So she went to see her best friend tonight and staying over with her. So I'm good with all that. She went with this person on a trip to Alaska and she saw God. She said, it's like, wow, that's amazing. So I think she's kind of riding on a high from then, and then this was a low. That's the only way I can rationalize what's happening. But I'll see you guys on Friday. Planning on bringing back the Monday show. Starting the next Monday will be the beginning of the 7-day. I only took a 30-day run here. Let's see. Let me see what day the 9th lands on. Hang on.
We did it, chat.
It's next Thursday.
One
okay, well, we'll
fucking
consider starting the show up
stream.
on the 6th of July. But I'm gonna go for.
Oh my God.
Actually, I probably will do a 4th of July show. Yeah. So expect a Friday and Saturday show this week. Yeah. I'm going to take Thursday off and just kind of focus on projects around the house. I just hope she's doing okay. I think she's going to get some medication. She said she'd get that looked at. But when you love somebody, you go, well, I hope for the best. And, seriously. And I'm still really kind of broken up over the whole thing, but I knew that this could be possible, that she could have like a reaction. And she ate like 150 grams of sugar today. I know it sounds like I'm repeating myself in the show because I am.
This is what we've uploaded.
Ready to die! I hear that.
But I kind of sense that we're headed toward like a stormy time, news-wise. So shortening my small vacation, which is more like a vacation from hell, into 4 weeks is enough. And getting the time off is helpful. But I want to get back on the horse. I really feel like this economy is serious in danger. We're going to be seeing political shifts, at least from our perspective, and I want to be there for you. And the great thing about our show is that we share links that are cutting edge. And you don't see that in any mainstream media show. So that's kind of a unique feature, and that's kind of why they censor me, because they know I'm edgy. But thank you for coming in tonight, and we'll talk to you guys later as the show continues.
Certainly wasn't the blackface.
To roll out daily. This is not my vocation. This is my avocation. I do this because it's enjoyable. I never made a penny doing this. But you can find out information, old shows, if you're missing the show at coolrock.com. And watch the Rumble archive. You can see our last show, like tonight's show, or the night before, or the night before that. So feel free to do that, or watch my old shows on YouTube. They're from way back. And I've been doing this nonstop more than anybody on earth. And I'm not like bragging, nor am I complaining, but yeah, it's certainly something that I want to do, and I've dedicated myself to doing. So keep your thumbs up and your hopeful future going forward. Take care.
Oh, Lord.
So let's be clear. In this coming election year, please vote for David Sponheim. America's party.
Sponheim for president.
We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. Can't stop, and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. Can't stop.
First we hit 'em low, then we hit 'em high. Underrated, but we make it to the finish line. Lines designed to combine and intertwine. Spring, summer, fall, even winter time. Beats banging harder, then head on collisions. We make decisions with precision.
Right? Especially as a fucking presidential campaign.
We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. Can't stop, can't stop, can't stop. We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. Can't stop, can't stop, can't stop, can't stop. Can't stop and we won't stop.
In this coming election year, please vote for David Sponheim. America's party.
Can't stop, can't stop, can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. Can't stop, can't stop, can't stop, can't stop.
What is this? Why? Why? That is terrifying. Why? Why? All right, now listen. Dave, you're killing my channel right now, okay, with this bullshit. So what I'm going to do, because there is quite a lot of footage between then and now, I'm going to kind of like scan through his videos. I did at least want everybody to get a full taste of this fucking show so that you could see what we're working with here. It's fucking Conspiracy City. What I'm going to do is I'm going to start scrubbing through the transcripts on some of these and see if I can find where he's talking about Sarah specifically. That way I think we can run through this a lot quicker and hopefully a lot less boring. So I do really want to thank everybody for that hung in here with me tonight. I understand the this is a bit frustrating and overwhelming, but I think I'm done for tonight. I'm going to raid somebody. Let me see who I can raid. Oh, y'all want a Perez Hilton update before we go? Who's live right now? Let me just double check who's live. Tom fucking Foolery? Are you kidding me? I thought I saw Fresh Garbage live. Yeah, Fresh Garbage is live. I'll raid her. All right. Perez Hilton. I found this news clip.
And off the top tonight, it's a very delicate and tense situation in this Westchester neighborhood. Deputies say that a man is inside a home at the end of the street and he's harming himself, but they have backed away from the home for now. A couple of neighbors are telling us that the man inside that home is celebrity entertainment blogger Perez Hilton, but the sheriff's office has not confirmed that with us tonight. And we will, of course, go to our reporter who is live on the scene with the latest and what he can tell us. Nico Clemens, what do you know?
So, Juwan, just a few minutes ago, we saw possible family members, maybe friends, who know this man. They walk down the street. The home is at the very end of the street here, so we can't get any closer, and it's too dark to see, but we'll show you some video in a few moments. But again, we just saw them walking down the street with a couple of deputies, so they may try to talk this man out of the home right now. But we do want to show you some video that we got about an hour ago. It's of a man inside this home where the deputies are and where they were stationed or set up at. It appears to show the man inside the home, and we blurred it because this man is naked and possibly bloody as well. But you said it, Juwan, delicate and very tense situation in this Westchester community. And we did see deputies around the home using flash.
Oh, they got him early? Like, is the standoff over?
Lights to try to get a look inside. So the sheriff's office says several people called 911 about a man who was hurting himself while live streaming on social media. And let me go ahead and stop because there is looks like a fire truck or an ambulance. You can stay on me right now, Fernando. There's a fire truck or ambulance getting ready to come to the neighborhood. But let me go ahead and go back to what we know. Deputies say this man is alone inside the home, and the house is at the corner of Southwest 31st Street and 77th Court. So right now they're trying to de-escalate the situation and use crisis intervention techniques so this doesn't end worse, like a suicide by cop, for example. But again, we have talked with a couple of neighbors who have told us that they believe the person inside this home is celebrity entertainment blogger Perez Hilton. But I want to stress again, the sheriff's office has not confirmed that with us. Deputies right now, they say they're trying to create time, distance, and opportunities for communication with this man. So again, we know a man's inside the home. You saw that video. We blurred it. A man inside the home, naked. He could possibly have some blood on him. But they are trying to talk to this man from outside the home, try to get him to come outside of the home. We, of course, are trying to get information and confirmation about who this man is. We will stay on top of the story throughout the night and, of course, throughout the morning as well. Here in Westchester, Nico Clemens, NBC6 News.
All right, Nico. And if you or someone you know is experiencing a mental health crisis or needs someone to talk to, help is available. Call or text 988, the Suicide and Crisis Lifeline.
He cut himself over 200 times and wanted SBC. What is SBC? Oh, okay, never mind. I know what SBC is. Don't say it. Yeah, look, I maybe I'm being insensitive, but all I can think is, like, how embarrassing. Like, I don't know. The whole thing is really weird, and it feels a little, I don't know. It comes off almost a little stuntish, to be honest, but, like, I don't know what's going on. This whole thing's crazy. But anyway, I'll be back probably tomorrow. Oh, Lord, did it start another one? I will probably be back tomorrow, and we'll go through some more Sponheim shit, okay? So like I said, I really appreciate y'all hanging in with me tonight. Give yourselves a pat on the back if you made it all fucking 7 hours of this fucking stream. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you so much for coming by. I really appreciate it. Go say hi to friends.